on the first Saturday in May, where as of now, 18 of the finest three-year-olds in training will compete in the Run for the Roses. This is America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. From Belmont Park, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pincay. At 6:45, the 149th Kentucky Derby will take place, but with one glaring omission. The favorite is out. Announced this morning, Forte will not compete in the Kentucky Derby. Details forthcoming. So now the field looks like this with 5 defections over the last 48 hours. Number 15, Forte, is out. As of now, Angel of Empire, Arkansas Derby winner, the favorite, at 9-2. For more on the story, we check in with Paul LaDuca, standing by at Churchill Downs. Paul, what is the very latest regarding this defection of the Kentucky Derby favorite in Forte?
Well, Lafitte, I hope to catch up with Todd Pletcher a little later on here to get the full story. But, you know, listen, he scratched with a foot bruise. What's going on during the week was he's had this foot bruise ever since the Florida Derby. He had been training with a 3/4 shoe on, and everything had been going smoothly. They decided to put the full shoe on this morning, and he just felt uncomfortable with it. They walked the horse on the backside. They jogged him a little bit. And the vets, Mike Rapoli, Todd Pletcher, they decided on, on caution here in the 149th Derby. And it's unfortunate that Forte is a late scratch. But we'll have more news on this a little later on, Lafitte. Don't forget now, Irad Ortiz Jr. will be on Cyclone Mischief now, the 21.
Irad Ortiz, Cyclone Mischief, who drew in as a result of another defection yesterday. And much more on this story as Kentucky Derby Saturday is about to get underway. That is a live look, filing into the starting gate for the first of 14 $100,000 allowance optional claimer, 6.5 furlong sprint, just like the Derby. These are 3-year-olds. Extra Añejo, the odds-on favorite. Here's Travis Stone.
And they're off. Pretty even start as they cross over, and it is Ola Thobel who bounces out on top. Federal Judges away second. Dangerous Ride comes out in third, and Stud Lovin' is moving up from fourth. Extra Añejo fifth early, 5 lengths off the lead. Western Ghent comes away sixth. Deer District in seventh, and Backside Buzz the trailer. So down the backstretch run, Ola Thobel. Here's Federal Judge. Federal Judge comes on through to take charge for the far turn run. Federal Judge charge in front. Ola Thobel to the inside second. Stud Lovin' perched out 3 wide third. Dangerous Ride's under a ride already fourth. So to his Extra Añejo down inside fifth. Still 4 lengths behind far turn run. Federal Judge heading for the quarter pole, trying to shake loose. Stud Lovin' comes on into second now as Ola Thobel's back into third. Extra Añejo comes off the rail for a final try in the stretch. They're off the turn. Federal Judge, something left for this stretch drive. Spurts away by 3. Extra Añejo's up into second. Deer District is coming down the center, but Federal Judge with a 4-length lead. Final 16th. Extra Añejo's finishing with interest. Time is running out, and time does run out. Federal Judge the winner. Extra Añejo finishes second today. Deer District was third, and Dangerous Ride was fourth.
Doesn't care for the crop, but Federal Judge responds. You saw the tail swishing there. Federal Judge Flavien Prat, Rudy Brissett teaming up in the opener from Churchill Downs in those Windstar white colors, now joined by champion jockey Richie Migliori. It's shocking news to wake up to, learning that the Kentucky Derby favorite is out for Mike Rapoli, owner Todd Pletcher, not a first. Uncle Mo back in 2011, but is always the top priority, the what's best in the health of the thoroughbred.
Number one and only priority is what's best for the horse. Obviously this was something that he was dealing with, and they were hoping to be able to sort it out before the Kentucky Derby, and it just wasn't meant to be. There will be another day. It's not anything catastrophic. My heart goes out to the connections, and obviously the ownership, the trainer, but the people in the barn. They work so hard. They're in the barn.
Hours away.
Hours away.
Hours away.
Yeah.
And in terms of the shoe itself, and look, like every other athlete in every other sport, I don't know that any other, and when the playoffs rolled around in the NFL, not one player on that team is 100% healthy.
Sure.
Right? You manage these things. They were trying to manage this issue.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, just to give people an idea of what he was training in to try to lift some pressure off of his heels, a full shoe would come down the way this does, right? This is a 3/4 shoe where they cut this off. And the conventional wisdom behind that is that this will take the brunt of the concussion. Horse has a frog. Think about a frog as a shock absorber, right, in the center of their hoof. It would just give a little bit of rise to the heel, so the heel isn't taking the initial impact. This would just lift it, you know, maybe a third of an inch, but just give a little bit more support, and again, take a little bit pressure off the heels. Usually it's for horses that have come up with a foot bruise or potentially, you know, forming a quarter crack. These are things that some horses are chronic with. Think about a horse's hoof like your fingernail. It's constantly growing, right? You catch your fingernail in a door jamb.
Yeah.
Right? There's blood under there. It's got to grow out. It's the same thing when a horse bruises a hoof. That's why horses constantly having their feet trimmed, tended to. Think of it like your footnail. It's constantly growing.
So for an audience that might watch 3 horse races a year, this doesn't sound like a severe, serious injury.
No, it is not by any means. It obviously would not have been fair to the horse to compete at less than 100%. And listen, Todd Pletcher is a Hall of Famer for a reason. His horses come first. Mike Rapoli has been successful in this game. His horses come first. It's a cruel blow. And listen, a horse is a 3-year-old only once. He has only one chance to write his chapter or paragraph of history in Derby lore. Unfortunately, Forte, your 2-year-old champion, will not get that opportunity.
Not unprecedented. 1992, AP Indy, the favorite for the Derby, or second choice thereabouts.
Yep.
Scratched the morning of the race. 2010, I Want Revenge, scratched the morning of the Kentucky Derby. Might have been 2009. I believe the result was Mind That Bird, an absolute chaos, a 50-1 shot that won the Kentucky Derby. So, yeah, we march forward now with 18 3-year-olds taking center stage in the 149th Kentucky Derby. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Full slate on a gorgeous day from Elmont. Right here, Belmont Park, 11 deep, 3 stakes races, the Elusive Quality, Fort Marcy, and the Ruffian. You'll see the first 3. Oh, you just saw the opener from Churchill Downs. And Oaklawn, 9 deep, including the feature, Lake Hamilton. And, of course, you can experience the excitement of the Kentucky Derby with Naira Bets. Join now and get a $25 free bet just in time for the Derby. Plus, new members can earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code DERBY25. Bet on any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up, NairaBets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. One down beneath the Twin Spires in those WinStar colors we saw in the winner's circle of the 18 Derby. Eventual Triple Crown winner, Justify, smiling Flavien Prat. And the dismount there for Rudy Brissett, son of Army Mule. Perfect in 2 starts right here, Richie. Prat asked the question. Federal judge gives him the right answer.
He did, and you can see he's a bit of an intense personality to this horse. He doesn't really like the crop very much, flagging his tail a little, pins his ears, kind of letting him know his body language, hey, man, I'm running as hard as I can. Son of Army Mule, who gets 24% winners in dirt sprints. This horse was impressive on debut, and he held off an impressive debut winner in Extra Anejo, who looked like he might have gotten off a step slow from the inside, but 2 very promising prospects here.
Flavien Prat beating yesterday's Kentucky Oaks winning jockey, Tyler Gaffalione, for Flavien Prat. And look, we're going to hear from him in a moment. Now he's on the Derby favorite, an Angel of Empire. That has to feel great to go out there in your first ride of the afternoon, winning one.
Well, especially Derby Day, it's such a long day for the riders. You got to be in the room at least an hour before your first ride, and everything's drawn out, and there's so much pressure, and you've got to sign so many posters, and, you know, it's just a really, really long day. So to be busy, to get in a flow, win right away, kind of makes the day go a little bit smoother.
Can that become too distracting?
I always thought so. I just don't imagine you've got the Super Bowl team signing posters and autographs in the locker room before the big game, right? And in the racing, that's very, very prominent with riders. I mean, every Triple Crown race, they'll be signing thousands of things. There was a rider one year showed up with a rubber stamp. Didn't think that was the coolest thing, but
the intensity, the energy in the jocks room at Churchill Downs. You can feel it. And Flavien Prat, who just won race number 1, again, he finds himself aboard the favorite, Angel of Empire, 9-2 in the current wagering. Race number 2 coming up shortly. A good maiden race. Mile and a 16th with a $120,000 purse. We're all set at Churchill. Paul LaDuca standing by with the jockey who will ride the favorite, Flavien Prat, aboard Angel of Empire. Paulie.
Yeah, I am with Flavien Prat. Let's get to Federal Judge, though. Nice little horse here. And this is a horse that doesn't actually like the crop, Flavien.
Yeah, no, he really won nicely first time out, and he just repeat what he did the first time out. So, yeah, talented horse.
Okay, well, now let's get to the big horse, Angel of Empire. Obviously, the scratch of Forte. It doesn't change anything for you, does it?
Well, I mean, he was next to me, so, you know, it was a good horse to be around. But the horse, my horse is doing great. He's training really well going to the race, so I'm really excited.
Were you thinking that you were going to try to use him maybe as a target, and so are you going to go to plan B, you think, Flavien?
No, that's not what I'm saying, but, you know, you never know if he would have break better than me, and, yeah, he could be a target,
Yeah.
but that was one of an option, but it doesn't mean that's what I want to do.
Well, safe trip around there, and good luck,
All right,
okay?
Thank you very much.
That was insightful. Flavien Prat jogging back to the jocks room. 1 for 1 in the afternoon when he was asked about whether or not that changes anything strategically. Angel of Empire comes from off the pace. I would think that, you know, Forte drawn just to his inside, maybe that's the horse Flavien would have targeted throughout.
I'm sure in his preparation for the race, he's saying, well, I got Forte. He's very, very live. He'll be my live cover, meaning the horse to follow, take me through the gaps, help create my trip. Now he's got to throw that out and go to plan B and prepare. You always have 4 or 5 horses in a big field like this that you'll feel comfortable if you wind up behind them because you know they're going to carry you a ways. And then there's several that you're going, I need to avoid being stuck behind this horse because he's not going to stay. He's going to stop in my face. I can't lose momentum. It's such a chess game in a big field like this, and knowing where you're at and who your competition is.
A jockey who's won a Kentucky Derby, but not the way most jockeys want to win a Derby. Flavien Prat, Country House at 65 to 1 a few years ago, and Maximum Security was disqualified, trying for a second Derby win, but a first outright that he can actually enjoy in the moment.
Yeah, I can't even imagine, you know, winning that way. Obviously, in the record books, you've got that Derby win, and you got paid for it, but kind of lose a little of that luster, that fanfare that goes along with it by a disqualification. I'm sure he'd love to get one where he crosses the line first.
Just getting started here on America's Day at the Races on the undercard of the Kentucky Derby. And yesterday, the most important race for 3-year-old fillies in North America. And all smiles from Tyler Gaffalione. Thumbs up, pretty mischievous from that far outside post. Driving finish in a thriller on a gorgeous day at Churchill Downs.
Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his first weanlings are commanding attention in the sales ring.
Right here, 280,000.
191,000.
165,000.
$160,000. Thank you.
A dual-surface classic winning son of Warfront, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The fastest city in America. Welcome back. America's Day at the races. Fast horses taking center stage. As always, coverage brought to you in part by Naira Bets. But any track, anywhere, anytime, visit NairaBets.com or download the app to get started. In Louisville, beneath the Twin Spires, you can experience the excitement of the Kentucky Derby with Naira Bets. You join now, get this $25 free bet just in time for the Derby. Plus, new members, you earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code Derby25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up at NairaBets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. So yesterday, it's a first Friday in May tradition, 3-year-old fillies at Churchill Downs, the Run for the Lilies, $1.25 million purse, the Kentucky Oaks, and with all eyes on Wet Paint, who was an 8-5 favorite. From the far outside, Richie, you caught her right away. Pretty Mischievous, traveling so easily with Tyler Gaffleone.
She really was always in the bridle. It gives a rider so much confidence because you can gauge how much horse you have underneath you. The addition of blinkers really made this filly more focused. It had the desired effect. It didn't give her more natural or early speed, if you will, but it was a continual run, and she stayed to her task late, especially when she was getting this challenge from Gambling Girl, the New York bred by Gallagher's stud, coming at her late. What a nice run from her.
The last 24 hours for owner Mike Rapoli, trainer Todd Pletcher, Rad Ortiz, dreams of running with the Derby favorite today, Forte. He scratched yesterday, a neck shy of winning a Kentucky Oaks. This game can be a cruel game.
Yeah, I mean, you know, thrilled, I'm sure, with the effort, but gosh, what might have been, right? Just a neck difference. And then to lose the Derby favorite, like you said earlier, they've gone through it before, Uncle Mo. This game has incredible highs and incredible lows.
Godolphin, the other side of the story, and a popular win. Trainer Brendan Walsh and the outpouring of satisfaction in seeing him win the biggest race in North America of his career.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, he's a horseman that other horsemen respect and admire. And it's easy to root for people that put the effort in, that work so hard.
And Tyler Gaffleone, we saw Monomoy Girl win from the 14, and you watched the race from start to finish. She looked the best. She looked the part of the winner every step of the 9 furlongs.
Yeah, always in the bridle. And, you know, you get to the quarter pole and your horse has still got a hold of the bit. They haven't let go. You go, oh, boy, someone's going to have to really have their running shoes on to beat me. And Gambling Girl got to her late, but, I mean, she just had that perfect trip, even though she lost a little bit of ground. Sometimes it's better to be in the clear, and you don't have to worry about traffic stopping and starting. It's not like driving a car. Some of these horses get stopped. They don't get started again.
The prohibitive favorite, Wet Paint, 8-5 at post time. Any excuses? What went wrong?
I didn't see a lot of excuses for her. There was traffic on the first turn that I think affected several runners. She was not one of them. And she just had a mild rally compared to the way she had been finishing her races earlier this season.
Left the door open. Pretty Mischievous, Tyler Gaffleone, Brendan Walsh. What a performance out at Churchill Downs yesterday in the 149th Kentucky Oaks. When we come back, much more from Churchill, race number 2 of 14. Massive crowd expected. Handle yesterday, incredible, record-breaking, more than 150,000 expected at Churchill for the first Saturday in May in the Run for the Roses. Stay tuned.
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Nest, much the best.
Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malafat coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? It is Malafat.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
The
momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct Meet.
26 Black in time.
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck,
Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
Longshot Surprise Boss,
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere. Surprise Boss, look at this effort.
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit wardancerstud.com to book your mayor today.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 13th with a new 1240 first post. The stakes are higher at the Jersey Shore as every Saturday and Sunday card will feature at least one stakes event all season long. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5. Joining us on site, be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Richie's telling me those are petunias, everyone. America's Day at the Races brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Beneath the twin spire, singular. Claiborne, they've owned a Derby winner, 84 Swale. Live look there in the paddock. Maidens here, mile and a 16th. 3-year-olds and older, $120,000 purse. Current favorite, number 8, Quality Chic for trainer Kenny McPeek at 8-5.
Yeah, horse that has foundation, 4 starts, closed well last time, keeps Luis Saez.
That last time you're talking about, riders up in a moment. Oaklawn Park, far, far back. He's already started his charge towards the outside with sights set on the leader, but in the end, going to come up a little bit short.
Yeah, but he was in such a long drive, and horses' runs are only so long. And he made better than a 3-furlong run before kind of flattening out a little bit late. The problem is that he's not fast early. He's slow early, so he's going to kind of always leave himself some to do.
Faster they go early, the more that'll help Quality Chic. There's just a photo, and Brian Hernandez, the trainer of the favorite Quality Chic, Kenny McPeek, standing by with Paul.
Having a little conversation about Kenny. He's a little dressed up. You got your little secretariat going on here a little bit.
Yeah, and I got a new haircut, too.
All right, let's talk about your 2 horses in here. Just a photo and Quality Chic. You got a pair in here. Quality Chic's been pretty honest horse. And the second start for Just a Photo, what do you expect from both of them?
Well, Quality Chic broke really badly last time out, and directions with Louis was simple. Make sure he gets away cleaner than he did last time because he rode him last time out. But Just a Photo is a horse that's moving forward. And, Brian knows him as well, and I think that his last work was fantastic. Look, if we win it with one or the other, I'm happy, right?
Yeah, well, you're Smile Happy, too. Smile Happy got you some dividends. Okay, let's go to the Derby with the scratch of Forte. Very unfortunate. Now Angel of Empire is the favorite. Sun Thunder was only a length behind Angel of Empire. Could we see something big from Sun Thunder?
I think we could. This horse needs to step his game up a notch. We know that. But he's done fantastic the last 10 days, 12 days. We've got a nice sharp work into him, and maybe the blinkers will make him a little bit more forward, but it's wide open. Interestingly, I trained Angel of Empire's mother, and she couldn't outrun either one of us.
That is crazy.
Yeah, she had 8 starts in her career and never broke her maiden, and was a filly that we were just kind of head scratcher. She never could run at all. And to see him, but she was a beautiful filly, very well made. But he's certainly a lot better than her.
That's crazy. And I'm told here that I need to see the lining of your coat. Wow, that is well done. Kenny McPeek is dressed to impress, and he's going to try to take home a Derby, and he's going to try to take home his second race here with a little double pair of horses here, Lafitte.
And a brand new haircut. Kenny McPeek, Sun Thunder. If not for a certain, he's proud of that jacket, man. If not for a certain Hall of Famer, Gary Stevens, Kenny McPeek would already be a Kentucky Derby winning trainer. His first ever Derby starter back in '95, Tejano Run, who unleashed that furious run in the stretch. But Gary Stevens and Thunder Gulch had already flown the coop.
Jerry Bailey rode him that day, right?
Jerry Bailey rode Tejano Run.
Yeah, okay.
That's too little, too late. So all these years later, Kenny McPeek still looking for that first Derby win. Has 2 in this upcoming second race. Post Parade, Texas Pride, currently 22-1.
Yeah, Coach Wayne Lucas, this colt is going to have to get better.
Harbor Bridge, Flavien Prat looking to sweep the first two.
Major contender here. The mare was a stakes winner going long. I think in his pedigree, he'll appreciate stretching out.
Savage Kiss, number 4, non-factor in his debut.
Yeah, is going to have to improve off of that debut.
Number 5, Ciroc, John Velasquez, a date with Reincarnate in the Derby.
By Gunrunner, who's been spectacular as a sire, and this horse showed nothing last time in the slot. First start for Michael McCarthy.
Quaternion, now with trainer Brian Lynch, a contender, pictured.
A contender and has foundation. Again, 4th start going long, Julien Leparoux. And this horse is, I think, showing steady improvement.
Just a photo, first to 2 for Kenny McPeek.
This horse is going to appreciate stretching out. If you dig in this horse's pedigree, Grand Am Hostess used to run long. She won the Glens Falls for Jimmy Bond up in Saratoga.
Let's see if Luis Saez can get Quality Chic out of the gate this time.
Well, if he gets in better position, he won't have to make that elongated run.
Chloe's Dream, not for sale this time. Number 10, Real Naughty. Later today, Javier Castellano's 16th Derby ride.
Yeah, and Real Naughty claimed for $100,000 first time out. Was bet down to favoritism. Did act up at the gate. Reacted negatively to kickback. Being outside won't have to be in the gate as long and won't have to deal with kickback at least right away. And, we talk about Javier Castellano. He's a Hall of Famer, 0 for 15 up to this point in the Kentucky Derby. One race does not define a career.
And if Castellano left his racing form at home, he can get his past performances from Equibase. Free past performances. You get all the stats, horses, trainers, jockeys. In today's races with Equibase past performances, visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs on all the races on today's show. He's been close a couple of times. The audible 3rd behind Justify, I believe, back in 18 for Javier Castellano. Yeah, for all those Derby mounts and that impressive resume. One of the glaring omission without a Derby ride just yet. Derby win just yet.
But again, I think it's almost blown out of proportion in a way. Everybody wants to win the Derby, obviously, in this industry. But there have been great riders in the past who have never won it. Even Corey Nakatani, who's now going to be a Hall of Fame member enshrined this summer, 0 for 18 in his career. Best Derby record of anybody? Bill Hartack, 5 for 12.
5 for 12, Bill Hartack?
12 tries, 5 wins, a 2nd and 2/3. Eddie Arcaro had 5, but he did it in, I think, 21 tries.
Who will win the 149th edition? We'll see tonight around 7 o'clock. We check in with Paul, trackside.
Yeah, I literally am trackside. As you can see, we're going to have a mile in the 16th race here for maiden special weights here. 3-year-olds and upwards, Colts and Geldings. And, when you look at this race, I think Kenny's horse is the horse to beat. And that's the 8. Obviously, the gate issues Kenny was talking about. The horse is very, very talented. But, second-time starters for Kenny usually fire. So I wouldn't be surprised if the other horse runs in here, the 7 as well. You look at some of the other runners in here, I thought the 3 Harbor Bridge, now from 10-1 to 5-2, a little too much for me, putting the blinkers on and changing something. We've seen this more times than not. When a horse breaks slowly, for some reason, everybody wants to put blinkers on. And Dallas Stewart had a horse, he did this 2 days ago, and the horse still broke dead last. So you still have to worry about the horse at the gate. I don't care if the blinkers are on or not. So I just can't take 5-2 on a horse that could get left, and that's a circle of field. It just doesn't look like this racetrack you can do that, especially with the maidens. The 6 is very interesting. First time in the Brian Lynch barn. He's very, very good with first-time acquisitions. He puts his main man, Julien Leparoux. And Brian's one of those guys, when his horses take money, they usually run pretty well. So, I do think the 6, 7, and 8 are alive in here. I'll land on the 6 here at a little bit of a price at 9-2 to start off. Well, not start off the card, but start off my picks at least.
Best of luck, Paulie, in this one and all afternoon. Quaternion at 9-2. Richie, what does he have to do to improve? In his first 3 starts, just lacks that winning punch. A little bit one-geared when the real running starts.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. Maybe a little bit one-paced. It's been my experience with horses like that. You want to be forward. You don't want to leave them a lot to do because they're not going to accelerate for you, but they're going to kind of stay doggedly, right? They're going to keep on. You got to rely on their stamina. I think the most interesting part of this, and this is never an indictment on former connections, just different styles of doing things, and sometimes horses respond to them, is the trainer switch to Brian Lynch, somebody who's been very successful for a very long time. And sometimes a horse just flourishes with a different setting.
Something new, something different. See how Quaternion responds. The favorite is Quality Chic, 8-5. Louis Saez to ride. We mentioned, in case you're just joining us, the favorite for the Derby has defected. A Scratch Forte will not compete this afternoon for Todd Pletcher, Mike Rapoli, having been here before back in 2011. Uncle Mo, that took place a couple of days before the Derby. And going back to 2010, Todd Pletcher trained a colt named Escondrea, who was an absolute standout, a prohibitive favorite for the Derby. I believe the Monday before the Kentucky Derby, scratched. He defected, didn't have a chance to compete. That year, Todd Pletcher still won his first Kentucky Derby with Super Saver and Calvin Burrell for Windstar. The connection here that Pletcher has two very other good three-year-olds, Kings Barnes and Tappet Trice. Tappet Trice, who will be ridden by Louis Saez, about to ride the favorite here in Quality Chic. Saez, who was disqualified after crossing the wire in first in 2019 with maximum security.
Yeah, he'd sure like to rectify that and get his name officially on a Derby winner. And listen, Todd has bench strength. It kind of reminds me Calumet Farm. General Duke scratched the morning of the race, and they wound up winning it with Iron Leash.
Yeah, so still, Pletcher, that volume coming into play in a big way on this first Saturday in May as they file into the gate. Chloe's Dream. We're all set. Turning things over to Travis Stone. Great call in the Oaks yesterday, by the way. Post time, race 2, Churchill.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Sirach breaks on top. Quaternion is there, and Just a Photo as well, and Quality Chic on the far outside. But Sirach, after that good beginning, leads the field into the first turn and heads over to the rail. Quaternion is a tracking second. Just a Photo comes away third, and Quality Chic is in the clear fourth. Harbor Bridge down inside, advancing up from fifth. Savage Kiss is sixth. Chloe's Dream and Real Naughty are together, second and third to last, and it's a break of 3 back to Texas Pride, who is the trailer, and being eased out of the race there is Chloe's Dream. Chloe's Dream has been eased out of the race. The opening quarter goes in 23-4. Sirach is moving down the backstretch run on a 2-length lead. Quaternion is tracking in second, and Harbor Bridge is third. Quality Chic continues on wide while fourth, up into third now. Harbor Bridge is back fourth and toward the rail. Just a Photo is racing fifth. Savage Kiss is sixth. 3 lengths back. Texas Pride seventh. Real Naughty's at the back. Half mile time 47 3/5 seconds. Far turn run. Sirach the leader, pressed along by Quality Chic, who has been advancing throughout the race. Quaternion is smack dab between them. The three of them round the far turn together, and Harbor Bridge joins the fray now, comes on from the outside. Then it's Just a Photo racing in fifth. Texas Pride coming on from the back at the quarter pole. Quality Chic is up for the lead. Quaternion fights on toward the rail. Harbor Bridge now third. Sirach gives way. Final furlong coming right together. Quaternion and Quality Chic. Quality Chic leaning on Quaternion, who's digging in toward the rail. And Just a Photo and Harbor Bridge third and fourth. Final 16th coming. Quaternion and Quality Chic in a battle to the wire with Harbor Bridge coming on late. Quaternion got it. Quaternion, a hard-fought winner there. Quality Chic, Harbor Bridge, and Just a Photo.
Tenacious, stubborn with the lead. Quaternion, Julian Leperoux, Brian Lynch, Paulie's Wagering Afternoon off to a flying start.
Yeah, good call from Paul. And
some trading of paint there.
Yeah, Quality Chic was trying to lug in, and this is a clear example of when a horse doesn't change leads and your main rival to your inside does. Look at the difference. One horse leading with his right front foreleg, the other horse leaning to the left on his left front foreleg, not finding a bit more. He showed a little bit of hang last time when he made that elongated run. Today he had every opportunity, was in a perfect spot, but not changing leads and hanging on his rival, the 6, Quaternion. Good call from Paul. A nice ride from Julian Leperoux.
I've never watched a race in my life. What is hanging? What is hanging all about?
Hanging around with your fellow horses, being herd bound, not wanting to assert your dominance, right? You're very content to just lean on one and stay next to him. And certainly not changing leads help facilitate that.
So frustrating for a jockey, I imagine. Louis Saez is one of the strongest finishers in the business, and you can tell he is doing everything he can And Quality Chic just won't give it to him.
No, he got alongside the winner and was very content to be there. And then exasperated by the fact that he ran on his wrong lead or his left lead through the stretch, not finding that little extra energy when they get over to the fresh leg, the outside lead.
Julian Leparoux's good with it. So is Brian Lynch. So is Paul LaDuca. Quaternion. Second race, Churchill Downs. When we come back, Brad Cox, first Louisville-born trainer to win the Kentucky Derby, but he officially won it 9 months after the fact. It's not the same. Cox trains 4 of the 19 runners, 18 runners in today's Kentucky Derby, including the current favorite, Angel of Empire.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honorary P is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
Great to have you with us on Kentucky Derby Saturday. Julian Leparoux, only mount of the afternoon, a winning one. Quaternion breaks through and graduates in his 4th career start, first for trainer Brian Lynch.
Well, made the most of his only mount, and now he can sit back and kind of take in the festivities, although I'm sure that's not sitting well with him.
Not likely. Not likely. Who had the great Derby record you mentioned? Bill Hartack?
Bill Hartack.
5 for
12.
Julian's one for one.
Well, it's not the Derby, though.
Derby day.
Derby day, okay.
Trying to focus on the positive. Inside here, Quaternion digging in, fighting, and Quality Chic doing more battling with Luis Saez than anything else.
Yeah, and again, you can just see every other horse in the frame is on their right lead. But one of these things is not like the other, right? And you can just see the difference in the carriage and distribution of the horse's weight, more sideways than forward.
Good closing kick there from Harbor Bridge, the expensive Justify Colt in his 2nd career start.
Yeah, that I thought would improve with distance. Probably he'll be better for that effort. And if he's got to look over and see Quality Chic out of this race, he'll probably feel pretty good about it.
Notice anything in too early to establish any type of trend for a couple of days? It looked like the rail wasn't the best place to be. We just saw the winner on the inside. Is there anything you've noticed just watching the first couple of races?
It looks like a very fair racetrack to me. The horse in the first race went wire to wire on the inside. Horse that was in behind him that ran second angled out and finished well. But I don't think you can say that the inside's not good today.
And the Justify Colt closing well off the rail. So again, that's
exactly
all you want is you want dry, you want the fast track, and a fair racing surface for the Kentucky Derby, but we'll certainly continue to monitor as we check in with Paul LaDuca, zeroed in on the winner and standing by with the winning jockey.
Yeah, I am with Julian Leparoux, who got the 6-horse home here. I don't want to pronounce the horse's name. I'm not good in English. Your English is better than mine, Julian. But this horse fought for you a little bit in between horses and was really gutty.
Yeah, he had to fight today, you know, like he broke sharp, put me in the race nicely. Very comfortable. The horse on the outside moved quite early, so we had to fight a long way, but he fought back, you know, and get it done today.
Talk about your relationship with Brian Lynch.
We've been working together for a while now. He's a great guy, great trainer, so we're happy to get the win for him today.
So you're 1 for 1 today, which is actually great. It's almost like you're a pinch hitter. You came here 1 for 1. You have no more mounts the rest of the day. So what's on the schedule for Julian Leparoux the rest of the day?
Well, I'll be a spectator. I'm going to go home and watch the races and enjoy the day with the family.
Okay, so give us your Derby pick of what you've seen in the morning, or who do you think is the horse to beat? Obviously, the unfortunate news of Forte.
Yeah, you know, it's a competitive field. I think anybody can win. I would love to see. I mean, I might be biased, but Christophe Lemaire and Japan, you know, I think be a cool story to get the win. Obviously, no, I got a bunch of friends in there, so I don't know. I can't pick one, but no, I think it's going to be an interesting race, I think.
Well, enjoy your day off. It's a well-deserved day off. And 1 for 1 on the day. Not that bad of a day.
Yeah, I wish I was riding more, but at least we got the win, so that's good. Yeah.
Beautiful ride here, Julian. Congratulations. Julian Leparoux gets the job done, and he's going to go home and watch the Derby because you know what? He doesn't like traffic.
Hang out with wife Shay and the kids. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Julian Leparoux with the victory there. I always like hearing from the connections who might not be competing in the Derby, and jockeys, trainers, maybe owners even, and what their thoughts are, just kind of talent scouting, maybe who they would want to ride, who they think is going to win in the end of the day.
He was being too politically correct. He said it.
He's a jockey. That's what you guys do.
Too many friends. No, I would say I would wish I was riding this horse. You never know. Maybe somebody comes up with a little food poisoning or something, and they heard me say I want to ride that horse.
I get that you would just hang out in the jock strip, wouldn't you?
I would.
Just hang out and wait for something.
When I was younger, I would, on a regular card at Aqueduct, if I thought there was a chance maybe someone might take off, you hang around. Good things happen.
Like, I'm never going down a flight of stairs in front of you, like, again.
I'm not that guy anymore, though. I don't compete. When I was competing, I was not popular.
No.
I was not popular.
The MIG, Julian Leparoux with the win in race number 2. He said he's pulling for his buddy out there, Christophe Lemaire. Derma Sotogake, he looks much more of a force with the absence now of Forte. I suppose they all do. We turn the page, race number 3. $80,000 allowance, optional claimer, 1-turn mile, 3-year-olds and older, like a stakes purse, $134,000, and the current favorite, Richie, a bright future drawn inside with the jockey who would have ridden Forte, and he'll now ride Cyclone Mischief at 2-1.
Yeah, small consolation for Rapoli Stable, St. Elias, right? They've got the favorite here, but, you know, opportunity missed, Forte having to come out of the race. But we'll see Forte later in the year, you know, maybe sooner than later even. It didn't seem like a very serious type of injury.
For Ortiz, though, don't forget, this is how John Velasquez picked up and won his first Kentucky Derby. He was supposed to ride Animal Kingdom. Uncle Mo defected. Animal Kingdom was going to be ridden by Robbie Alvarado. They made the change. They went to Johnny Velasquez. Yeah. Velasquez, Animal Kingdom pulling off the upset. He was trained by Graham Motion. 4 of the horses in the field for today's Derby trained by Brad Cox. It's a strong hand, and now he has the favorite. Number 14, Angel of Empire, 9-2 with Flavian Pratt. The Arkansas Derby, yes, we saw him win the Risen Star. It wasn't overly impressive visually or on paper. This, however, Angel of Empire, Richie, taking his game to the next level.
He made a long, sustained run, and he's picking up his field while circling wide, passing horses with consummate ease. And the thing that impresses me, Lafitte, sometimes horses will win by open lengths, and it's more a function of the horses behind them struggling. Watch his horse's stride through the wire. His stride does not deteriorate. His mechanics stay solid. He's striding through the finish, and even kind of, I thought, lost a little bit of focus. His ears went up a little bit. He wandered a little bit, but he ran through the wire after making what appeared to me to be a half-a-mile run.
And he's had Forte or no Forte, he had some big things expected for Angel of Empire, gathering momentum, getting closer to the Derby. Pennsylvania bred, just like Smarty Jones, and Richie training like he's sitting on a big race. That big gallop out following his most recent breeze.
Yeah, I mean, I liked everything I've seen in his preparation, and you know, the defection of Forte underscores how difficult this is. Not only do you have to have a horse that's talented enough to compete at this level, but he's got to come into the race right. You can't have interruptions or any hiccups in your training. Angel of Empires has just checked every box for me.
The Quad Squad. Will Brad Cox be smiling in the press conference following the Kentucky Derby? He also has Verifying, runner-up in the Bluegrass, Jace's Road, perhaps there to heat up the pace a little bit, turn things up, so set the table for Angel of Empire. And then there's Hit Show. Hit Show, who can't buy a break at post-position draws. He broke the far outside, and the Wood Memorial ran second. Now has to deal with the rail in the Derby.
Yeah, I mean, he got the worst of it in the Wood with being far outside. Probably gets the worst of it here in the Derby, being, you know, drawn all the way on the rail. Big field. But, you know what, talking to Manny Franco, he seemed pretty comfortable with everything. And, you know, I know jockey speak. It didn't feel like jockey speak to me.
Rail not as bad as it used to be. Of course, the last jockey to win from the rail, the GOAT, greatest of all time, Bill Shoemaker, 1986, for Charlie Whittingham's Ferdinand. Now, Verifying, if you like Tapit Trice, Verifying and really giving Tapit Trice all he could handle in a tenacious effort in the Bluegrass Stakes.
He did, but I thought he had an absolutely perfect trip in the Bluegrass where Tapit Trice, part of his own doing, doesn't work out a perfect trip and has to make that kind of early middle move to get into the race from the outside because he doesn't run well taking too much kickback, although it was a step forward in the Bluegrass, and there could be another step forward now.
Opportunity for Tyler Gaffalione for the elusive Kentucky Oaks Kentucky Derby sweep.
It's just absolutely incredible to be able to do that, right? The two biggest races of huge weekend. But you see Tyler, and you know, winning the Preakness on War of Will. Mm-hmm. He knows he can win on the big stage. He knows he's got those kind of races with his name on it. And until a rider wins those kind of races, there's always a little bit of doubt. There's always a little, well, that's for other guys. They deserve it more than me. You don't see that
like a rite to passage.
Yeah.
He rides Churchill so well. Last jockey to sweep the Oaks in the Derby, Calvin Burrell, 2009. Rachel on Friday, Mine That Bird on Saturday. Now, this is interesting. Jace's Road, Alba Family Stable is the owner. Jace's Road is fast. The faster the pace early, the better it sets up for Angel of Empire, owned by the Alba Family Stable.
It just feels like a natural that this horse is going to go. His style complements his more heralded stablemate in Angel of Empire. If I'm the owner, I'm telling Ferrant Drew, you ride a lot of horses for us. I'm Brad Cox. This is what I need you to do.
There's nothing wrong with it.
Absolutely not.
There is nothing wrong with that strategy.
You see it a lot more prevalent in Europe now, where they'll run 2 or 3 pacemakers to set it up for their more fancied runner. This has been a part of racing forever, so there's nothing nefarious going on here. It's just good tactics.
See how it all unfolds. Brad Cox with 4 runners in today's Kentucky Oaks this evening. Churchill Downs. Cox looking for that second Derby victory. Angel of Empire, current favorite at 9-2. And, of course, you can enjoy the excitement of the Derby with us at Naira Bets. Get signed up. You get that $25 free bet just in time for the Derby. Plus, new members can earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code Derby25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up, NairaBets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. When we come back, bad news for domestic trainers. Charlie Appleby has sent a runner to New York for today's Grade 2 Fort Marcy, England's Ottomans Fleet. 8-5 morning line favorite. When Appleby sends them, look out.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner with $5.6 million in earnings. Winner of the Grade 1 Malibu, the Grade 1 Triple Bend, the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, posting a 110 buyer, and the Grade 1 Pegasus World Cup, posting a 112 buyer. The best son to date of leading stallion Quality Road. City of Light stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Whatever you use to predict future stallion success, breathe slowly and gaze at the desert's first great championship race. Curlin won it. So did Street Cry, Arrogate, and now, in a time even faster than Arrogate's, Mystic Guide. The cold hard fact is, after this, he was rated the best horse in the world. Mystic Guide. New to Darley.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Only 13 horses have ever won the Triple Crown. Should a 14th horse do so this year, this is where you'll see it. The Belmont Stakes is coming to Fox. June 10th, the 5-week Triple Crown journey ends here. The Belmont only on Fox. Images jarring now, given what took place this morning. The absence of Forte for Todd Pletcher, Mike Rapoli, Irad Ortiz having won the Belmont last June with Mo Donegal. With everything happening at Churchill Downs here in New York, 3 stakes races at Belmont Park this afternoon included the Fort Marcy older horses, mile and an eighth on the inner turf course, $200,000 purse. We mentioned the presence of the European Ottoman Fleet, number 3 for Charlie Appleby, 8-5 on the morning line, and this is a part of the reason why, Richie. His most recent Group 3 Sefton at Newmarket 3 weeks ago. Ottoman Fleet, like, watch this. Nowhere to go, bottled up until he isn't and sees daylight right there.
Yeah, and then it's instant acceleration. And this was a mile and a furlong straight away. Straight away. And he was, had his cover, waited, and he kicked on. And Charlie Appleby is just so good at identifying the horses that will excel in North American style racing. He's going to get probably a little more pace than he did. And look at the way he finished. I mean, visually you could see he was sprinting through the wire.
When you hear the phrase turn of foot, like acceleration, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, that embodies what we're talking about. And some horses just don't have that capability to quicken, right? To accelerate. They can stay. And knowing the horses and playing to their strengths, and again, that's what Charlie Appleby's so good. Oh, this horse will fit in North America because he'll handle the turns, he'll handle the tighter courses, and the way they quicken.
Yeah, I don't know if it's an exact science or a formula to sending horses overseas and having them compete here at the highest level, if there is. Appleby's figured it out. It is unbelievable, the success he's had. He didn't make his Breeders' Cup debut until 2017. It's not that long ago.
Right.
He's a 9-time Breeders' Cup winning trainer and won 2 more last fall.
He trains fabulously talented horses, but again, it's an art form to identify who will excel in different situations.
Story time with Uncle Richie later in the show with Fort Marcy, perhaps?
I know a lot about Fort Marcy.
I know you don't. I know. That's later, Belmont Park. Riders up here. Post-parade brewing for this third race at Churchill Downs. A good allowance race, $80,000 allowance. Optional claimer. There's a look at Coastal Defense, 1 mile, 3-year-olds and older. And the team who dreamed of watching Forte this afternoon, Mike Rapoli, Vinny Viola, the owners trained by Todd Pletcher, Irad Ortiz to ride the favorite in Bright Future.
Yeah, it got to be a bitter disappointment, but they know the game and they're heavily vested in it.
Out to Paul, standing by live with trainer Steve Asmussen. Paulie.
Yeah, I am with trainer Steve Asmussen. Got familiar with him at Oaklawn. We got to talk a lot, and he's got King Ottoman, and this is a horse I think he's got more freaking fire miles than I do, Steve.
He's a very good traveler. Got a wonderful disposition. The horse is all class. He's a perfect kind of horse to run on Derby Day.
He put it all together in his last start, didn't he?
He's always, like I said, pedigree. I think he's finally developed into it. We expect him to have a very solid 4-year-old year.
Okay, let's talk about Disarm, because every time I'd ask you a question at Oaklawn, you always came back to this Disarm. I know you love this colt. Is he going to bring his best today?
Oh, well, obviously we need it. This is the Kentucky Derby. He's carrying a lot. It's just so easy for us to like Disarm. He's just looks like his dad, everything Gunrunner did for us, and if anything, he's just a little bit bigger version of him. Horse has got a wonderful disposition, and we're extremely excited about running him in the Derby today.
Well, good luck, because I know you're excited about Echo again and Wicked Halo as well.
Absolutely. Big day, need to get in the winner's circle.
Good luck, Steve.
Thank you.
Richie, it would be poetic justice based on what happened last year in the Derby. Steve Asmussen trained Epicenter, Joel Rosario Road, owned by Ron Winchell, the favorite right there. He brings his best, and here comes an 80-to-1 shot to pick him off late. Poetic justice if a year later he came back with Disarm, Winchell, Rosario, Asmussen, and pulled off the upset.
It would be poetic justice. And here's a horse that I think has trained as well, if not better, than anybody into this Kentucky Derby. His penultimate work was the best work I've seen. He looks so much like his father. Now, I thought he was a smaller version of his father, and Maggie corrected me yesterday. Now, the trainer corrected me, but let me explain. Maybe he's taller than his dad. He's not as filled out as him yet. And yet, I'm thinking about the 4-year-old version of Gunrunner as well, so that's not entirely fair to Disarm. He does look amazingly like him, and their strides are incredibly similar.
Bigger, smaller? Like, is he as fast as Gunrunner? Yeah. That's what I want to know. Not just yet. Gunrunner, who was third in the Kentucky Derby 2016, got better as he got older, third behind Nyquist and Exaggerator. We'll see about Disarm later on this afternoon. You saw the favorite with Arad Ortiz. There is Embrace. Brian Hernandez currently 31-to-1.
Yeah, it just feels like this kind of landed in a pretty tough spot here.
King Ottoman, Jose Ortiz in the saddle.
Yeah, major player, came off the bench to win, and now it cuts back a 16th.
Speaking of Joel Rosario, there he is. And Mahafeth, an outsider.
Yeah, another outsider, a horse that just would have to find races way back in his past.
El Orient and Tyler Gaffleon, Kentucky Oaks winning jockey.
For Kentucky Oaks winning trainer, Brendan Walsh.
Yeah. Brigadier General, best when involved early.
Yeah, and we should get that opportunity from the outside as well.
Super Design representing outside speed.
Another one that has speed and should be involved early, particularly with that post.
Major Blue, co-owned and trained by 4-time Derby winning trainer D. Wayne Lucas. Petulant, lightly raced. He does fire every time, though.
He does fire every time, and he got in a heated stretch duel last time to dead heat.
Flags up, draws in with Corey Lannery.
Trained by Jimmy Baker, a terrific horseman. His dad, George Baker, trained that great mare Politely.
Field for the third of 14 on Kentucky Derby Saturday from Churchill Downs as the crowd continues to arrive. More than 100,000 yesterday, 150,000 plus expected later this afternoon. Circling back to the favorite, Bright Future, at Gulfstream Park, mounting his challenge, stalks, pounces, and eventually draws off.
Yeah, and this is a horse with a pedigree that says he's probably going to be capable of even going on, but he's run well all 3 starts going a mile and gets a mile today. Inside posts, inside runners have been doing well today. He ran some fast fractions last time. The middle fraction was extremely quick, 22-1.
Bright Future there, Arad Ortiz aboard Cyclone Mischief, the mount he picks up for the Derby. Number 5, King Ottoman, ridden by brother Jose. He'll be on Kings Barnes for Todd Pletcher, Louisiana Derby winner in the Derby. His most recent, mid-March, Oaklawn Park. And here's another sustained run. King Ottoman finding his best stride and putting this field to rest.
Yeah, and this was off a layoff. I mean, he hadn't been seen since late September. He had a steady diet of stakes races towards the end of his campaign last year. And when he hit the front, he got to wander. And you see his ears come up, and he kind of took a step out.
Where's the competition?
Yeah, usually gives you the impression a horse is capable of more if it was necessary.
3 Chimney homebred, King Ottoman, currently 2-to-1, the favorite. A few more dollars wagered on him. Bright Future at 2-1. Polly, you zeroed in on the winner in the second at Churchill Downs. What do you have for us here?
Well, I thought this race was interesting. You know, Bright Future does get the draw here in the 1 hole. You know, King Ottoman, I thought he won obviously very well last time at Oakland Park. But his horse, like I said, it's running 7 different racetracks, and he seems like he might have hit his top last time. Is he going to regress a tiny bit or not? He seems like he has very good tactical speed. Christian Torres was on him last time, but he was even money in that group. But if you look back, Rattle and Roll, Actuator was the Indiana Derby winner. So he did have some horses that were kind of on the Derby trail, like the second tier. So I can see where he's going with King Ottoman here, and probably the horse to beat. When you look at the 1 in here, Bright Future, it's just really hard to translate those races. You know, when Todd goes off first time out at 4-1, they usually are bet a little bit heavier, but still 4-1. And the horse won nicely. He's done nothing wrong, this son of Curlin. So, you know, I can't dismiss the 1 either. You know, so I'm not giving you much with the 1 and the 5. You know, the 10 is the interesting horse, right? Brendan Walsh wins the Oaks. His horse is on Filer. Tyler Gaffalione. Mig, I'm sure you could atone to this. After winning that race, you got to have the utmost confidence today riding on the horses. So I would think Gaffalione is going to have one of those days where he's going to be very, very confident. So I thought that was the other horse. If I was going to throw in a tiny bit of a long shot, you know, the 14 was interesting to me. Obviously, I don't understand why this horse is 5-1. This horse could speed pop this field, especially with Louis Saez aboard. And then the 12 Super Design for our colleague Tom Amos, cutting back in distance. You know, I know those Delta Down races, a lot of those Delta Down races did not transfer at all at Fairgrounds or at all at Oaklawn. And this horse ran okay. Now it goes back to the 1-turn mile. And this horse has never run over the dirt here. It is 4 for 14 lifetime. That'd be my long shot. But I do think the 10, I'll take a shot with the 10 in here, who's getting bet for Brendan Walsh with the hot barn.
Oaks winning team, Paulie, Gaffalione, Walsh. I would imagine it does carry over from one day to the next, and Gaffalione still riding that high from winning the Run for the Lilies yesterday.
It's such a balance, right? Because you've got the Derby the next day, so it's not like you're going to go out and celebrate, but you're going to carry that.
You're not supposed to anyways.
Well, you're going to carry that feeling, though, that excitement, enthusiasm, and sense of accomplishment, and, of course, confidence.
Riding high. Tyler Gaffalione. And with verifying for Brad Cox later on in the Derby as they file into the gate. Any final thoughts here with Bright Future? The choice last we checked at 2-1.
Yeah, you know, you can make a living in New York betting the Ortiz brothers exacta boxes. I think it's pretty much the two of them on the two favorites here.
King Ottoman and Bright Future. Travis Stone standing by at his post-time third race on the undercard of the Kentucky Derby from Churchill.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Brigadier General breaks out near the top. Major Blue is there. Super Design is as well. Embrace down toward the inside was forward early. But as they move up the chute, Super Design is out to set the pace. Brigadier General right there. Major Blue is not far behind them, racing third. Petulant comes away fourth to break it to bet. King Ottoman is now fifth. El Oriente running along in sixth. Bright Future is seventh. Pipes and Drums is eighth. Embrace is ninth. Coastal Defense is tugging at the rider. In some traffic near the back. Then it's flags up in the trailer is Mohafeth. Opening quarter goes in 22-1. The pace is swift up top by long shot Super Design, who heads for the far turn in front. 4 furlongs to go. Brigadier General is tracking this strong pace. Down inside, it's Major Blue tucked away while third. Petulant is fourth. King Ottoman is on the move now from fifth, angling to the outside. Bright Future asked to go now, sixth and toward the rail, still 5 lengths behind. Pipes and Drums moves up alongside of that one, so round the far turn. Brigadier General Petulant coming for the lead. King Ottoman pops outside as they fan very wide off the turn. Major Blue's in behind them, racing for the mid-stretch marker. Petulant comes away with the lead. King Ottoman to the attack. Bright Future's back in it outside. 1 furlong to go. Petulant and King Ottoman shoulder to shoulder with a 16th to go. Petulant digs in. King Ottoman tries to get by. Bright Future third. Petulant the winner. A length in the end over King Ottoman. Bright Future. El Oriente came on for fourth.
Literally shoulder to shoulder. Some trading, a paint, a bump inside the 16th pole. Petulant. Luis Saez victorious in his third at the Downs.
Yeah, there was a lot of race riding going on here. Luis Saez floated Ottoman out off the turn. They made contact right there. You can see how Petulant kind of turned out his body because Ottoman hit his hip a little bit, right, King Ottoman? Was it a function of the 14 coming out, or did King Ottoman lean into him? It appeared to my eye, without the benefit of a head-on yet, that the inside horse came out to initiate the contact.
Do you think at first glance, Days of Thunder, Rubbin's racing, or is that significant enough to take a look at?
Well, I think you've got to see a head-on before you can make that determination. It was enough where it actually threw Petulant more off balance, right? You know, his hip got touched, turned his shoulder out into him more.
Another look, deep stretch inside. Luis Saez, Petulant. Jose Ortiz, King Ottoman, as Petulant starts to widen on King Ottoman now after the contact.
Yeah, it feels like it took a little bit of the air out of King Ottoman there. I mean, again, Luis Saez race rode him, floated him out off the turn. That's all fine within the boundaries of the rules. It was later on when they made some contact. And again, without the benefit of a head-on, I can't really tell you how significant it was. It was significant enough that you could pick it up on the pan shot.
I'm not saying this is what happened here, but can you explain how sometimes from bumping, much like a human, if you've ever had the wind knocked out of you, how that can happen to a racehorse as well? And if you try to run after you've had the wind knocked out of you, it's not very easy.
No, it's not. And also, you're talking about a 1,000-pound animal whose stride is a lot more intricate than a human being's, where if you get thrown off balance, sometimes that's enough to just kind of thwart your run. Just keep an eye on the horse, the white blinkers, Petulant. Right now, here comes the gray horse.
He's drifting out.
Right there. You see when that, to me, you know, warrants at least a look. I mean, when you can notice that on the pan, and then Louis was like, oh, wait, maybe I overdid it, and you see like he really corrected, right?
Numbers are flashing. Inquiry at Churchill Downs, and for Luis Saez, probably a little PTSD right about now, Richie. First Saturday in May involved in an inquiry at Churchill. You're seeing exactly what the stewards are looking at.
Yeah, when they take it back, we'll see where the contact happened. But it appeared to me like the inside came out, at least on the pan shot.
Again, you're seeing exactly what the officials, the stewards are looking at. Petulant, orange cap, eventually going to drift out. King Ottoman, Petulant.
He went to a left-handed crop here. Horse reacted. He made contact. Now, it depends on the jurisdiction. It doesn't appear to be, you know, a lot. But there was contact, and by the letter of the law, that's a foul.
Right. And here's my issue, is that I'm sure someone's watching saying, yeah, but you know, Petulant won by 2.5 going away. King Ottoman wasn't going to beat him anyway. You can't say, you don't know what King Ottoman does in the final 16th of a mile or less than that if he's not bumped. You don't know.
You can't make the determination that that horse was going to beat him without the contact. It's impossible.
Let's check in with Paul.
Todd Pletcher giving Brendan Walsh a little congratulations here. I got Brendan Walsh with me, the Kentucky Oaks winner. Has it soaked in yet, Brendan? Has it?
Not really, Paul. No, I think we'll have to let the whole thing simmer down before it sinks in. But no, it was fantastic. It was a great feeling, and you know, everybody is delighted. The whole team, everybody at Godolphin, and it's just been a fantastic last 12 hours, 15 hours.
You're such a subdued person, such a quiet person. I've never seen you that excited in my life. I mean, take us through the thoughts when she hit the front. Were you just yelling wire?
I was with Gary Stevens watching the race, and Gary said to me, you're cantering. And I thought, yeah, we are cantering. And then she switched leads and gave Tyler a nice run, and I thought, you know, we've got it. But then the last 100 yards was a little hairy, you know. But you know, she held in there, and you know, it was a dream come true.
Well, Brendan, congratulations. You've always been gracious with me, giving us interviews here at America's Day at the Races, and I couldn't be happier for you, Pretty Mischievous, and Tyler Gaffalione.
Thanks very much, Pop.
You're welcome, Brendan. Guys, here, right now, we're going through an inquiry. Now, I just talked to Jose Ortiz. He felt like he got herded out, like you guys are seeing. I'll be honest with you, Jose kind of just winked at me like, yeah. I go, did it cost you the race? He's like, he sort of gave me the look like, I'm kind of taking a shot here, you know. But, you know, Mig, you know more about this. If this is hurting, do you think the 5 was going to go by or not? It's kind of a tough call here for the stewards.
I think it was significant enough that Petulant thwarted the forward momentum of King Ottoman. And, you know, this is one of the issues with talking to riders, the stewards talking to riders. It's akin to a referee throwing a flag calling pass interference. He's not going to ask the receiver if he hit him before the ball got there, and he's not going to ask the defender if he, you know, did he touch the ball before he hit him. You're going to defend your position. It's human nature. And honestly, if you have a better command of the language, you've got an edge with the stewards. The stewards should be able to look at it and make the determination without that input, because everybody is going to defend their position.
By the reaction there, it looks like no change involving Petulant and Luis Saez, so a better fate this time than the last time he was involved in an inquiry on the first Saturday in May at Churchill Downs, when disqualified on maximum security. Not exactly an even trade-off, but a win nonetheless for the jockey who will pilot Tapit Trice in the 149th running of the Kentucky Derby. Victor Barbosa, Lugamo Racing Stable, LLC. Go celebrate. You just won a race on the undercard of the Derby in front of a big crowd. And when we come back, you'll meet the field for Derby 149, all 18 3-year-olds. Stay tuned.
Standing at Gainesway.
I'm going to say, haven't we had like enough drama in the early stages of this Kentucky Derby Saturday? No change. Petulant, Lugamo Racing, Luis Saez, Victor Barbosa taking down this third race. The stakes racing gets underway in the fourth with the Grade 1 Derby City Distaff. Another look, deep stretch. King Ottoman finding his best ride to the outside with Jose Ortiz responding to left-handed urging. Luis Saez goes to work on Petulant and drifts out.
Yeah, and there was some contact made there, and the stewards ruled it wasn't enough to warrant a disqualification. I don't have a problem with that, but you got to be consistent in that call. You don't want to see that come down in another circumstance.
Petulant over King Ottoman. Bright Future with a bold late run to complete the trifecta. Winning pilot Luis Saez standing by with Paul at Churchill.
Yeah, I'm with winning pilot here. Luis Saez got the job done on Petulant, and very, very game for you in the lane. Did you think there was anything there?
Well, I know my horse laying out a little bit, but soon when he tried to come out, I grabbed my horse right away and I keep my horse straight. Even when the wire was coming, I tried to go down, you know, be pretty separate from the other horse, and I think we did great.
Yeah, talk about Victor Barbosa. A lot of people don't really know who he is, but he does a heck of a job with his horses.
Oh, all the time. He's a hard worker. He's a very good trainer. And he wasn't here because his wife is a little bit sick, having issues. And he gave me the instruction, just break from there and try to find a good spot. And the horse run pretty well.
Okay, let's get to the big boy. Obviously, Forte, a late scratch. Does it change anything with Tapit Trice, Louis?
Well, you know, Forte it was a pretty tough horse, and I don't know. We just try to break from there and find a good spot and go from there.
So you think maybe lesser horse is better for this big old darn thing? He's a big old colt.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, right.
Always, and we have to, you know, try to keep it in the clear and go from there.
Well, congratulations, Louis. You got one on the board. Good luck in the Kentucky Derby, and prayers to the Barbosa family.
I'm wishing he could take over that stall in the starting gate that Forte had. Tapit Trice had drawn towards the inside with Luis Saez there. I felt like I was having PTSD just watching Louis again, going back through that tunnel. Just images of him going back to the jocks room after being taken down on maximum security. Much better fortune on this afternoon.
And honestly, the way Louis responded to that disqualification speaks volumes about him as a person and the strength of character that he has, because I think that would have easily ruined a lot of other careers. I mean, I know I would have had a really, really hard time with it. I don't know that I would have been able to overcome it. You know, this is the race we all aspire to win, and you've got it in your grasp, and then it's gone.
Touched on it earlier this week. Other than injury for a jockey, can't imagine anything worse happening to a rider than being disqualified after winning a Kentucky Derby. Maybe a Triple Crown, but as bad as it gets, aside from injury. And something to watch, a story to follow with Luis Saez. He rode Essential Quality, the favorite, ran fourth, eventually moved up through DQ and finished third a couple of years ago. And with a serious contender today, specifically with the absence of Forte, Tapit Trice, the Bluegrass winner, trying to become the first Bluegrass winner since Strike the Gold in '91. To capture the run for the Roses. Let's meet the field. 18 of them 3-year-olds running 1.25 miles, $3 million purse. Field updated odds. That money's still pouring in on two fills. Every fill on the planet betting two fills. A lot like my boy Jack a few years ago. 7-1. Tapit Trice 9-2. Kings Barnes 9-1. Things shifting and changing with the absence of the favorite in Forte. We start with Hit Show. Just railroaded at the draw once again. Had the far out in the Wood Memorial. Ran second. Has the inside post this afternoon. Hit Show and Manny Franco.
Made a nice impression training, though. Higher energy level. Manny seemed comfortable with the draw.
Speed from the inside. Tyler Gaffalione verifying the Bluegrass runner-up.
I don't know that any rider rides Churchill Downs better than Tyler Gaffalione, coming in off the high of winning the Oaks, and a horse that's tactical.
Highest buyer speed figure coming into the Derby, albeit on synthetic. Two fills. Look at him out there galloping.
He's made a nice impression training as well, but was that gaudy buyer figure a function of the synthetic? Can he repeat that on the dirt?
Confidence game, trying to win the Derby off of a 70-day break.
Yeah, Keith DeZormo, another bargain buy here, $25,000. I go back to the mile work out of the starting gate, 138. He's fit. I don't think it's going to be fitness that costs him.
Tapit Trice, the colt Luis Saez will ride for Todd Pletcher. Pletcher now with 2 in the Derby.
A horse that feels like he's finally catching up mentally to his physicality. A big, beautiful striding son of Tapit, who maybe he's putting it together at the right time.
Justify won the Kentucky Derby in his 4th career start. Can Kings Barnes do the same? Pletcher trainees side by side in the gate.
Kings Barnes is like the opposite of Tapit Trice, right? He's had it together from the start, kind of known his job and goes about it in a workmanlike fashion and very tactical.
Reincarnate. See how aggressive Johnny Velasquez is right from the start.
Johnny's not afraid to use a horse's speed, and this horse, you know, obviously in the sham went 22-145 and doggedly stayed on.
Mage, light in experience, loaded with talent.
A lot of talent, big run in the Florida Derby before being picked off late by your 2-year-old champion, the now scratched Forte. Tall order, though, 4th start to win a Kentucky Derby, but a horse with talent.
Skinner out, practical move out, Disarm, who is bigger than his sire, in case you hadn't heard.
He's taller. I'm not gonna concede he's bigger. I think his sire was thicker, especially as an older horse. But that being said, no horse has been more impressive in their morning trials.
Jace's Road, turn up the heat for your stablemate.
I think he's in there for a reason, and that's to show speed.
Albaugh family stable, same owners as Angel of Empire. Faster the pace, better off Angel of Empire will be. Number 13, Sun Thunder for Kenny McPeek.
Deeper closer, would like to see more pace show up than maybe he's anticipated. I do think we're going to get more than a legitimate pace here.
Just a maiden win on his resume. Blinkers on, tinkering with blinkers, traditionally not productive in the Derby. The current favorite, Albaugh family stables, Angel of Empire.
A horse that was very impressive in the Arkansas Derby, made that long sustained run. And I just like that he has made steady progression. It's just gotten better and better as he's gone on.
Number 15 would have been Forte. The favorite is out. Raise Kane, 5th in the Bluegrass.
Very impressive in the Gotham Stakes when he got a very sharp pace to run at. Would like to see them go quick up front as well. I wonder how much of the mile and a quarter he really wants.
Derma Sotogake. Will the Japanese global takeover of thoroughbred racing continue?
Son of Mind Your Biscuits, a horse we're very familiar with, a New York bred. Derma Sotogake's tactical's got natural speed.
Rocket Can, disappointed in the Arkansas Derby, blinkers on.
Adds blinkers and a horse that has laid up close in his run in the Holy Bull. He was close, in the Fountain of Youth he was close. His blinkers put him even more forward.
Cyclone Mischief, the jockey who would have ridden the favorite, takes over. Irad Ortiz.
Yeah, it was reported yesterday Corey Lannery would pick up the mount. The ripple effect of that scratch of Forte. Now you get Irad Ortiz.
Mandarin Hero draws in with the defections a live long shot, perhaps, for the Japanese.
I think he's a very live long shot. A horse that likes to win, has won by short margins on several occasions. That tells me he likes a battle. And his Santa Anita Derby was very good.
King Russell, not Japanese. Based at Oaklawn with Ron Moquett, 2nd at 58-1 in the Arkansas Derby.
Yeah, beautiful dapple gray by Creative Cause. A horse that I think stepped forward in a big way in the Arkansas Derby. He's going to have to step forward again in a big way.
The field for the 149th running of the Kentucky Derby sans the morning line favorite Forte, who is out. We check in with Paul LaDuca, standing by with Forte's co-owner, Mike Rapoli.
First of all, I want to give all the kudos to Mike for actually doing this interview, because this is the kind of thing that I hate to do, Mike, as well. Give us the full, you know, let's find out what really happened with Forte.
Wednesday, either it was before he went to the track or at the track. Must have stepped on a rock. You know, he had a bruised foot. Very normal. He didn't miss a day of galloping. We had every doctor from All Day to Dr. Johnson to Bramlage and Todd, just in total protocol. You know, just soak the foot, get it better. We continued. We actually worked in collaboration with Churchill, very open with them. Hey, he's got a little foot. They came over, they did what they had to do. Tested his hoof. They felt the sensitivity. We were optimistic because he went out to the track every single day. The vets today decided to scratch him because he was a tick off right front. The most important thing in this game is the safety of the horses. And there's nobody that wants more safety for the horses than me. Todd is amazing, Vaughn. But I do think that with the circumstances of what's happening this week, with some of the breakdowns, it played a little bit of a bigger factor. And I'm all for safety first and foremost. You were an athlete, a little bruise. You would still be able to go 3 for 4. And he galloped this morning at 7:30, and he looked great. And if you guys have him out there, he'll look great. And I think he's going to run the Preakness.
So let's get this clear. This was a state scratch. That's why you're a little bit emotional about this.
No, Paul, I'm emotional because I just feel so bad for Todd Pletcher and what he does. I feel so bad about the people in the barn, Amelia, Isabel, Hector the rider, Martine, Velasquez. I feel so bad for my friends and family who support me. I got a racing manager. One of them is Ed Rosen. He's 77 years old. I got Jim Martin, 75. I don't know if I have 40 years more to win a Derby for them. My dad's here, 83 years old. Hasn't been in the best health. He's here. Todd's dad, Jake Pletcher, is here. His mom is here. My mom at 78 is here. I just feel bad for so many people, including the fans. But I feel bad for IRAD, you know?
But let me tell you this, as a fan and somebody from America's Day at the Race, you're making me emotional because you bring so much when you bring people in the winner's circle. Remember that, Mike.
Yeah, and probably the thing that I'm most down about is I won't have a shot to bring those people to the winner's circle today.
You're going to get that shot one of these days, and I really appreciate this interview. Mike's making me emotional, too, as well. As Forte is a scratch, and this is really an emotional moment for the whole team.
If that doesn't, like, hit you right here, I don't know what to tell you. You appreciate the honesty, the candor, and right through the screen, you can feel what Mike Repole is processing, not having the opportunity with friends, family, the team to watch a champion, the reigning 2-year-old champion, perform in the Kentucky Derby, Forte.
You could feel that emotion, the pressure of that emotion behind his eyes. You know, that's one of those, and you want to get to a place and maybe let some of it out and cry, relieve that pressure. You know, it's a shame. And listen, if the horse wasn't 100%, we all agree that that's the right move, right? He's out of the race. But there's a heightened scrutiny now that these are athletes, and they are going to have little nicks, bumps, scrapes, and things that are manageable and things that are not dangerous. Just because a horse has a slight injury or is not 100%, maybe that's a better way to put it, doesn't mean that they're not racing fit or sound. The protocols have come a long way, and I applaud all that, but I think sometimes the scrutiny's gotten to a point you have to trust horsemanship like Todd Pletcher's.
That's this morning. Forte out on the track. It's brutal timing.
Yeah.
He mentioned the Preakness. That's in just 2 weeks.
2 weeks, yeah.
Here's something else for newer racing fans you have to remember. Maybe you're a Philadelphia Eagle fan, and they were that close to winning the Super Bowl last year.
Right.
They're loaded. They're going to make another run at it next year, right? There's always next year. Not in thoroughbred racing, not in this race. A thoroughbred is 3 years old once. Hey, Mike Repole can buy more horses. Todd Pletcher's going to train a million other potential Derby prospects. For Forte, this was his one shot. There is no next year in terms of the Kentucky Derby for a racehorse.
No. And here you had the 2-year-old champion, 4-time Grade 1 winner coming into this. And whether you liked him, you didn't like him, he lost an opportunity to write his name into Derby history. And like you said, there's no second chance.
Queens native, he won the Belmont Stakes last year, a shot at the Derby this year, having been here before, another morning line favorite, Nuncle Mo, 12 years ago, 2011. And probably had 100. With knowing Mike Repole, how many people do you think he had out at the track, out at Churchill?
The over-under's 100. And probably I'd take the over on that 100. You know, he likes to share the experience and have people with him and the excitement and, you know, the celebrations afterwards. And again, you could feel the emotion. It was palpable from him. And rightfully so. I hope there is a Derby with his name on it eventually. Obviously, it won't be this year, but somebody who loves the game, has put an enormous amount into it, and I love this partnership with him and Vinny Viola. Now, Vinny Viola's focus might also be the Florida Panthers on their, Stanley Cup. They're in the playoffs and their potential Stanley Cup run.
So close yesterday. Mike Repole's New York bred a gambling girl, finishing a neck shy. in the Kentucky Oaks and now dealing with this, but it does mean opportunity for another. The show will continue the Kentucky Derby tonight around 7 Eastern with 18 3-year-olds in the 149th running of the Run for the Roses. Angel of Empire, the current favorite for trainer Brad Cox, 1 of 4 for Brad Cox. You can experience the excitement of the Derby with Naira Bets. Join now, get a $25 free bet just in time for the Derby. Plus, new members can earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code Derby25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up at NairaBets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. And Paulie, great stuff with Mike Rapoli, and thank you from all of us to Mike Rapoli for doing a very difficult interview. As far as the racing here in New York, we'll look back at what took place yesterday, the Sheepshead Bay, and how about Repo Rocks in the Westchester? We assume a spot in the Met Mile based on that effort. We'll be right back.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward. It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign won the Peter Pan.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away, and Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Turkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Thanks so much for spending part of your Derby Saturday with us. America's Day at the Races is always brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Beautiful scenics from Claiborne Farm. Trying to take a deep breath and reset, refocus on the racing to come. And the racing that just took place back here at Belmont Park for the first time in 10 months. Opening day on Thursday. The Friday co-feature, Sheepshead Bay, where they crawled for most of this race. Manny Franco dictating things up front. Higher Truth. Franco said he rebroke. That's her rebreaking.
Well, they went 27, a half, and 54, and basically 4, 3/4 and 123. And then they came home the last eighth of a mile in a shade over 11 seconds.
That's fast.
That's flying. You know, particularly at the end of a 1 3/8 race, but a function of that slow pace, you're going to have plenty left, and they have turn of foot, these European horses. There was 1 Irish bred, the winner, Higher Truth, and 3 German breds. And just to put it in proper context, last year, this same race was run in a bog. And they ran the same, very soft, bottomless ground. Virginia Joy, who was the runner-up here, won by 14 lengths. They went the same fractions. They finished 7 seconds slower than this race. So it wasn't a function of the ground. Horses don't quicken and go in 8th and 11 if the ground is that soft. It was just that slow pace.
Good enough to run in a race like the New York?
Oh, absolutely. And this is a versatile filly. She doesn't need the lead. She just got it handed to her.
Different surface, different kind of prep. prep for the Met Mile. Westchester featuring the return of Zandon, 4-year-old debut, unraced since last December's Cigar Mile, as Zandon tries to find his best stride and he's wide. Repo Rocks with that extension blinker is in command up top.
And just decidedly best. Zandon came up second best on the day. Repo Rocks. They added that equipment, the extension blink of a horse that's been showing that propensity to want to drift out or bear out towards the outside. He still did a bit through the stretch. Was more manageable than he was in his last start in the Carter. I think Zandon, though, was a very useful effort for him off the bench. And Maggie made, I thought, some really good points yesterday about him maybe wanting even more ground.
Zandon.
Yeah.
Something to build on here. His first start since December. Repo Rocks. You just don't see it very often. He was 3-5 odds-on favorite in a Grade 1 race, the Carter, which he ran well. He ran second.
He did, yep.
And in a Grade 3, he's like 5-1 at post time. And wins going away.
It is pretty astonishing in hindsight, isn't it, right? I think everybody got a little blinded by Zandon's return. What a great 3-year-old he was, and looking forward to seeing what he was going to be as a 4-year-old. And I do think this was a good starting off point for him.
For Zandon.
Yeah.
For Repo Rocks, though, the traditional local prep for the Met Mile, celebrated Met Mile on the undercard of the Belmont Stakes, onward and upward for Repo Rocks. Also had that win in the Toboggan. Right back to the winner's circle yesterday afternoon as the countdown continues to the first jewel of the 2023 Triple Crown Kentucky Derby. Packed house at Churchill Downs, and the most coveted prize in thoroughbred racing, the Kentucky Derby Trophy, who will hoist it just after 7 this evening in front of a packed house beneath the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
On this day in history, May 6, 1978, one of the greatest rivalries the sport has ever known. Affirm puts away Aladar to take down the Run for the Roses at Churchill.
Yeah, and his tactical advantage, being able to put himself up in the game. He set a perfect trip. Steve Cawthon put him behind 2 speed horses out in the clear. Believe it, with Eddie Maple made a run at him. Here comes the belated charge from Aladar. And it always felt like as long as Affirmed could see Aladar, he wasn't going to get by him.
That fight, that's Steve Cawthon. Can you lend perspective to the popularity of Steve Cawthon in the late 70s?
Well, Steve Cawthon, was on the cover of Sports Illustrated, Time Magazine, all these. I mean, I stole the Sports Illustrateds out of my school library with him on the cover. Everybody wanted to be Steve Cawthon. He was so popular, he made an album. And if Steve's watching, all due respect, you can't sing. But he made an album. Steve Cawthon sings, too.
When you're that good at something else, they let you sing. They let you do that kind of thing.
Just a phenomenal talent. He was a breath of fresh air that racing needed at that time. He won 23 races in 1 week at Aqueduct in the midst of his incredible run. He revolutionized the game, and he gave some little kid from Brooklyn the idea that I actually could do that. Thank you, Steve Cawthon, for that. He actually made me believe I could be a rider.
Inspiring. Stevie Cawthon, you think of some of the great rivalries in sports. Affirmed Aladar right there. And despite the fact he was always on that wrong lead, on that left lead, won a Triple Crown doing so. Affirmed in 1978 on this day, May 6th. Field and updated odds for the first race at Belmont Park. $40,000 maiden claimer. Mile and a 16th on grass. Current favorite, Red Hot Chick at 2-1 as we welcome Acacia Clement to the show. Acacia, on this slow news day in thoroughbred racing, the first here coming up from Belmont Park. What are you noticing in the paddock, specifically from the favorite Red Hot Chick?
Yeah, it's too bad that nothing's happened today at Lafitte. But talking about Red Hot Chick, actually by a Kentucky Derby winner in Always Dreaming, and she looks absolutely nothing like her sire, and it turns out is better on turf as well. And what she boasts that many of the others in this field don't is that she is taking that big drop in class down to the maiden claiming level for the first time. And she ran a good race last time out. I thought she was a little bit wide throughout, just not quite enough punch late. She will stretch out in distance for the first time today, too. And while she has a little bit more of the pedigree to suggest it being by Always Dreaming, she's on the smaller side. I'm not sold that longer is better on her. She's a little bit more compact, shorter back, built just a little bit more like a sprinter, and she's pretty sharp here in the paddock too, as she always has been. Maybe on class, but again, not sold that longer is really the best spot for her. The number 5, Carapara, comes off of a good race getting back onto the grass, and she's definitely, I think, much more of a turf horse. One thing I will say about her, and I remember towards the start of her career, she always was a filly that carried her weight very well. I do wish she had a little bit more substance on her flank, and typically when she was in Linda Rice's barn, Linda's horses tend to carry a little bit more condition, a little bit more substance, so I'm taking that with a grain of salt, but I just feel like I have seen this filly look a little bit better in the past. That said, she comes off of that 3rd place finish. The winner wired the field that day, and she absolutely makes a lot of sense given the good turf races that she has run. The number 9, Franca, I had a little bit of interest in her at a price, and her lone turf start, though she didn't run a step in that effort, it was against New York bred maiden special weight. So she's taking a drop in class given her turf races, and she's also second off the layoff. She's forward in here. She's incredibly fit. She's by Frank Conversation, who was a graded stakes winner on turf out in California. While the dam was 0-2 on the grass, I like this filly getting back to it, and at a big price, thought she could outrun her odds. Lafitte?
Franca, granddaughter of Quality Road, a Florida Derby winner, Acacia, who defected from the Derby scenario the week of the Kentucky Derby a few years back. Wanted to get your reaction. What were your thoughts immediately when you learned that Forte was out, the favorite, defecting from today's Kentucky Derby?
It's so disappointing, and I actually texted Paul after he just interviewed Mike Rapoli, because you could feel the raw emotion from Mike and just how upsetting the situation is. Being married to an assistant trainer, I have seen firsthand the team and how upsetting, how gut-wrenching it is when you have a horse that has to scratch leading into a race, whether it's the Kentucky Derby or just a race that you've been pointing towards for a long time. What many people don't realize and can forget is that they have literally been working backwards from the Kentucky Derby pretty much since this horse debuted, since we saw Forte running in Saratoga last summer, but especially since he came back after winning the Breeders' Cup Juvenile and making his first starts as a 3-year-old. They've been working backwards since this Derby. There have been so many plans in preparation for him to try the Run for the Roses. I understand the need for caution, and I understand that these state vets are making what they deem to be the correct choice. And of course, I haven't seen the horse in person. It certainly is not uncommon when you have that sort of situation, as Richie well explained, with the change in shoes, that a horse might be a little uncomfortable and you'll see them be a bit off with that foot bruise. It's not something that is career ending, but it is something that can make your horse appear off, and thus the result of the scratch. So it's just a very disappointing situation all around, and I hope we do get to see Forte back in the winner's circle soon, Lafitte.
Well said, Acacia. Priority 1, 2, and 3, the safety of the thoroughbred. You heard from Mike Rapoli. He referenced a Preakness in 2 weeks in Baltimore. You're looking at the post parade for these New York bred maidens. There's the favorite in Red Hot Chick at 8-5 with Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, stretching to the mile and dropping slightly in class off. I thought a good effort last time when she was wide.
Oak loves a fight. Trevor McCarthy.
Trevor's been riding the turf so well, and Oak loves a fight. Has a look in here.
Heard Acacia touch on a Franca. There she is in Maddie Oliver.
Yeah, moving back up to the maiden 40 after running better for the maiden 25 on the dirt in her second start.
Scratch 10 through 16. 9 of them. Mile and a 16th. Inner turf course listed as good. And the current favorite, Red Hot Chick, she looked like the one to beat to you?
She does. I happen to like the horse just inside of her a little bit. Burnt again. Dominic Schettino, this really finally gets back to the turf, but in for the maiden claiming tag, which she's been running well on the dirt with. And interesting aside, the owner, Jan Derschmidt, her farm is set up on the old Jimmy Cagney estate up in Pine Plains. Wow. And that, hence they have a horse named, Cagney. Mm-hmm. And I love that history. People that don't know, Jimmy Cagney would escape to the farm and really live in a nice little cottage, and wasn't big grand, and he would breed and raise Morgan horses.
Wow.
He really enjoyed it. There's actually a picture in the diner with him with his little monkey on his shoulder having breakfast in our town. Yeah. With his monkey, yeah. You give him a piece of toast, and he, yeah.
You say it like it's normal.
Well, it's Jimmy Cagney. Anything's normal for him. He's allowed.
Story time with Uncle Richie. Nothing better. Wouldn't be a Derby Saturday without it. Churchill Downs, the results are in following the first graded stake of the afternoon, the first grade 1 of the day. Derby City Distaff will have a chance to show it back to you in its entirety a little bit later on. Matarea, who was the winner of the Acorn here on Belmont Stakes Day last June, victorious over Wicked Halo. We haven't seen it yet. Good Night Olive upset the reigning champion female sprinter.
Yeah, I'm going to be curious to see how this race shaped up. Good Night Olive looked like she was going to be pretty formidable. I will say this, though. Wicked Halo got the measure of Matarea last time, and I think it underscores sometimes how one race can propel a horse forward from a physical standpoint, obviously being fitter, but also a mental standpoint, getting into the flow, shaking that ring rust off.
Yeah, that's what I'm supposed to do.
Exactly.
That kind of case in point, Zandon yesterday.
Yep. It'll be interesting to see he takes that step forward that I imagine he will.
Look forward to seeing Zandon in his second start as a 4-year-old. I'm sure Chad Brown is as well. Here in this first race at Belmont Park, New York bred, $40,000 maiden claimer. Still looking at the favorite, Red Hot Chick, 6-5. And in September, right here at Belmont, Red Hot Chick from off the pace. It's actually at, no, this is Aqueduct. Belmont at Aqueduct. And trying finding her best start late, gonna come up about a length and 3 parts short.
Yeah, and you saw she was just out-footed going the 6 furlongs. Got to save ground, worked out a decent trip from, an outside post before angling out. I think some people get fooled a little bit when they see a horse rallying on the outside. Go back and see where they were positioned around the far turn and the ground they got to save before angling out.
This Belmont at Aqueduct thing, Acacia, it's still throwing me off.
Yeah, you have to look at your program pretty carefully, Lafitte, but it is so great to be back at beautiful Belmont Park as we'll take a look at the number 8, Oak Loves a Fight, who got a pretty big warm-up out there from Trevor McCarthy. This is a horse that came off of a little bit of a layoff last time out, about 5 months, and got back to the turf and was just kind of in that chasing spot. Maybe wasn't necessarily fit and ready coming off the bench, and now second off the layoff. I think we're going to see a better performance from her. Also, she's a filly that in the past I've written down in my notes that she's gotten pretty light, that she's just not really carried her her weight from race to race, and that maybe that long form, that long year that she had last in 2022, where she had 10 races, kind of caught up to her. Maybe after having a bit of a break, she's going to be fresher coming back. She looked one of the best times that I've seen her today. She had a lovely warm-up under Trevor McCarthy. Her weight looked great. She looked fit. She looked strong. Definitely much better than when I saw her running last year in the fall and back on the turf. So of these shorter price horses, she's actually the one that I like best, and she's still a nice price at 6-1, where your favorite is Even Money Lafitte.
Value elsewhere. If you like somebody else, you're getting your number with how heavily backed the favorite has been here, Richie, and Red Hot Chick. An opportunity for another, perhaps.
Yeah, and I think people are looking at the way she was able to rally, particularly at that Belmont at the Big A start last September, going 6 furlongs. Now getting a mile to work with, or a mile and 16th, excuse me, and dropping in for the maiden claiming tag for the first time, a steady diet of maiden allowance races. You know, we should talk about the configuration of the mile and a 16th on the inner turf, Lafitte.
Right after you tell us why that's your top pick.
Because I just talked about Jimmy Cagney and where he was bred.
Oh, the monkey on the shoulder. The old monkey on the shoulder play.
I actually think this horse is going to appreciate getting back to the turf, and this is the first time she's trying turf for a maiden claiming tag. Steady supply of maiden allowance races. And last year, she always seemed a little bit slow out of the gate, and maybe slow is the wrong word, not as sharp, right? She just didn't jump. And now, recently, she's been braking much better. She's showing improved speed. I think that makes her tactically more formidable here.
All right, so the layout, somewhat unconventional, this mile and a 16th on the inner turf course. Why?
Because you're braking on the outside rail of the main turf course, or the outer turf course. And if you're an outside post and you're going to see the way the gate's angled, you're already at a little bit of a disadvantage. There's a little bit of undulation to the ground as you cross over from the main turf to the inner turf where this racing.
There you are.
And that gives you a bit of an idea, and you're going to brake basically left right into that turn. It's a bit of a dog leg. They try to angle the gate so you have some straightaway, but immediately there's the turn.
Great shot, Mitchie.
Yeah.
Great shot. Advantage inside, advantage outside.
Advantage inside. Out of the gate, if you're outside, if you're not fast enough to clear, you better be able to find a spot to tuck in as quickly as possible.
So what are we looking for early in terms of race shape? Who possesses the speed? Who do you think is in front when they finally make their way up the backstretch?
I think Strange Fruit, who's showed decent speed sprinting, adds blinkers, tries turf for the first time, daughter of Teufelsberg. That's, all speed there. Not exactly screaming turf, but that doesn't mean this horse will not show speed, as they're obviously having an issue packing her into the starting gate, right?
I won't go. A little stubborn here and a hesitance. More than a little hesitant to step forward.
Would you like to be the guys that wrap their arms around a 1,000-pound animal's hindquarters, that one of their protection moves is to kick? And then to be the third guy in pushing.
No, I'm good right here in a suit with makeup on, Richie. I think I'll stay here.
I think Burnt Again's going to get a good trip, though. I think she's sitting the outside stalking trip just outside of the 4 Strange Fruit. Excuse me.
Let's see how the jockeys navigate this thing with Red Hot Chick, the 7, the favorite, and Kendrick Carmouche. Johnny Brielle standing by with the call. Post time, race 1, Belmont.
The Saturday opener. And they're off. And from the inside, it is Grace in motion. We're now quickly moving up is Bushwick. And Bushwick has now taken the lead. On the outside is Strange Fruit, and down on the inside is Dream Road. And then we come back to Red Hot Chick, who is sitting just off the front runners, and in 4th. Carapara in between horses in 5th. Grace in motion down at the rail now in 6th. Oak Loves a Fight is in 7th. Franco's on the outside in 8th. And trailing the field is Burnt Again. The quarter went in 24 and 3/5 seconds. And the leader here is a long shot Bushwick in front by a neck. Hard Held Dream Road running in 2nd. Strange Fruit is 3 wide. Red Hot Chick, the favorite, is 4 wide as they continue along here. And it is Bushwick and Dream Road right together. They are heads apart. Strange Fruit is next in 3rd. Red Hot Chick now making her move on the outside. Grace in motion is down at the rail, followed by Cara Para through a half and 50 and 3 at the back of the pack. Oak loves the fight, Franca, and Burnt Again. Now it is Dream Road. And on the outside, here's Red Hot Chick. Red Hot Chick and Dream Road. And the two of them come to the top of the stretch together as Bushwick drops out of it. 3/4 went in 1, 15 and 1. And it is Red Hot Chick on the outside to take a narrow lead. Dream Road continues to battle on and is coming back again on Red Hot Chick. It's Red Hot Chick and Dream Road. The two of them will battle it out to the finish. A late move here from Oak Loves a Fight. And it is Red Hot Chick who will prevail in the first. 3/4 of a length winner. Dream Road was second. Oak Loves a Fight finished third.
Exciting stretch drive to kick off the Saturday program. Belmont Park, Red Hot Chick, the favorite, delivers for Mike Maker. Kendrick Carmouche, 3 Diamond Farm in the opener.
The public was all over it, and they were 100% right. This horse kind of made a sustained bit of a wide rally, but was very resolute and was decidedly best. A good late run for third from Oak Loves a Fight. Improved effort from the two, Dream Road to hold on for second. Mare did produce 1 turf winner, so there was some turf pedigree in there. And kind of interesting. I like the 6 Burnt Again, and this is a horse that's been showing speed on dirt, and she actually had no speed. Nobody's fault. She just showed no speed whatsoever today. Maybe she just really doesn't want the turf that I thought she did, and going back to the dirt will be the key.
You mentioned Oak Loves a Fight running third. You know who loves to fight is long shot Dream Road. Heeman Harkey, 24 to 1 on the inside, just digging. In the end, just not able to match strides with Red Hot Chick, who finally puts a long shot away.
Yeah, and again, making her first start on the turf, Dream Road with some turf pedigree there. Heeman Harkey rides well. He doesn't get a lot of gold star opportunities, if you will, right?
Kind of tough around here.
It is, but I like the steady improvement that he's shown. And one thing about him, Lafitte, he does not lack confidence.
That's a good thing for a rider.
He told me,
talked about Raylu Gutierrez. He told you what?
He'd give me a couple pointers.
I'm sure that was received well. Kendrick Carmouche, you know, if he ever crawls out of his shell, he's going to be just fine. Kendrick Carmouche, 6-5 favorite. Red Hot Chick. Acacia said she was sharp in the paddock. She was sharp in the final strides of this opener at Big Sandy. Results when we come back. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
It's Rock Your World in command. Medina Spirit making no progress. And it's going to be Rock Your World to take them all the way in the Santa Anita Derby. He's undefeated and wins by 4.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With TwinSpires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with TwinSpires, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby. Get your money back if your horse finishes second or third in eligible races.
Gunrunner is the sire of 6 Grade 1 winners from his first crop and currently ranks number 5 on the general sire list. In 2022, he led all stallions standing in North America by percentage of Grade 1 winners, percentage of Grade 1 stakes horses, percentage of stakes horses, and percentage of stakes winners. Owner Breeder Magazine wrote, 3 Chimneys is home to one of the most exciting young stallions in North America, one that is already eliciting comparisons with Danzig and Mr. Prospector.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
What a gorgeous, spectacular Saturday afternoon at Belmont Park. Welcome back. Our coverage, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. You fired up your account. You had the favorite. Well done. And 440, Red Hot Chick. We told you, he's kind of quiet. Sometimes you can coax him out of his shell. He lacks confidence. But once in a while, he's willing to do an interview. Kendrick Carmouche standing by with Acacia.
Yeah, quiet and unassuming. Definitely words to describe Kendrick Carmouche. But Kendrick, big smile, as always, Red Hot Chick. She fought for it today.
Yeah, Mike Maker and Three Diamonds, they put this horse in the right spot to win today. I just had to give it a perfect trip. She broke really sharp. Saw a couple of horses that I thought that wouldn't compete in the race besides Harkey Horse, and Harkey Horse stayed in there pretty long, and my filly ran the right race, and, I'm just glad that I'm here. I'm in the winner's circle.
I was going to ask you for your Kentucky Derby pick, but then it was pointed out to me, which is true. You were aboard Tapit Trice to break his maiden. What can you tell us about this horse and what you've seen from him, how he's come along?
Well, the instructions and the math that they came up with last time with Tapit Trice was a good idea. Todd and Louis came up with that plan, and that worked. I really think today with the bigger oval, I hope that he don't get as much kickback. I'm sure Louis gonna ride him away from there because Louis is a forward jockey, and I just hope that he move him up in the certain parts of the race to make him a winner, because he's not going to be able to sustain that big, long run from my perspective.
Now, you've ridden in the Kentucky Derby. What is that feeling like as a jockey being there on that big day?
Oh, man, it's like it takes a rib from you, and you want to go get it every year. It's very fulfilling as a human being that's in this industry that always wanted to put themselves in that spotlight. And Todd Pletcher and Calumet Stables, my boy Bourbonic, they done that for me. That was a dream for me, and it's not over yet. I really do think in the future to come, I think if I keep riding hard and keep doing what I'm doing, I think I'll be one of those guys that can win one of those races.
We'll see you back there soon, I'm sure. But for now, I'm sure we're going to see you win a lot of races at Belmont today. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Kendrick Carmouche, Lafitte, he's had the ride on a long shot in Bourbonic, but I guarantee you we'll see him back in that Kentucky Derby starting gate soon.
Absolutely, Acacia. He had so much fun Derby week. His first experience, he was riding Maracuja in the Oaks, Bourbonic in the Derby. There was a really good feature on him and his family and what it meant for him to be there, and that energy of his is absolutely infectious.
Absolutely. He's just a force of positivity, and he loves what he does, and it shines through. And I think if you really love your job, it makes everything else easy, because the rewards that come with it is just a bonus. You're already getting to do what you love.
I have a new nickname for Luis Saez that Kendrick just provided us with. Forward junkie. He says, Louis a forward junkie.
Yeah, he likes to be in the game.
That was brilliant.
Yeah.
Tapit Trice, we'll see what he does later on in the 149th Kentucky Derby, the second choice in the wagering, I believe, behind Angel of Empire. A conversation to be had about the Derby wagering a little bit later on. First things first, we turn the page. Race number 2 here at Belmont, main track. Good allowance sprint, $95,000 purse, 6.5 furlongs. Just 4 horses now with the defections, 8 to 7 to 5. Listen to your heart. For Katie Davis in favor currently.
Okay, Katie Davis got her first ever Belmont Park win yesterday, but she's been riding extremely well all year, putting horses in the right place. She rides a thoughtful race, won a stake over at Aqueduct with Funny How. Yep. And her confidence, and you could see how much she's enjoying herself.
She was so excited. She couldn't wipe that smile off her face yesterday. First win, Katie Davis here at Belmont. We'll try for a second. Listen to your heart in the upcoming second race. Moments ago at Churchill Downs, first graded stakes race of the afternoon, Grade 1 Derby City Distaff. First time Richie and I have seen it. And in those Godolphin colors, just like yesterday's Kentucky Oaks winner, Materea strikes the front and doesn't look back. Here comes Wicked Halo to her outside.
Yeah, you got Goodnight Olive looming up in behind him. Just doesn't seem comfortable. She doesn't really have a lot of clearance. She went kind of back and forth in behind Materea, and just a block on from Wicked Halo, and that's legal. That's as a rider, you want to compromise your competition within the boundaries of the rules. You've got the favorite locked inside of you. you want to keep her there. If the horse on the lead drifts out and gives her the rail, well, that's another issue. But it's your job to compromise her as best you can.
Horse to beat.
Absolutely.
Do your best you can and enhance your own chances. Good filly. She was spectacular here in the Acorn. That was the same race Echo Zulu scratched at the starting gate, but a Grade 1 win that day, undercard of the Belmont Stakes, and for Monterey, another Grade 1 win on an undercard of a major Triple Crown event. Derby Day, Churchill Downs. Next up, the Longines Churchill Distaff Turf Mile Grade 2 with a $500,000 purse. And Richie, good to see Spenderella back, and Tyler Gaffalione to ride this afternoon. A couple of defections, but for Spenderella, who, when she brings her best, as we saw in the Del Mar Oaks, she can be real good.
And she's tactical, right? She puts herself in a good spot. She doesn't need the lead. If they go quick, she can stalk. And she possesses that commodity we talk about that good turf horses need to possess, and that's the ability to accelerate, turn of foot. That distinguishes good turf horses to the stakes-winning type turf horses like this.
How concerned should handicappers be about a rust factor on race Spenderella since that effort last summer at Del Mar?
I wouldn't be that concerned with it because she's trained by Graham Motion. She has the benefit of training at Fairhill, which affords a trainer so many different ways to train a horse. And look at her work tab, a steady diet of 6 furlong workouts. Those are stamina-building workouts, and she has not missed a beat. Fitness won't be an issue in my estimation.
Another high-class filly off the bench, Hottie for trainer Chad Brown. She's a contender, Jose Ortiz to ride. We haven't seen her since a Grade 2 Lake Placid at Saratoga last summer, so a parallel there between she and Spenderella.
Yeah, again, though, coming from a trainer that you don't feel like layoffs are an issue, and a different style. You look at her work tab compared to Spenderella, a little bit different, but Chad puts a lot of miles in him, a lot more foundation. It just feels like she had everything her own way in the Lake Placid last year, right? Kind of setting a very controlled kind of pace and just kind of kept finding. I mean, she did beat with the Moonlight there. So I prefer Spenderella.
That was the same day, by the way, that Spenderella won the Del Mar Oaks. The defending champ is back, and Speak of the Devil, who hasn't won since. That was in her U.S. debut, also for trainer Chad Brown. What do you make of her chances to successfully defend her title?
Yeah, obviously something went awry. I mean, she ran her best race off the bench for Chad, right? She hadn't been seen since November to May. Now she's coming off of a freshening. I won't even say a layoff, really, for Chad, right? March to now. Chad also talked about his horses not running as well on the Gulfstream Park turf course. He said, I can't really put a finger on it. They just don't seem to get a good handle of it, a good hoof on it, if you will. And we've seen that. Horses that ran maybe subpar races at Gulfstream coming back to New York, winning at Aqueduct. I think she'll definitely run better than she did in Florida.
Tricky form to evaluate from Gulfstream from time to time. So as soon as that Distaff, Longines Churchill Distaff Turf Mile Stakes is official, we will recap as our coverage continues here on Fox Sports 2, America's Day at the Races. In case you're just joining us, major announcement this morning and the defection of the favorite, Forte, the reigning 2-year-old champion, the morning line and current favorite for the Kentucky Derby, is out. Will not compete in the Kentucky Derby this evening at Churchill Downs. We'll be right back.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKinzie. McKinzie Preservationist, Vino Rosso and Yoshida. McKinzie's in front.
McKinzie, they've done it. McKinzie has it by 2.
It's McKinzie in a dominant performance. Pure class in the Malibu.
So the first time I ever entered the gates of Alapa, at first I was pretty nonchalant. I've seen a lot of farms, and I came here and the gates opened, and for me it was magical. It was like something I've never seen before. You know, the goal has always been to sort of try to have a vibrant thoroughbred farm, a bucolic, unique setting, respectful of all the buildings, everything in the past. It's a bit eclectic because Mr. Sims, one of the original owners of the farm, bought a horse from Europe called Prince Palatine, who I think is the third grandsire of Prince Quillo, a very prominent horse in Europe. And the horse died in a barn fire, and he said, oh, no horse will ever die here in a fire again. So everything he built was stone and concrete, which today the challenge is that first in craftsmanship, availability of materials, and the expense would be impossible. So everything is here is done in stone. Our primary goal is obviously to be a great thoroughbred farm, to be the best we can be, stand the greatest stallions, raise the best horses. I believe the land gives us this opportunity. All our neighbors have been voices of the past of greatness. It's beautiful, but what are we here to see? Midnight Pursue or Take Charge Brandy, or here's a yearling by Tappet, and here's a yearling by Into Mischief, and well, it's beautiful, and you're here to see Curlin. Beautiful, and you're here to see Go-Sapper. He's an old veteran, but a great sire, great broodmare sire. Very excited about Army Mule, undefeated horse that we own with St. Elias. They're yearlings this year, Good Magic yearlings this year, champion son of Curlin. I view the Stallion Barn as a NFL, NHL, college, any kind of team. Constant recruitment, try to get the best athlete you can. There's a great past, there's a great present, and hopefully there's a great future.
Building for the future, finding the right athletes. Those beautiful images, as always, our coverage brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Tractor better go around the logo there. Don't need any of that. Forte, in case you're just joining us, morning line favorite for the Kentucky Derby. The reigning 2-year-old champion is out. Announced this morning, scratched, dramatically changing the complexion of the race, and how, in case you missed it, co-owner Mike Rapoli with Paul LaDuca earlier today at Churchill Downs in a heartfelt interview, and the impact, him trying to process this for not just himself, obviously, but everybody, you know, his family, everyone out at Churchill, the entire team, everyone associated with Forte.
I applaud Mike Rapoli for doing that interview. It had to be very hard to articulate all the emotions and the overwhelming feelings I'm sure he was dealing with, and a great job by Paul LaDuca. You know, having that heart-to-heart, and you could see how it impacted Paulie as well, but it was really, it was real, and it was human, and it touched all of us.
He doesn't have another runner or opportunity today. Todd Pletcher does in Kings Barnes, the undefeated Louisiana Derby winner, Tappet Trice, and Arad Ortiz picking up the mount on Cyclone Mischief, representing outside speed.
Yeah, I mean, so, you know, obviously he goes from the favorite to a long shot, but sometimes we talk about it. These things are preordained. If you've got a Derby with your name on it, it's going to happen.
The gelding you're looking at, Listen to Your Heart, not a long shot, currently 3-5. The odds-on favorite, Acacia's in the paddock. Acacia and Listen to Your Heart, who's here now after scratching out of the Affirmed Success.
That's right, Lafitte, and it was a very, very wet track that day. You might remember the last race of the day at Aqueduct on closing day actually canceled due to inclement weather. So Listen to Your Heart, a horse that has not handled a wet track in the past, and he gets a fast track to deal with today. And he's sharp coming in here, as he always is, a very high-energy horse. They had a little bit of a tricky time getting the tack on him, and he's a big horse, too. Did try to be a little bit playful, rear up a little bit in the saddling stalls, but once they got the overgirth on him, he seems to have settled now, and knowing that it is game time here in the paddock. But again, that's typical of Listen to Your Heart. Comes off of a very big win last time out. Pretty impressively just cruising away from the rest of that field. And that was a 100 buyer speed figure. And I do think that it was definitely a vote of confidence from Ray Handel to try him in stakes company off the back of that win. And again, given the track conditions that day, we see him coming back here now instead. The number 4, Harrodsburg. I was going to wait to talk about him trackside, but I felt it was important to touch on him here in the paddock because he has been very difficult to saddle. My first time laying eyes on him, but he won impressively first time out pretty easily. for trainer Rob Atras, but he was very green that day. If you watch back at that replay of this horse's debut, he went right to the lead, galloping along on the front end pretty comfortably, and then when asked to switch leads, started kind of wandering, lugging in and out, losing his focus, just being a horse that's a bit green. Now, they had a tough time getting the tack on. He was not willing to go into the saddling stalls and be quiet, so they took him back behind the saddling stalls to saddle him on the walk, tried to rear up, just giving his handlers a really tough time. And hats off to the gentleman holding the shank, who was able to hold on to this horse and keep him from getting loose or trying to rear up. Not an easy thing to do when you have a 1,000-pound animal that's being willful and very energetic. It's only his second start, so I'll be curious to see how he does out on the track, if he can settle down and keep his act together as he faces tougher today. He's a big, good-looking, really strong individual, son of Constitution, but that attitude, that mentality, something I'm going to keep an eye on as we get closer to post time. Lafitte?
Another job I want no part of. They were able to get it all together, all the equipment with Harrodsburg. And there is Katie Davis. Highlight of yesterday's broadcast, her reaction following her first win ever at Belmont Park, trying for a second here. Listen to your heart. Pictured odds-on favorite, the second from Big Sandy. When we come back, as our coverage continues on Fox Sports 2, you're watching America's Day at the Races.
Eclipse champion Blaine, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. His recent top runners include graded stakes winner and Kentucky Derby hopeful Litigate.
Litigate going to go on to win it here.
As well as Kentucky Oaks hopeful Wet Paint. Also an emerging broodmare sire. His stakes-producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse champion and Kentucky Derby favorite Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security. He smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 13th with a new 1240 first post. The stakes are higher at the Jersey Shore, as every Saturday and Sunday card will feature at least one stakes event all season long. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5. Joining us on site, be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Friendly nudge to get involved. If you haven't experienced the excitement of the Derby with NYRA Bets, join now. Get a $25 free bet just in time for Kentucky Derby. Plus, new members can earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code DERBY25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up NYRABets.com for your free $25 bet, $200 deposit match. The greats that have made their way through that tunnel. 5 weeks from today, 3-year-olds to make their way through that tunnel. Will a Triple Crown be on the line? We'll find out. First things first, Kentucky Derby tonight, the Belmont Stakes on Fox, June 10th. This 5-week journey of the Triple Crown. Post-parade race number 2. Kendrick Carmouche trying to go back-to-back, riding American Law.
Consistent, hard-knocking sort, but one win, 7 seconds.
7 runner-up finishes. Harrodsburg, so they got the equipment, got the saddle on. He's ready to go.
For quick on debut, well meant. Could take a step forward. Wasn't crazy about hearing about some of his paddock antics.
Listen to your heart and Katie Davis.
He gets very comfortable here. The outside draw is great for him. He's got natural speed. He's a horse that likes to run up into a rider's hands. Katie Davis gets along with this horse really well.
You can see it. You can see it right there. Batuta de Oro Trevor McCarthy at 11-1.
Yeah, he's just going to have to run fast, much faster than he's ever run previously in the past.
The compact field of 4 in this first dirt race of the afternoon. Good allowance crew, albeit a compact field with a $95,000 purse. We are going to show you results from the Churchill Distaff Turf Mile Stakes moments ago. We'll have a chance to recap a little bit later on, and a mild upset in Fluffy Socks. Arad Ortiz defeating the odds-on favorite Spinderella. Arad Ortiz, the disappointment from the Derby City Distaff with Goodnight Olive, bounces back in a hurry.
Yeah, threaded the needle too, and big celebration actually before the wire, so probably feeling some redemption from the less than perfect trip on Goodnight Olive.
Reuniting with the trainer afterward, reuniting with Chad afterward, probably a much more pleasurable experience for Arad than it was after the Derby City Distaff.
Well, to say Chad is intense would be an understatement, and I'm sure that, Irad heard something about the ride, if you will. Can we talk about this horse again a moment?
Talk about it, whatever you want, my friend.
Listen to your heart. This horse is just so much better when he's in the clear and when he has things go his way. In a 4-horse field, getting the outside post, I just think it makes things even easier for him. You know, what's the old adage? Every dog is brave on his own doorstep. He's brave when he's in his comfort zone.
I don't know if I've heard that.
Right? When he's out of his comfort zone, taking kickback and stuff, he's in his comfort zone when he's in this place.
When he's in the clear, as he was in his most recent effort. As Acacia mentioned, that 100 Beyer speed figure, and it was this race that gave Ray Handel the confidence to enter Listen to Your Heart into the Affirm success.
Yes, and then he the off-track weight lands in a much better spot today with a perfect scenario, and again, just getting back to what I'm saying, when a horse, there are horses that can overcome adversity, get out of their comfort zone, they're still going to perform. They're not going to get their perfect trip, and they're still going to show up. And then there's horses that need things to go their way, and that always feels like the case with this horse, and today it's a perfect scenario.
Is there one horse, a really good horse, one that comes to mind who was out of this world good when the table was set, but as soon as faced with some sort of adversity, yeah, I'm good, we'll wait till next time?
I'm sure I can come up with several examples of horses, historically speaking, right, over years. But one horse jumped into my mind that I actually rode, a horse named Scatmandu, a Stormcat colt. When things went his way, he was a monster. He won here by like 10 lengths one day. He thought, well, now he finally figured out. And the next time, as soon as somebody kind of pushed back, nah, I'm good. I'm not going to fight you for it.
It's an interesting conversation. For me, it's to honor and serve, and we'll discuss it. But wanted to circle back first to Harrodsburg, as you're looking at the favorite and Listen to Your Heart. But Harrodsburg, and yeah, this was his debut at Aqueduct. And while he may be kind of a punk pre-race in the paddock and getting all the equipment on, he was just all business on the racetrack, making the lead, creating that cushion, and widening in the lane.
Yeah, and you're going to see there when Jorge Vargas went to turn his crop over, he kind of wandered away from it.
Yeah.
He switched back to his left hand. Now he wants to shift away from it. That's something that a lot of horses don't get schooled with in the morning, and now this is a new thing, and he's already run fast. He's already run, a bit tired. I was in the paddock this day, and I don't remember him doing any of those antics in his first start. And sometimes after that first effort,
he's doing something now.
Yeah, well, they kind of know now what they're in for, what's coming, and every horse reacts a little different to that stress.
I like seeing horses, especially early in their career, like in a debut, make mistakes and still win. Right. Because if they do everything right and they go out and win, maybe they're bred for precocity. Well, where's the ceiling? How much better can they possibly get? They look like almost like a finished product now, even though there's room for improvement. But when you see, like when he shied from the crop, and when you see where he's expending some energy in the paddock pre-race, just being difficult, and they still win, you say, well, when this guy puts it all together between the ears, you know that there's that much more improvement, that it's in there somewhere.
Right. If they do everything perfect, where do you go from here? Where are they going to improve, in what arena? But, I think it's a great point. He was well managed. It was interesting because I was talking with Rob Atras, his conditioner, in the paddock judge office at Aqueduct when the horses were warming up for that race. And I could tell he was confident in him. The horse had shown himself in the morning, and then he ran to it. That's shifting around a little bit. But he is facing much more seasoned rivals today.
Acacia, I had a hell of a time getting my headset and IFB on for the show. Does that count? Is that the same?
Well, Lafitte, you should have an excuse because you've done this a few times already. This is only the second start for Harrodsburg. But yes, I agree. Sometimes it can be a little bit of a shock to horses, especially because this is coming into a new paddock on race day for Harrodsburg. He debuted over at Aqueduct, had to ship over there. He does train here at Belmont, and that's one of the great things about horses that train at Belmont is they get to school in the paddock consistently. So I don't love that kind of behavior, but he did seem to settle after a warm-up, and Jorge Vargas, I love that he rode him first time out, so he's familiar with this horse. He was using his left rein to kind of throw a horse off balance. Sometimes we'll see that in workouts with horses that want to try to throw their head up or try to be a little bit difficult, and Richie can talk about this a little bit more from a rider's perspective, because you'll see that them kind of use that left rein where he was galloping off away from the pony to try to get Harrodsburg to turn his head a little bit and stop trying to be a bad boy, be a punk, I like that word, and get him to kind of focus on something else and get him to relax. And finally he was able to do that. And he's still being a little jig-joggy out there on the track, but he's a really good-looking horse. He's gotten himself a little bit warm. I just, especially hearing Richie say that he didn't remember him acting this way in the paddock for his first start, it's always a little bit of a concern for me, especially when he's facing a classy horse like Listen to Your Heart. The number 2 American Law, as you guys touched on in the post parade, not a winning type, unfortunately. I also wonder if the 6.5 is a little bit short for him. He's a big horse, and he is very sharp. He's on his toes, as he typically is. He also looks very strong coming off of that race last time out where he just couldn't reach Jake Rocks. And to his credit, Jake Rocks all of a sudden decides he likes to win and came back with another victory in an 83 Beyer speed figure. I do think American Law will appreciate getting back on a fast track. We'll see if maybe he's turned things around, as he is now a 5-year-old just looking for his second win. Lafitte?
Great stuff, Acacia. You want to add something about the rain there, Richie?
Yeah, just talking about, you know, to expand on what Acacia was saying, an indirect rein, right? So you'll usually have a full cross and your reins are pretty even, but when you want to keep a horse just slightly off balance so they don't get too tough with you, you'll kind of break your cross, take that rein away from their neck a little bit, turn their head a little bit, and just keep them slightly off balance. So if they get their head out straight, they may run away with you. So we call it a pulley rein or an indirect rein.
Katie Davis looking for a second win at Belmont. Listen to Your Heart, the favorite. Johnny I standing by.
And they're off. And it is Harrodsburg who is out for the early lead. Listen to Your Heart on the outside, came away in second. And then American Law is next in third. And then it's a break of about 6 lengths to the trailer, Batuta d'Oro. Harrodsburg by a length. Listen to Your Heart on the outside, second by a neck. American Law is down at the rail, and then that big break back to Batuta d'Oro. The opening quarter mile in 23 and 2/5 seconds as the 4 of them go around the far turn. And it is Harrodsburg who leads here. Harrodsburg, 3/4 of a length. Listen to Your Heart on the outside, continues to chase in second. And then comes American Law in third, 7 lengths back to the trailing Batuta d'Oro. The field is coming for the head of the stretch. The half was running 46 and 4, and it is still Harrodsburg with the lead. Listen to Your Heart on the outside, remains in second. American Law is in third as they move for the 8th pole. Now Listen to Your Heart moves right alongside of Harrodsburg. Listen to Your Heart on the outside. Harrodsburg closest to the rail, and the 2 of them are heads apart as they race towards the finish. Listen to Your Heart and Harrodsburg, and it is a dead tight photo. Harrodsburg on the inside. Listen to Your Heart on the outside.
Thrilling stretch drive in this second at Belmont. Harrodsburg, Listen to Your Heart, hitting the wire simultaneously.
Wow, the stride right before the wire. Listen to Your Heart got the best of the bob, and then very late, Harrodsburg looked like he was getting the best of the bob right on top of the line where that flared nostril was when they hit the wire. Katie Davis hand riding, keeping the bit up into Listen to Your Heart's mouth, a horse that wants to run against the bridle. Here's those head bob I'm talking about. Outside, ooh, think the inside got his nose back down in time. It's very tight.
Watching it live, watching the replay, it looks like Harrodsburg on the outside. Listen to Your Heart Wow.
That was a really fast
really quick
interpretation of the photo, wasn't it?
Didn't you think Harrodsburg held on, Richie?
She got all the bob right before it, and then Harrodsburg came back right on top of the line. I'm just surprised that we got the photo posted that quickly.
Somebody hit the switch prematurely. Somebody hit the... First, I thought, A, how quickly it came down, and B, I thought Harrodsburg won. And listen to your heart, apparently, by millimeters over Harrodsburg. I'd love to. Let's take another look. Katie Davis all smiles with her
I think
second
she's
win at Belmont
surprised.
Park.
I don't think she thought she won, but she did get the best of that bob right before the wire, and then late it looked like I thought Harrodsburg might have come back and got his nose down again in time.
Vargas, Harrodsburg, inside going to work. Just a hand ride. Katie Davis, no crop here. Hand riding. Listen to your heart. Head's bobbing, nose is bobbing. Where's the wire?
Here, outside, inside, outside. And now for people at home, and they'll see that Katie Davis was just hand riding and keeping the bit in this horse's mouth. That's the way this horse runs best. So, people say, well, maybe, why didn't she go to the crop? That's knowing your horse and having the confidence to do what your horse is telling you. That's a terrific ride. Gosh, Harrodsburg ran too good to lose, though. That was a heartbreaking defeat.
Yes. So what we're hearing here, I believe, from Acacia, the owners not making their way down to the winner's circle yet because they believe they lost the photo. Now on their way, but they're circling about here, taking their time. I mean, I've watched it 3 times. I thought it was the 4.
Well, I can tell you from a former rider's perspective, when you think you lost and your number goes up, it's the greatest feeling. And when you think you won and the other number goes up, it's the worst feeling. So Katie's pretty high right now, and Jorge Vargas is a little down in the dumps.
Wow. Take another look here. Well, here's seeing is believing in the photo. There it is by that much. Listen to your heart. His nose down, picking off Harrodsburg. Literally in the shadow of the wire.
Absolutely. And I'm going to tell you, a very tough thing to do what Katie Davis did, to know your horse and to act on it. Because you're in a pitched battle with another horse. Your initial reaction, your instinct is to go to the crop, try to implore them for more, and it probably would have cost her the race. So her being confident enough in her horse and her knowledge of her horse to keep the bit in his mouth and just hand ride him to the wire. But it's not easy to do.
That's what I was going to say.
I probably would have hit him.
How hard is it not to? Like, it's got to be next to impossible, being that I know how I can propel him to maybe give me that little extra, and you can't go to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really difficult. It's even more difficult when, you get limited opportunities on horses that are this short a price.
Katie Davis, what a 24 hours. First win yesterday at Belmont Park, and that one, she won't forget that one for a while. That stretch drive with Listen to Your Heart over Harrodsburg in the second race at Belmont Park. Results available: 420. Listen to Your Heart over Harrodsburg. American Law. I was wrong while it was live. I still thought it was the 4 in the replay. Not until we see the photo.
Listen, I thought it could have went either way. I was just surprised with the speed and that it was posted.
Pretty efficient.
Yeah.
We got things to do, places to go, right? You have places to go.
Hey, get down to the paddock.
Richie stepping aside. Listen to Your Heart by that much in the Belmont Stakes. Will the Kentucky Derby be as exciting? We'll find out around 7 this evening. Your top selection, who wins tonight's Run for the Roses?
Angel of Empire is my top selection. I was very taken with his Arkansas Derby, made a long, sustained run and continued, and I like the way he's trained up to the Derby. I think Todd's remaining entrants are also going to have a say in this King's Barnes, as well as Tapit Trice. Long shot would be Disarm, but Angel of Empire is my top.
Angel of Empire, yeah, when Escondrea defected on the Monday before the Derby in 2010, Pletcher still earned his first Derby win with Super Saver, first of 2. Angel of Empire there. The absence of Forte, does that impact the complexion of how the race will be run whatsoever?
I don't think so. It might, make a little difference in the way Angel of Empire's ridden, right? Because it sounded like earlier when we heard from Flavien Prat, he was intending on following that horse, knowing he was a live horse to follow. He's going to have to adjust his thinking, but the guy's won a lot of big races. I'm sure he'll figure it out.
You don't want to follow a horse who's going to stop at the quarter pole.
Yeah, and you have to know what horses drift in, what horses drift out, who's going to stop, who's going to carry, how they carry their tail in front of you. Am I going to keep following this horse? I'm going to get out from behind him. And what riders guard the rail with their life and what guys get loose.
Great stuff, as always. He's headed down to the paddock. Richie Migliori, Rick Schosberg will be joining me on the set, and we check in with Acacia.
And I'm pleased to be joined by winning jockey Katie Davis and winning owner Penny Hallman. Penny, let's start with you. You said coming into the winner's circle, I thought we were second.
I did, and I was looking, and then I went down, took a step, and went down on the floor. So excited, but even still, you know, he did it. That was the main thing.
Oh, we're glad you're okay. What a performance from him. And Katie, you've really gotten to get to know, listen to your heart, and you said the 4-horse Harrodsburg coming out on you a little bit. Talk about that stretch drive.
Especially from his last race, I knew he just liked to be rocked in the bridle. And, you know, going into this race, I didn't want to change anything as well. I was nervous with the 4. Like Ray Handel said, don't let him get away from you. And when I got up next to him, I'm like, come on, let's keep going, you know. And he came to me, but it didn't affect the outcome. You just need the bob.
First win at Belmont yesterday, and you're right back in the winner's circle.
Yes, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity again. And I'm having a blast. I'm enjoying every bit of it. And just thank you to everybody. You know, it's been a blessing.
And Penny, this horse has been so good to you too. A homebred has to be so special seeing him come back to the winner's circle again.
It really is, because we gave him time. He's a 6-year-old now, and we had his mother, his grandmother, and we had the whole family. So it means a lot when you breed them yourself. He belonged to my father, Seymour Cohen, originally. And, you know, it's a family affair. We love the horses.
Great to see him. Congratulations on getting the head bob to you both.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Hugs all around in the winner's circle here at Lafitte. An emotional win, and glad we got to get them into the winner's circle after that tight photo finish.
It's so much fun to watch. Acacia, I hope they're not in earshot. We're friends, so don't lie to me. Who did you think won? Who did you think won the photo?
I thought the 4 got it, actually, watching it live. But as Katie said, it's all about that head bob. Both of these horses ran a huge race here.
Great stuff. Great stuff. Katie Davis, second win here at Belmont Park. By this much would listen to your heart in the second from Belmont Park. We still have stakes racing coming up, 3 stakes races on the afternoon. Grade 2 Fort Marcy a little bit later on as the countdown continues to the 149th Kentucky Derby, the most coveted prize in all of thoroughbred racing. Favorite is out. Forte, meaning opportunity for another. Who's going to take advantage? We'll see this evening at Churchill Downs.
Union Rags, a proven Grade 1 sire. He has 3 Grade 1 winning juveniles, including Dancing Rags and Union Strike, and standout older horses like Express Train, Paradise Woods, and Catalina Cruiser. And with multiple 6-figure yearlings each year, he gets results in the sales ring. Union Rags, a proven Grade 1 sire, standing at Lane's End.
heading to the final furlong of the Kentucky Derby. American Pharoah on the outside, firing line hanging tough from the back of the pack. It's Frosted Dortmund down toward the rail, 16th to go, and American Pharoah and firing line, and it's American Pharoah pulling away late. American Pharoah rules the Derby.
One of 3 Kentucky Derby wins, American Pharoah. One of 3 for Victor Espinosa. This is the one he had to work. Finally puts away firing line. Dortmund, also trained by Bob Baffert, down along the inside. A massive Dortmund, but in the end, American Pharoah finds his best stride, wears down firing line, and Gary Stevens, American Pharoah, Victor Espinosa for Bob Baffert, Ahmed Zayat. He'd make it look all too easy in the Preakness and Belmont Stakes. First Triple Crown winner since Affirm back in 1978. Whose turn will it be this evening? As I'm joined by Rick Schosberg here on the second floor at Belmont Park. Rick, a very happy Kentucky Derby Saturday to you.
Thank you very much. What a day of racing. We have some disappointments, but we got a great day of racing at tracks across the country.
Yeah, we start there. American Pharoah was favored, naturally, back in 2015. Forte, the favorite, out of the Derby. What was your first reaction learning of the news?
Well, we actually found out about it this morning when we were going over the pre-production call, and you know, we had found out that he had some kind of a foot issue. And, you know, these things happen. You know, it's probably not anything that's going to affect him in the long run, but unfortunately, timing is everything. And we saw the interview with Mike Rapoli before, and again, as Richie had discussed, I mean, that's a heartfelt disappointment, but it's part of the game. And the main thing is we do the right thing for the horses, and if they're not 100% healthy, then we make our, you know, we call an audible.
It's incredibly disappointing. Forte out, again, means opportunity for another, and maybe horses emerging from preps at Oaklawn Park. We've seen it on several occasions, going back to Smarty Jones, the Pennsylvania bred in 2004. It really is amazing now. We have 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 of the 18 horses, 10 of the 18 that at one point or another have raced at Oaklawn Park, including Confidence Game. His last race, it's unconventional. It was a long time ago. He beat Reincarnate when Reincarnate didn't break. Confidence Game, looming a threat, his last start. Good news, he's very talented, Rick. The bad news, that was 70 days ago.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And the thing is, you know, coming off a long layoff like this, it is difficult. But one thing that I found is when you have a horse like this that has the class, and he has what's called not only muscle memory for, you know, to get himself physically fit, he also has cognizant memory of running against good horses. He's a graded stake winner. That does make it a little bit easier than when you're bringing back a horse, you know, just say a blue-collar horse off a long layoff. This horse has been there, and it makes it a lot easier on the trainer when the horse perks up. Plus that mile in 138 really does.
I guess the fact that this wasn't the plan is what throws me. They were looking at, Keith DeSormo was looking at the Louisiana Derby or the Arkansas Derby. The Lexington was even mentioned. He ran so hard in the Rebel, Keith said, that he was surprised at how long it took him to bounce back. He was fatigued for an extended period of time. It took a while for him to kind of get his mojo and his strength back. So the fact that they had to choose this route because it was a situation dealt to them is what I guess throws me a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, it's got to be concerning. But then that's why they're called horsemen. You know, they listen to the horse. People say if only horses could talk. Well, they do. You just got to know the language. You got to listen.
And he is a good one. Keith DeSormo, second with Exaggerated 2016, won the Preakness. Updated odds. Look at 2 fills. That fill money continues to pile in, just like My Boy Jack, who was trained by Keith DeSormo. 8-1 tap at Trice. 9-2, King's Barn, single digits, 9-1. You see the wagering and how the absence of Forte impacts things. Angel of Empire, the favorite, 9-2. Derma Sotogake at 7-1. Rick, is there anything that jumps out at you in terms of how this race is being bet? And now, with the monkey wrench of the favorite being out.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they're going to redistribute. All the bettors are going to look at the race at a little bit differently. But what surprises me a little bit is that the Japanese horse that drew in, Mandarin Hero, is still 21-1. I really like that horse. That horse has done nothing wrong, and he came within a nose of winning the Santa Anita Derby. If he can negotiate a trip from the outside, I have him as my second choice.
Second choice, Mandarin Hero. Rick Schosberg, like say, potential long shot runner-up in the Santa Anita Derby. See what he does at Churchill Downs later on this evening. We'll step aside. More live racing coming up Belmont Park. We still have 3 stakes races, including the Grade 2 Fort Marcy. Horses are in the paddock for the third. You're looking at the current favorite in the Union for trainer Todd Pletcher. Check the tote board. Oh, only 9-2, actually. 9-2 is the Union. Stay tuned.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this,
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield, family, form, physique, fantastic.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby. Get your money back if your horse finishes second or third in eligible races.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Just a picture perfect day for thoroughbred racing at Belmont Park. Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Field for the third, caught off guard a little bit within the Union. He was 8-5 on the morning line. Check the updated odds for this third race. Just a $16,000 claimer. Non-winners to lifetime overlaid at 9-2. Number 7, Union Lights, the favorite at 2-1. Richie Migliori, you move pretty fast for a guy that's been retired just about a decade or so. Already down in the paddock. What do you see it down there?
Yeah, I couldn't wait to get down here, though. Not that I didn't have fun on the desk with you, Lafitte. Just nice to be outside on such a beautiful day, and we have such a beautiful picturesque paddock here at Belmont Park, particularly with that white pine that's seen so many champions parade underneath it. Let's start on the inside with the one-horse Legendary Lore from the Bill Maury stable. Bill Maury does terrific work, and his horses are always well turned out. He's winning at better than 29% on the year. I think this horse is taking an appropriate drop in class. It's been kind of a steady, gradual progression to him getting down to the $16,000 level. Trevor McCarthy rode him last time. I often think most riders ride a horse better the second time they ride him, and he's dropping from 30 to 16 and could not look better from a physical perspective here. The 6-horse in the Union taking a precipitous drop in class, basically had an elongated layoff from April of 22 to April of 23. Basically a year off, came back and really showed absolutely nothing in an allowance try, and now doesn't stop, doesn't pass go, goes right down to the $16,000 level. And he's a horse that carries some weight. Now, when I see horses carrying that kind of weight, now it is only his second start off a layoff, I wonder, are they able to train them with continuity? I think that's something that Rick can talk more about. You know, horses that, maybe have some, physical issues, and you can't press them as hard in the morning to get them to their optimum fitness. And then your favorite, Union Lights. He makes a lot of sense. Ran so well at this level last time. Gets a good outside draw with that long run down the Belmont backstretch. Romero Mirage is a rider that has impressed me this winter. You know, he overcame a really bad injury. Took him a while to find his best form, but horses outrunning their odds for him. And when he's on a live horse, he puts them in position to win. He's been riding extremely well. And this horse looks terrific for Michelle Nevin and JMS Stable. Guys.
Union Lights, current favorite, 2-1, circling back to in the Union, the morning line favorite. Rick and Richie was just talking about for a trainer, and he's battling some sort of physical issue, and at this particular level, how hard you can push on him, how hard you can train him in the morning to get him ready for the afternoon, and how challenging that might be for a trainer.
Well, it is, and we talked about it with regards to a class horse going into the Derby or a graded stake. This is a completely different situation. The horse ran once off a layoff, didn't run very well. He couldn't get him tight enough. But the key is, when you lack fitness, you drop down in class, and your feet don't have to move as fast, okay, in order to gain that confidence and be able to beat horses physically. So I say second off a layoff, this horse is definitely going to be part of it. I really, really love the way the one looked. Just on camera, and Richie, you were spot on. His horse looks fantastic.
What caught your eye?
Just his hindquarters, just the gleam of the sun, the dapples on his hindquarters, and just his weight looked terrific. And I really think this horse has a great shot from the inside.
Talking about Legendary Lure. On the outside is the current favorite. Looking at Union Lights, third race coming up shortly. Riders up here at Belmont, shifting gears to Hot Springs, Arkansas, where the Arkansas Derby winner. Current favorite for the Derby, Angel of Empire for Brad Cox. This one, a $20,000 claimer. Horses making their way behind the gate. 6 furlong sprint, 3-year-olds and older. 2-1, Eternally Grateful drawn inside. Been a great story to follow. Rick, the Asmussens, father and son, teaming up once again.
Yeah, and I had this horse picked before I even saw who was training. This horse does well from the inside, rallied up the rail last time, drew the rail, and of course you got the Asmussen team who's really hot down there.
Thoughts on the 7 Abundant quickly with Martin Garcia, second choice, 5-2.
Yeah, I mean, you're coming off an awful long layoff there, so there's a
really
big question mark. I mean, it was a voided claim back in November of 21. And dropping down significantly to 20,000. And again, this is a horse that's going to have to be dead fit to be able to run with these horses, even though it's a drop down.
It's been the same afternoon, right around the same time as that 2021 Breeders' Cup at Del Mar. That's how long it's been for Abundant. Wow. See what he does off the bench. Eternally Grateful is the favorite at 2-1. Jim Byers with the call. Post time, the opener from Oaklawn.
And now they will take Vying Edge forward. Drew the outside post. They're in the gate, facing starter Bill Knott. And they're off. Top Road Rules and Immoral came out well. Vying Edge and Abundant from the outside. Big Time Tegrity in the maroon is driving up now to be only a length off of the lead. From there, the back group is Pittsburgh, followed by Mr. Creed on the outside. Eternally Grateful is right on the inside and is near the trailer spot with Family Tradition. That back group is about 8 or 9 off the lead here as we have quite a gathering up front. Up on the outside, Vying Edge goes to the lead past Big Time Tegrity, who's in between horses, then Top Road Rules, and Abundant is in that second flight and prominent from the outside, while some 3 wide, gap of 2 then to Immoral, and then it's still quite a break to that back group. Mr. Creed, Family Tradition, the outside, Pittsburgh, and Eternally Grateful is on the inside. Vying Edge, Big Time Tegrity, Abundant. And up on the outside, here comes Immoral. Immoral is gaining at Big Time Tegrity. And meanwhile, here comes Family Tradition on the far outside. And Ramsey Zimmerman and Family Tradition are going to sweep by. Big Time Tegrity, good second. Immoral was third. Eternally Grateful, fourth.
Late run in the stretch. Ramsey Zimmerman timing it just right. Family Tradition in the opener at Oaklawn Park.
Yeah, and Cody Rowan's very good off the claim, 19% off the claim. Horse is raising up, but the key to that is that they do very well first time off the claim.
Wasn't in the picture. Rick at the 8th bull jumps in 2-1, extends his stride, and goes on to a sharp win. And JL Racing LLC, family tradition, Ramsey Zimmerman, timing it up just right in the opener at Oaklawn Park. Results coming up shortly. Back to Belmont for the third, a post parade in just a moment with the $16,000 claimer, non-winners to lifetime, a mile, and the gelding. Rick likes in this one is favored, Legendary Lore from the inside.
Yeah, and again, this barn, Bill Morey's been doing great work this year, and this horse looks fantastic, dropping down to the proper level here, and I really think he and Trevor from the rail will have a really good shot.
Like we just saw with family tradition from well off the pace, expect Legendary Lore to do his best running from off the pace.
Yeah, I believe so. He's done it before. He's come up the rail. Last time he drew the 2-hole back going 7-ace at Churchill and came up the fence and got up to 1 under Barrano. I think this horse has a good shot.
Does have the blinkers, and Richie liked what he saw in the paddock. A Legendary Lore currently 8-5, a Hot Rod Lincoln. And Matty Oliver.
Yeah, and a drop from Rudy Rodriguez down from 32,000. Not out of it. The drop makes this horse live, and Matty's having a great year.
BC Glory Days brings some speed to the party.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Oscar's having a good year also. Oscar Barrera and Mr. Castillo. He's been on this horse before. Definitely a speedball.
Number 4, Poppy on Ice. Another hoping for a quicker tempo up front.
Yeah, the deep closer, Randy Prasad. This horse's 9th race already this year. Ran 11 times last year. We'll be closing.
Longest shot on the field, Basic Truth. Blinkers on.
Yeah, probably just looking for some kind of change. Hasn't run well since 3 back in the maiden 20.
In the Union, and the class drop for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, the big question mark here. I mean, you're talking about horses that have been running just maiden special weight in the Lowndes Company, dropping down to 16. You tell me.
Frozen on the board. Union Lights in those JMS colors, currently 5-2, the second choice.
Yeah, Ramsey Mirage, as Richie said, is really an underrated rider, but rides so well. He's got a good timing. This horse will be coming from off the pace, but he'll be in the clear from the outside.
Just a $16,000 restricted claimer on the Saturday program. The 3 stakes race is still ahead, and we know what's happening at Churchill Downs, where you can experience the excitement of the Derby with Naira Bets. Join now, get a $25 free bet just in time for the Derby. Plus, new members earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code Derby25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up now at NairaBets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. It's a great shot on a perfect day here at Belmont Park as they warm up for this $16,000 claimer. Post time 5 minutes. Another look at Poppy on Ice, and this is what we were talking about, needing or hoping for a quicker pace. We go back to his 2 starts back at Aqueduct late March, and here he is waiting for just the right time. He's being encouraged, and he takes some encouraging, but starting to loom into contention. Very wide, but closes nicely and just comes up a half length short.
Yeah, like I said, this horse, he needs some help up front in here. There is some speed in there, and he just got to negotiate a trip, and here it takes him a long time to get up there, and Jock's working on him every step of the way, and he just misses. But look at him spread. They're like it's 10 paths wide on this race.
Where's the wire? Finally, and you saw the difference there. There's a perfect example. While he was laboring on his left or wrong lead, when he finally switched to his correct lead, his right lead, that's when you finally saw the late acceleration. Had he done it sooner, maybe he gets there.
Probably would have got it. It's like a breath. It's like having a second wind when you're out on a run, when you're laying on that left lead and all the weight's going on the left side, and they finally switch over late. Yeah, it's like a little extra shot of gasoline for these horses to finish. And he really extended himself the last part. Probably would have won if he had switched earlier. You're correct.
Hit the nitrous, get it going earlier. Poppy on Ice was something to watch in the stretch when he does find his right or correct lead. Richie, Legendary Lore, you liked what you saw in the paddock. What are we noticing in the warm-up? What do you think?
Yeah, liked him in the paddock. Continue to like him on the racetrack. He is my top selection. I love the way he framed up on the track, used himself, bowed his head, got in the bridle with Trevor. And I just think he's making a very logical drop in class to the $16,000 level. The 7-horse Union Lights, he's the other horse I like a lot. I'm bookending the field here. Ran well at this level. And full disclosure, I have a soft spot for By the Light. His dam won a couple stakes on her at Aqueduct for Samantha Siegel, and she's been a really good producer, and I like the draw for this horse on the outside, Romero Mirage. Let's talk quickly about the 6 in the Union, taking that precipitous drop in class. And for people at home that don't know, when horses are in for a claiming tag, other people can put a claim slip in and essentially buy the horse out of the race. They don't own the horse for any purse purposes when the gates open, but after the race, they take possession of the horse. Now, protocols have changed. In years past, it was buyer beware. If a horse didn't come back sound or healthy, it was the new owner's problem. Nowadays, the horse still has to go through a veterinarian examination and make sure he's sound before he actually changes hands. But, you know, when a horse goes from allowance company where he showed nothing and drops all the way to 16, it basically feels like the connections are giving up on him, saying, well, he's not going to be what we hoped he might be. At one time he was worth more. This is where he feels like he can be competitive, and if somebody wants him, they can take him home and he can have dinner in another barn. And Rick, maybe you can even talk a little bit more about, you know, people that are eligible to claim. It's not like anybody can just walk in off the street and claim one.
No, you're exactly right. In order to be eligible to claim, you have to have run a horse at the meet or a prior meet. You obviously have to be in good standing as an owner here at the NYRA jurisdiction. But one thing you hit on, which is I think key to everybody, is we have enhanced inspection protocol before and after these races. So if a horse, first of all, we have enhanced inspections before the race. So every horse is gone over meticulously by the regulatory veterinarian. And after a race, if a horse gets claimed, okay, then after the horse cools out, then the horse gets inspected once again by a regulatory veterinarian in order to pass so that the claim can go on through. If not, if they deem that the horse has not come out of the race 100%, then that claim can be voided. Okay, so
and
it's a lot of safety protocols.
That's relatively new.
Yes.
Yes. How has that changed the claiming game?
I think it's changed it a lot, especially for for the people that are looking to just kind of get into, get another horse in their stable, or maybe you have an open claim. We discussed this before. You have to be eligible. You can apply for an open claim if you've never run a horse before. They want to get new people into the game, and this may be a great way to do it. So it makes you have that extra level of confidence that this horse is going to be fine. This horse, like Richie said, he's running allowance race. He's running for 16,000. Maybe he doesn't fit the program over there, but maybe he's going to fit your program, and maybe he's going to go on and have a wonderful career.
Blast shield down. Use the force. Trevor McCarthy. Newer fans that follow on days like this, Kentucky Derby, but the claiming game is fascinating. The poker that takes place, the bluffing, the gamesmanship. It's so much fun to watch and follow.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And it's, it shouldn't have a stigma to it. It's a class of horse. This is where the horses belong, and we try and get all these horses in races where they can compete properly. They can't all compete. Obviously, today's a great day. We have graded stakes all over the place. But there are also these horses that just compete at a certain level, and if they win, maybe they move up a little bit, and if they finish fourth, maybe they do move down a little bit. It's an opportunity for people to enjoy racing and have these horses run where they can gain confidence as well.
Not as fast as the Grade 1 types as Hot Rod Lincoln is giving Matty Oliver a hard time and everybody else out there. Just because they're not as fast. Don't ever, the misconception that claiming horses, cheaper, slower horses can't have class is not accurate.
No, not at all.
Where there are incredibly talented, expensive, well-bred horses, fast horses that don't have the class.
Yeah, no, they may
try
not.
as hard when you need them to.
Yeah, exactly. We've had horses that had high expectations and ran out there and disappointed, and then we have horses that are running at levels a little bit lower, and they get the confidence and they run buyer figures equal to races that are running in allowance races. So it's more than just physically being able to move your feet faster than the other horses. A lot goes on in these races, and they have to deal with adversity, and they have to deal with other horses that are maybe better than them, or maybe have their similar running styles here.
All that being said, they can be just as stubborn as Hot Rod Lincoln. They're having a heck of a time trying to get him in, Matty Oliver. And now, why? What's the thinking behind the blindfold, Rick?
Well, I think what they want to do is obviously he has a little bit of a phobia about the gate, and there he's in there now. So if they kind of take his orientation away a little bit, and then they put him in there, and as soon as he gets in that gate, they take that blindfold off, so that they know that he realizes where he is and that everything's going to be okay. Matty's going to jump on here, and then we'll go ahead and get the rest of these horses in and go ahead and race.
Matty over, climbing back aboard. Don't forget to take the blindfold off, guys.
No, that comes off immediately.
BC Glory Days. Poppy on Ice, you and Richie going with Legendary Lore towards the inside. Final check of the tote board, 6-5. Legendary Lore. Johnny I standing by. It is post time for the third live from Belmont Park.
Basic Truth has gone in, and now we're waiting on In the Union and Union Lights. Number 7, Union Lights, completes the field for race number 3. We're all set. And they're off. And it is Basic Truth who strikes out for the early lead. Union Lights on the outside came away racing in second as BC Glory Days now comes on through to challenge for the lead. And BC Glory Days has taken the lead from Basic Truth. Hot Rod Lincoln is up into third. Union Lights now in fourth. 2.5 lengths back to In the Union, who's in fifth. Followed by Legendary Lore in sixth. And the trailer is Pappy on Ice in seventh. The opening quarter, 23 1/5 seconds. BC Glory Days, 3/4 of a length. Basic Truth, big long shot on the outside, runs in second. It's a break of 2. Back to Union Lights and Hot Rod Lincoln, who is down at the rail. Another 4 lengths to Legendary Lore, along with In the Union, and Pappy on Ice continues to trail. Half mile, 47-1, midway on the turn. BC Glory Days narrowly. On the outside is Basic Truth with Union Lights not far behind in third, and the rest of them are closing in as well. Hot Rod Lincoln is down at the rail. Then comes Legendary Lore, In the Union, very wide, and Pappy on Ice, 3/4 in 1:13-2. And here is Union Lights now to take over the lead. It's Union Lights in front. And driving up on the outside is a Legendary Lore. Union Lights and Legendary Lore. They are right together at the 16th pole. Union Lights narrowly. Legendary Lore on the outside. They race for the finish. Union Lights by a half length. Legendary Lore was second. In the Union finished third, and Pappy on Ice came from last to complete the superfecta.
Union Lights, Ramiro Mirage. Richie said he'll give a horse its opportunity, put him in the best position to be successful. He does just that with Union Lights holding off Legendary Lore in the third at Belmont.
Yeah, he had a great trip here. The horse that was second, the one horse had to come off the rail and go wide to try and run him down. I think he ran a great race, but he just he didn't have enough to get past Union Lights. And again, Mr. Mirage, when he makes the lead at the 16th pole, he's another jock that's really tenuous, and he is not going to get past.
Finishing strong, Union Lights, the Dam by the Light that Richie Roden had success with. Samantha Siegel, JMS Stable, for trainer Michelle Nevin. 7-1-6-4, 3-1. Wow, over Legendary Lore. Good price if you like Union Lights in the second lifetime victory here. And you can see that's what we're talking about. Class feels the presence of a challenger. Legendary Lore and Union Lights gives Mirage a little bit more.
Yeah, no doubt. But you know what's kind of neat about this? So you see this horse running for $16,000, and the owner is the breeder. You know, they've stuck with this horse. They know this horse has a certain amount of talent. They put him in the right spots. Ran second last time, and here they get their picture taken today. And
7-1-6-4, Union Lights in the third at Belmont Park. Results when we come back. The big story in thoroughbred racing this afternoon, the announcement this morning, the favorite for the 149th Kentucky Derby was out. So Tappet Trice takes center stage. Ford trainer Todd Pletcher also trains Kings Barnes. Tappet Trice trying to become the first Bluegrass winner to capture the Kentucky Derby since Strike the Gold in '91. Postcard kind of day at Belmont Park. Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Kentucky Derby Saturday. March towards the Run for the Roses continues at Churchill. Here at Belmont, march towards the stakes racing continues. This one just a $16,000 claimer, but Union Lights at a price 3-1. Romero Mirage for Michelle Nevin. JMS Homebred, another win here at Belmont Park.
You know, the other two horses that finished second and third took a lot of money, and the one horse again probably had a little tougher trip. This horse had a perfect race, perfect ride under Mirage, and got the job done.
$8.90 for your would-be $2 investment. Union Lights over Legendary Lore and In the Union in the third here at Belmont Park. Race number 4, New York bred. Good purse, $80,000. Now in sprint, 6.5 furlongs. Rick, who'd you come up with this one with the defection? Clash AJ, a scratch. Field of 6.
Yeah, no, I went with the outside horse Z-Bar for Linda Rice here. You know, the horse has run 2 super dynamite races. You know, probably won more races than half the horses in the field, most of them.
Z-Bar. Eric Cancel won the first 2 races yesterday. Romero Mirage just won the third today. And standing by with Richie in the winner's circle.
Guys, you know, when I watch riders, it's the riders that get the most out of their horses and get horses to outrun their odds. And consistently all winter, Romero Mirage did that, and now into the spring. Romero got a perfect trip here.
Yes, I believe the post position with everything. Before the race, Michelle and I, we saw that he's just kind of a one-pace grinder horse, so it's probably best to keep the dirt out of his face, keep him out of trouble. And the post position 7 out of 7 was picture perfect. We weren't too wide, so you know, we grinded our way there and got the job done.
Romero, I see you out working hard every morning. You keep such a good attitude. I mean, you come from a horse racing family. Talk a little bit about the process and how much you put into it.
Yeah, I mean, I take it day by day. Things could always be worse. That's the one way that I look at it. I don't look at the glass half empty. I look at it half full, because there was at one point where doctors were questioning whether I'd ever get to ride again. And here I am. I'm back at it, and I'm riding. So I'm grateful, and I love what I do. I love the horses. It's a family sport, like you said. My older cousin Raj has so much to do with that. He helps me with my riding. but also just hanging in there, knowing that it's not going to happen overnight, that it's something that's probably going to take years if it ever does happen. But it's just keeping your head down and putting the work in and being consistent.
Well, you've been doing that, and I'm so proud of you and watching your development. Talk briefly about the injury, a tough spinal injury, and just how hard it was to come back.
Yeah, to be honest, I have to give all the credit to my family and my doctor, of course, Dr. Krieger. I remember the night I got hurt, I asked him if I could ride that Sunday because I was off medication, and he told me that he wasn't sure if I was even going to walk again. And then a week later, I couldn't even feel that I had surgery. I just had pain in my ribs, which was, pretty obvious, but where he did the surgery in my spine, I didn't have no pain ever since then. After then, it was just really mentally getting back. It wasn't mentally being afraid to ride again. It was just mentally sitting out and watching all these horses that I was riding and winning on, them just winning without me. That was a rough part, but I got over it because you know what? At the end of the day, it could have been worse. I could have been taken out fully, and I'm back riding. I'm just always grateful to be back doing what I love most.
Well, congratulations. You're doing great. And guys, a young man that understands the process and not afraid of hard work, that's a recipe for success.
Richie's talked about it before, how difficult it is, a jockey injured at home watching someone else ride the horses you would be riding and winning. I always wonder, Rick, how much like big brothers watching and taking note as trainers, how much do you pay attention to certain riders that are there in the morning and those that might work a little bit harder than some others?
Oh, absolutely. I'm out there every morning on the pony, and I see so many jocks out there working horses. Ramsey's obviously one of them. The whole Davis clan is out there. You got Katie, you got Jackie, you got Eddie working for Bill Mott, you got Robbie riding his own, but Eric Hansell's out there every single set. Kendrick Carmouche is out there every single set, and it really gives you, it instills confidence in the trainer, and not only that, but the barn staff as well. To see these jocks coming in and getting on your horses, it really kind of lifts the spirit of everybody.
Giving an opportunity, just rewarding hard work, and for Romero to be back from that injury, and what winning's going to mean that much more now after going through all of that. A nice win, a nice ride in the third race at Belmont Park. Over at Churchill Downs, wanted to recap the most recent stakes race. It's the only stakes race of the weekend not graded, the Knicks Go, who Brad Cox trained, a Breeders' Cup Classic winner. Knicks Go and the Brad Cox trained Zozos stepping up with Florent Giroux, strikes the front here, and Rick fends off all challengers.
Yeah, this was some race. He kind of repeated his last effort. His last effort was at Fairgrounds. He won by a couple of lengths here and just toughed it out. Made the lead, deep stretch, and toughed it out just like he did today.
The Munnings Colt on the outside, Capuna putting in a late charge. 3 Technique completing the trifecta, but Zozos, remember, he was on the Triple Crown Trail last year. He ran in the Kentucky Derby, Rick, and that's the thing. After the Derby, sometimes you can zero in on a horse and say, okay, we're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. Right. A horse like an Artax, who you try at a mile and a quarter, doesn't work. Go back to the drawing board. Oh, this guy, he's a sprinter. This one's a middle distance horse. He's a miler. Artax ran in the Derby, wound up winning a Breeders' Cup Sprint.
Absolutely. Hey, Firm Success ran in the Travers as a 3-year-old because he was undefeated and then ran third in the Jim Dandy. But you reassess and you tried, and you're a 3-year-old only once. Richie discussed that before. You only have one shot at racing in these races. But then you reassess and you find your right distance and you find your right surface, and hopefully you have a nice, long, lucrative career.
And that one had to be special for Brad Cox and the work he did with Knicks Go, a Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner, a Breeders' Cup Classic winner, the Knicks Go, and he wins with Zozos. That was a mile on dirt, shifting surfaces to a turf sprint, 5.5 furlongs, the Twin Spires turf sprint. $500,000 purse, field and updated odds, big invasion number 4 at 5-2 for trainer Christophe Clement. Reeves Thoroughbreds, Joel Rosario. In the Silks Run, a winner most recent. Very good at Saratoga. 7 of his last 8, a sprint, turf sprint machine, big invasion.
And Rosario's been on for the last 6 or 7. He's been on for the last 7 races. So they certainly know they know each other very well, and barely a blemish on his form at all.
Rosario, for everything he does right, maybe that's what he does best, and you get those big fields and how competitive they are. He's such a difference maker We know he's the strongest finisher in the game. Maybe the best turf sprint rider in the game as well, Terrell Rosario.
And when you look at a horse with this kind of running style, it's not like he clears the field and stays out of trouble. This is a horse that's got to negotiate a good trip in a very short period of time. 5.5 furlongs, 6 furlongs on the turf. It's over in the blink of an eye. So you know Rosario knows this horse, and he knows how to get down that racetrack, around that track real quick without making any troubles. Because if you blink or sneeze in a turf sprint, you lost.
It's over. Smaller margin for victory. Any kind of mistake is focused on that much more and can make that much more of a difference. Big Invasion. Have a chance to see him at Churchill Downs. We'll recap the turf sprint once completed. Christophe Clement, the trainer. Joel Rosario to ride Big Invasion, and also well represented by City Man. Coming up is the stakes racing here at Belmont Park. 3 stakes races on the Saturday program at Big Sandy.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad. The leading turf sire of 2022 by stakes winners and stakes performers. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Nest, much the best.
Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malafat coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? It is Malafat.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at belmontstakes.com.
Oaklawn Park, race 2, $8,000 claiming sprint older horses. Updated odds, scratch numbers 8 and 10. Moe's Mojo. 2-1 here, Rick, as they have just about reached the gate, I believe.
Yep. It's interesting in this race, if you look at the 5 is scratch, I'm sorry. Oh, no.
Five's in.
The five's in.
in.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at Churchill.
A lot of juggling, a lot of tracks.
The 5 horse is in for the waiver, so he's not in for the tag again. Interesting that they did it. Last time was the same thing. So this horse is running in an $8,000 claiming race, but not for a tag. So they may look for some improvement off his last race without a risk of losing this horse.
A lot of pride at Oaklawn in terms of the road to the Triple Crown races, the road to the Kentucky Oaks. Last year it was Secret Oath who raced in all 3 of the preps, well, the Arkansas Derby against the boys before going on to the Oaks and winning the Kentucky Oaks. This year, Wet Paint, who was the 8-5 favorite, prepped, took the road from Hot Springs to Louisville, and tonight in the Derby, 10 of the 18 horses who at one point or another have raced at Oaklawn, including the favorite, the Arkansas Derby winner, Angel of Empire.
Yeah, I mean that really it really sets the tone of how the horsemen decide to make their way to the Derby. When you see more than half of the field going through that jurisdiction to get here, it really says a lot. I mean, but listen, we've got great racing here in New York, with great racing in Kentucky and Florida, And it just seems to be that a certain number of those horses had gone through Arkansas by way of the Derby.
Because the Wood Memorial winner, the last horse to win both, I believe, Fusaichi Pegasus in 2000. Funny Side, who was second in the Wood, he won the Kentucky Derby, but before American Pharoah, and we were looking at the 11 Triple Crown winners, I believe it was 8 of the 11 Triple Crown winners had raced in or won the Wood Memorial.
Yeah.
Easy to forget.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely true.
8-5 now on Moe's Mojo. Second choice, number 7. How about Town Champ in the ageless one, John Court, the 9-year-old gelding about to make his 20th start at Oaklawn.
A couple of veterans there, a 9-year-old gelding and John Court riding. This horse is coming off a win at a little bit lower level, but this horse is so consistent. If you go back in his form, he's on the board every single time just about, and certainly these old veterans like we talked about before, these lower claimants, sometimes that class comes out. This horse has won 9 races, 8 seconds, 6 thirds, almost $300,000, and a real blue collar type of workman-like horse here at Town Champ.
Just an $8,000 claimer, but a good race. All set for the second. Jim Beyer standing by live from Oaklawn.
And the last in will be the current favorite, Moe's Mojo. All in line. And they're off. And off to a good start. Released is being hustled hard toward the early lead. Then Pop's Biscuit, Town Champ on the outside and looking high in the red. Ginsburn is moving up on the inside. Sign of the Cross is 2.5 lengths off the lead. And then on the inside, Principe Guilherme. And on the outside, Moe's Mojo. Moe's Mojo, a path or two off the rail. He's about 7 lengths from the lead at the back group, as Released has the lead here over Ginsburn by a half length into that far turn. Looking high as third, Principe Guilherme on the inside fourth, Town Champ fifth. Then from between horses, trying to move up now, is both Pop's Biscuit and Moe's Mojo. Moe's Mojo has gone on by Town Champ, although they're racing together about 4 lengths off the lead. Sign of the Cross is at the back end of the field. And Principe Guilherme filtered his way back, and he's now trailing in the upper stretch. Here comes Town Champ way down the center, and he is heading toward the lead. And inside of him is Moe's Mojo. And as they come to the finish, final 16th, Town Champ looking super here, draws off over Moe's Mojo. Close for third, looking high, heads up and down with Released.
The 9-year-old Exacta, Town Champ, Ridge Rock Racing, in his 20th start at Oaklawn, his 8th win at Oaklawn Park, and back-to-back.
Yeah, no, I mean, what a great show that these old veterans put in. 18 years between those two horses, and the 9-horse Moe's Mojo by Uncle Mo. And just really good racing down there.
John Court on a 9-year-old is just kind of perfect out at Oaklawn Park.
Kind of like Richie Migliori winning the Carter on a Firm Success. Right, Rich?
You mentioned Uncle Mo as we have horses in the paddock here at Belmont. This for Mike Rapoli. Those might just be learning, might just be tuning in. You never know. The favorite for the Kentucky Derby has defected in Forte, and Mike Rapoli, having been there before back in 2011 with Uncle Mo, who was also trained by Todd Pletcher, he defected a couple of days before the Derby, and having to relive it one more time, this time the morning of the Kentucky Derby, the defection of the favorite Forte.
There's no doubt about it. He will get it. He will have his chance. He's had some disappointments. He's not going to stop trying. He really puts a lot into the game. He gives a lot back to the game. A tremendous ambassador to horse racing.
In case you missed it earlier, we have a new audience joining us in about a minute and a half. Mike Rapoli with Paul LaDuca out at Churchill Downs earlier today. Heartfelt interview, very candid. Appreciate that kind of honesty and, quite frankly, vulnerability from Mike Rapoli, and we'll have a chance to see it again for our new audience. SNY joining us in just a few moments as we get ready for this post parade in the 4th race at Belmont Park. These New York bred sprinters. Rick, who did you wind up with in this one?
I went with the outside horse Z-Bar.
Oh, that's right.
Linda Rice.
That's right.
Broker broke his maiden early on for a quarter, then came back, was eligible for the starter 2 races later, and won that one very convincingly. So here's a horse that's won 2 races already out of 3, running against allowance horses that mainly have only won 1 race. So I think I'll go with the outside horse in the clear with Eric Cancel.
Z-Bar trying to earn a 3rd lifetime victory. Eric Cancel won the first 2 races yesterday afternoon here, teaming up with Linda Rice. Rice, the leading trainer at Aqueduct, and how important that is, exiting Aqueduct for a long time, but coming into this meet, just like Manny Franco for the riders, with a lot of momentum, Rick.
Yeah, and she's already been in the winner's circle once already. So, she's got a strong stable, runs an incredibly efficient outfit over there, and takes good care of her horses as well.
Sit tight, welcoming in a brand new audience. Welcome to our viewers on SNY. This is America's Day at the Races, home of the 3rd jewel of the Triple Crown, Belmont Park. First jewel of the Triple Crown this evening at Churchill Downs, 149th running of the Kentucky Derby. He's Rick Schosberg. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. We have 3 stakes races coming up here at Belmont Park, but the story that really did rock the world this morning, the announcement that Forte, the Kentucky Derby favorite, would scratch, would defect, not have a chance to compete in tonight's Kentucky Derby, and what a shame for everybody associated with Forte and everyone looking forward to seeing the reigning 2-year-old champ race in the Kentucky Derby. There is the field and updated odds. That 2 Phil's money keeps coming in. He's 8-1. Tappet Trice, also trained by Todd Pletcher, 9-2. Angel of Empire, the Arkansas Derby winner, is now favored 4-1. Forte, number 15, the big story, Scratch, co-owned by Mike Rapoli with Paul LaDuca at Churchill earlier today.
First of all, I want to give all the kudos to Mike for actually doing this interview, because this is the kind of thing I hate to do, Mike, as well. Give us the full, let's find out what really happened with Forte.
Wednesday, either it was before he went to the track or at the track. Must have stepped on a rock. He had a bruised foot. Very normal. He didn't miss a day of galloping. We had every doctor from All Day to Dr. Johnson to Bramlage and Todd just in total protocol. Soak the foot, get it better. We actually worked in collaboration with Churchill, very open with them. Hey, he's got a little foot. They came over, they did what they had to do, tested his hoof, they felt the sensitivity. We were optimistic because he went out to the track every single day. The vets today decided to scratch him because he was a tick off right front. The most important thing in this game is the safety of the horses. There's nobody that wants more safety for the horses than me. Todd is amazing. Vaughn. But I do think that with the circumstances of what's happening this week, with some of the breakdowns, it played a little bit of a bigger factor. And I'm all for safety first and foremost. You were an athlete, a little bruise. You were still able to go 3 for 4, 4 for 4. And he galloped this morning at 7:30, and he looked great. And if you guys have him out there, he looked great. And I think he's going to run the Preakness.
So let's get this clear. This was a state scratch. That's why you're a little bit emotional about this.
No, Paul, I'm emotional because I just feel so bad for Todd Pletcher and what he does. I feel so bad about the people in the barn, Amelia, Isabel, Hector the rider, Martine, Velasquez. I feel so bad for my friends and family who support me. I got a racing manager. One of them is Ed Rosen. He's 77 years old. I got Jim Martin, 75. I don't know if I have 40 years more to win a Derby for them. My dad's here, 83 years old. Hasn't been in the best health. He's here. Todd's dad, Jake Pletcher, is here. His mom is here. My mom at 78 is here. I just feel bad for so many people, including the fans. But I feel bad for IRAD,
But let me tell you this, as a fan and somebody from America's Day at the Races, you're making me emotional because you bring so much when you bring people in the winner's circle. Remember that, Mike.
Yeah, and Probably the thing that I'm most down about is I won't have a shot to bring those people to the winner's circle today.
You're going to get that shot one of these days, and I really appreciate this interview. Mike's making me emotional too, as well as Forte is a scratch, and this is really an emotional moment for the whole team.
Right through the screen, where you can actually feel his pain and disappointment, what this opportunity meant, and trying to process what took place with Forte and not having the opportunity to compete in tonight's Kentucky Derby.
You know, it is disappointing, but again, and Mike's, listen, he's a champion and an ambassador to racing, and they do the right thing. Health and welfare is the main thing here. And, you know, something like that, even though it could be a tiny little bruise, could fester into some kind of an abscess or something, and maybe you're in the middle of the race, you know, maybe it could be bothering them at some point. They have to make those decisions, and it's a tough decision to make. I'm sure that they know that it was the right decision to make. Just the timing was really bad. It could have been 2 weeks ago, and the horse would have been fine.
And hopefully we get a chance to see Forte, as he referenced, in the Preakness Stakes, the middle jewel of the Triple Crown, 2 weeks in Baltimore. We're looking at Rick's top pick, Z-Bear, currently 3-2, and we say hello to Richie Migliore standing by. Richie, what are you noticing in the warm-up?
Yeah, guys, besides this inordinately large Naira Betts Mike flag, I have this little mesmerizing, throwing me off. The 2-horse Pineapple Man was taking a lot of money. He's 5-2 coming off the layoff. I do think that he's going to be better for a run. Mike Maker's horses carry weight, but it feels like he's going to need one off the bench to kind of find his best form. The 5-19 Oysters will be my top selection. Horse ran too well first time to toss him out. Then he was 80 cents on the dollar and just ran flat. I talked with his trainer, Chad Summers. He's been training well. He looked great in the warm-up. You never crown a champion off of one effort, and you never throw a horse out off of a bad effort. And then Z-Bear is the other horse to me. I'm going to, full disclosure, box the 5 and 7, the all gray Exacta here. He is a picture of health on the racetrack for conditioner Linda Rice.
Go get him, Richie. With the 5-7-7-5 Exacta, 19 Oysters, Z-Bear. Gray indeed, with Eric Cancel stepping forward. John Ambrial standing by with a call. It is post-time race for Belmont once they get Radio Red and Z-Bear in the starting gate.
Yeah, they're being...
Z-Bear stepping up and moving into line. Field of 6 going 6.5 here at Belmont. And they're off. And it was a hesitant start for number 5, 19 Oysters, who is the trailer here in the early going. So it is Radio Red who has the early advantage. Pineapple Man is down at the rail racing in second. Z-Bear is next in third, followed by Majestic Tiger. Then it's a break of 4 lengths to Brajol. And way back in the field is 19 Oysters. The quarter went in 23 and 1/5 seconds. And now a battle up front. Radio Red is on the outside, and Pineapple Man is down at the rail, and the two of them are stride for stride. They've got 2.5 lengths. Z-Bear now ranges up, gets closer in third. Majestic Tiger is in fourth as they come for the quarter pole. It is Radio Red and Pineapple Man, and they continue to duke it out here. The half went in 46 and 2/5 seconds, and now they're in the stretch. Radio Red, Pineapple Man. They are heads apart for the lead, and the front two have now opened 4 lengths on Z-Bear in third. They move past the furlong marker. It is Radio Red who has the lead now. Pineapple Man in second. Radio Red drawing away in the stretch. Radio Red and Dylan Davis. Pineapple Man was second. Brajol came on for third.
You were saying something about the Davises. They're everywhere. There's another one. Dylan Davis winning ride on Radio Red, and perhaps a sign of things to come over at Churchill with Reeves Thoroughbreds. We have big invasion in the Twin Spires.
Yeah, and this horse is coming out of none other than the Gotham. Dropping down into a New York bred allowance race, dropping back in distance to where he won last time out 6 furlongs at Aqueduct. And we kind of overlooked him a little bit. We didn't talk much about him, and he was a little hesitant to get in the gate, but he wasn't hesitant to get to the wire.
All business once they sprung the latch, and they're able to put away His rival to the inside, and Pineapple Man starts to fade here. Radio Red opening up late, a second lifetime win, winning trainer Danny Gargan. Who was the actual post-time favorite? Hard to see from here. Was it Z-Bear? Any excuses? Anything that you noticed during the running of the race in Z-Bear?
I didn't see any excuse.
Not in the top four.
I know 19 Oysters broke bad and remained far back and ended up closing for fourth. But I didn't see any excuse apparent for the favorite 7, Z-Bar.
Pineapple Man, Kendrick Carmouche inside doing everything he can, but just too much momentum, too much Radio Red. Dylan Davis boots this one home by the big beast. And a convincing win. Crop uncocked. Handled this field nicely.
Yeah, the big beast, trained by my friend Tony Dutrow, just had his 2000 winner. That's fantastic. What a
like listening to his interviews.
Yeah.
It's not generic responses.
Yeah.
It's very thoughtful.
Very thoughtful, very soft-spoken, very intelligent, and very well organized bar. And he and his wife Kim just really do a fantastic job, and just a really good friend of ours.
He was asked about winning. He's like, it's hard to win one race. It is hard to win one race. 2,000 wins. 2,000. Radio Red, Dylan Davis, Danny Gargan, winning trainer. Reeves Thoroughbreds results when we come back. Also, a look ahead to the cross-country Pick 5. Fort Marcy, part of it. Domestic trainers can't be happy. That guy's here. Charlie Appleby, when he ships from overseas. Look out. Autumn and Fleet, 8-5 morning line favorite in the Fort Marcy.
Hello. Yeah, I saw his second first crop leading sire. He's second crop leading sire now. We might have sold him a little early.
Here's Long Range Toddy.
Hello. Yeah, I know he's third crop leading sire. I'm glad we got that clause to buy him back. Yeah, I'm gonna try to see what I can do. Kenny, we've got to take Charge Indy back.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on a beautiful sun-drenched day at Belmont Park, and I'm with winning rider Dylan Davis on Radio Red. And you kind of had your hands full of Pineapple Man early on, but it looked like you were always traveling comfortable, Dylan.
I thought so, Rich. Plan was to break well. He broke on top. I thought I was able to clear Pineapple Man, but he ended up still wanting that position. Trying to keep my horse relaxed to finish strong down the stretch. Didn't really pay no mind to him, and he finished well for us.
Dylan, one thing that I've just been so impressed with watching your maturation as a rider and the evolution of it is just how physically strong you've gotten. Can you talk a little bit about that and like where you started to where you are now?
I've leaps and bounds. Watching continuous films of myself, other riders, and what I want to design myself to be, what kind of style I want to be on the horse, and always continuing to change it still to this day. And then working out, I'm getting on a lot of horses in the morning, riding a lot of races. That helps me keep fit. On the off days, I do some running and some, I don't mess around with weights too much, but I do a lot of like push-ups, sit-ups. I could go through the list, lunges, everything, but I'm always trying to stay fit. Also, my kid's keeping me very busy too, so I'm plenty fit and always trying to get better. Also improving on my race riding, so.
Well, you bring up the family, everybody's here, but you got Michael here. Michael's quite the golf protege, isn't he?
Yeah, he actually picked up the clubs at 1 year old. We were going through the sports channels, and he catched on golf for some reason. I like golf myself, so I'm happy he did. And I gave him some plastic clubs, and he's been chipping the plastic balls over the fence into the neighbors' yards already. So now he's starting to play on the course, and we got him some lessons, and he just went to golf camp today, and I hope he enjoys it a lot, and hopefully he can continue with that.
Michael, you want to be a golfer or a jockey?
Jockey.
Jockey. Oh, Dad might have something to say about that, guys, but, you know, maybe he can do both.
Not if he keeps eating the candy.
He'll golf on the dark days.
No high five for you, Richie. Look
there you go.
There you go.
Beautiful.
It's amazing how, you know, with riders that have to reduce, that are fighting weight, and yet still are either lifting weights or working horses in the morning, and then still mustering enough strength and energy to go out and ride and harness these massive animals in the afternoon.
So they've said it before, and you who knows better than you? Pound for pound, the fittest athletes in America. No doubt about it.
So incredibly demanding. A nice win there for Dylan Davis, and good to see his son there, whether he's going to golf or ride, either way. It's
or both.
Well on his way, or both. He could do that as well. Cross country pick 5 on the horizon. 3 from Belmont, 2 from Horseshoe Indy. Couple of stakes races, the Elusive Quality, Cyrus Marty Jones, 04 Kentucky Derby winner. Grade 2, Fort Marcy to complete it. Cross country pick 5 sequence coming up. Again, getting started in that 7th race, Horseshoe Indy. Race 5. Rick, in a good maiden race.
Maiden New York breds, our old pals here on the turf. And we got a full field of horses here, and I kind of went with the favorite, Christophe Clement, coming off of one race effort where he finished 4th, and but ran a good buyer figure first time out, the number 2 Ortis. And it's kind of hard to go past that horse. But again, these are young horses going a mile on the turf, and the trip is going to mean everything.
Yeah, for the handicappers zeroing in on Ortis, 3-5 early on. That's race number 5. Race number 6 will be the Elusive Quality. Field and morning line odds, 9 deep, 7 furlongs on the melon, $150,000 purse. Anaconda drawn inside, just missed in the Danger's Hour by a nose mid-April. At Aqueduct, the Turf Sprint Championship, though, with its fingerprints all over this Elusive Quality, Rick.
Yeah, and if you look at Anaconda, who just missed in that last race under Dylan Davis and now has Carmouche, broke from the rail that day, stayed inside, and then just tipped out and just missed. So the rail should not affect this horse whatsoever. And whenever I look at a race like this, especially on the turf, I see how horses were affected by inside post when they draw inside, and this horse certainly had no problems with the inside post.
Of the 4 exiting, who do you think looks best going into the Elusive Quality?
Well, I honestly think, and I like Anaconda in here just because I think he can sit a perfect trip. He's going to have to get a little bit lucky and not get covered up too much. And certainly Voodoo Zip, who Dylan jumps off of Anaconda to jump onto Voodoo Zip here, who ran a good 3rd last time out in Allowance Company.
Musical saddles to an extent in the Elusive Quality, also part of that cross-country pick 5 sequence. Grade 2 Fort Marcy, older horses, Scratch Law Professor, 8 deep, and Charlie Appleby with Ottoman Fleet at 8-5. This was a few weeks back, and watch this, Rick. Group 3 at Newmarket, a mile and a quarter straight. Ottoman Fleet, who is completely bottled up until he isn't. Z's daylight and the definition of turn of foot and acceleration. Still looking for daylight.
And what's amazing to those of us in the States is that they ran a mile and a quarter in a straight line.
Imagine the Kentucky
It's like a mile and a
Derby
quarter sprint.
And watch him right there, and now watch him take off.
Yeah. And again, it's a little bit different over there because they kick over to their left lead, then back over to their right lead. They don't, they're just doing it out of, what their body says they have to do because there's no turns. But what a fantastic effort here. But he's going to have to negotiate a couple of turns here too, but I'm pretty sure he can handle that.
You look what Charlie Appleby has done, shipping horses overseas and racing in some of the most prestigious turf races in North America. When you think back to the fact that he made his Breeders' Cup debut in 2017, just 2017, his first Breeders' Cup starter, he is a 9-time Breeders' Cup champion, including 2 more last fall. It's unbelievable.
It's just amazing. And, the frequent flyer miles do not bother those horses whatsoever. So whatever his system is to get these horses prepped prior to leaving, getting there in time, and then what they do when they finally get here, it's really amazing to see what he's done in a short period of time.
Yeah, like we said, it doesn't feel like there's no exact science to preparing horses for long-distance journeys and bringing their A game. If there is a formula, it's like he's figured it out, Charlie Appleby, and we'll see about the favorite, Ottoman Fleet, in the Grade 2 Fort Marcy here at Belmont Park as we get closer and closer to the 149th running of the Kentucky Derby, and this is always just an eye-crossing scramble. The 3-year-olds in the Pat Day Mile. You always wind up with a big field, so competitive. Midnight Rising is the scratch number 5. Echo again, Florent Giroux looking to go back-to-back, capture the Knicks Go, but Echo again coming in with some momentum off his most recent effort.
Yeah, coming off a big win. Interestingly enough is that Florent Giroux, his first time aboard this horse in the afternoon. This horse has done very little wrong. He had a hiccup in race 2 back, came back to obviously redeem himself under Ricardo Santana, and now we get Florent Giroux here for the super hot Steve Asmussen barn.
Such an exciting race, wide open. Our friend and colleague Tom Amoss, you want to hear a trend that he should be perhaps excited about, confident about? Because Tom Amoss is training Curly Jack in the Pat Day Mile. The last 2 winners of the Pat Day Mile, Jack Ease, Warrior, Jack Christopher. Tom Amoss hoping that trend continues with Curly Jack in the upcoming Grade 2 Pat Day Mile.
3 Jacks is a winning hand, isn't it?
3 Jacks, right. It'd be a winning hand.
Beats 2 aces.
Got that right.
Okay.
Who'd you like in this one? Who'd you think would take down this Grade 2 Pat Day Mile?
Well, I'm gonna go with Echo again. Again, Steve's so hot, and again, you're probably getting a pretty good price on this horse right now. I don't know if he's the overriding favorite, but I think this horse can sit the perfect trip, and really, loves the distance. Has two races at a mile, got a convincing win and a third in a stake. So I'm not going to go against that horse right there. But again, there's 13 horses in the race, so a lot has to happen to make things go right.
See, you're actually handicapping. I'm just going with the voodoo, with the Jack thing.
You're going for
Curly Jack for a 3rd straight Jack in the Pat Day Mile. That'll wrap things up for myself, Greg Wolf, jumping in the cockpit. Rick, as always, a pleasure. Enjoy the rest of your Derby Saturday.
All right, great.
He's standing right there. Greg Wolf, be on the set when we come back as our coverage continues. America's Day at the Races. Still have all the stakes racing here at Belmont Park, including Catholineau in the Ruffian. That's later today at Belmont Park. Enjoy the rest of your Derby Saturday. Stick around.
Caraconte has the potential to be a leading turf stallion in America. Caraconte proved with Spenderella that he can produce an international caliber horse that can run all over the world.
Spenderella hanging tough with the advantage to win the Appalachian.
I've been fortunate enough to train some top fillies and mares. Spenderella is right up there with the best of them.
Spenderella turns it into a procession.
I think Caraconte is a horse who has tremendous potential.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 13th with a new 1240 First Post. The stakes are higher at the Jersey Shore, as every Saturday and Sunday card will feature at least one stakes event all season long. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5. Joining us on site? Be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. On the track, his recent top runners include these star performers.
Surprisingly down the outside, Scottish Star here. Surprisingly surging on the outside. Surprisingly. It's Midnight Memories who takes the lead. Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta.
Mastering, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Bull Driller along the inside in second position. Here they come, spinning out of the turn. Secretariat now by 5 lengths.
Few horses have stood in esteemed stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm, and all of them champions, legends of the sport.
And down the stretch they come. Unbridled takes command.
Who influenced the generations that followed. Today, stall number 1 belongs to Run Happy, who is looking to create champions in the generations to come.
Bold Ruler, Secretariat, Easy Goer, Unbridled, and then Run Happy. Each of those horses were North American champions at one point in their careers.
All in line, and they're off. Secretariat by 7. Secretariat 8 lengths. Fente just hand-riding him under the wire. He takes this to Travers by 2.5 lengths.
You got to be basically be a champion to live in that stall, and certainly Run Happy was.
Run Happy's got him! Run Happy has won the sprint!
Whoever's after Run Happy will have to make sure he was a champion as well. Hopefully Run Happy will be able to keep his name on the door and add to the list of great horses that live in that stall.
We are back on our continuing live coverage on Kentucky Derby Day and opening weekend Belmont Park here on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Greg Wolf in for the latter half here of the program with Rick Schosberg. Great to see you.
It's great to be here with you, Greg. How's everything?
I know you're retired, but you do so much. How do you even have time to get on our show?
I make time. I just enjoy this. It actually gets me into the handicapping part of the racing, which I wasn't into that much, but I get to see horses from other venues. And I just enjoy being on the show and telling about our programs and things that we're doing.
Aftercare All-Star here, Rick Schosberg. So great to have you on. We go to Oaklawn right now. Hot Springs Race 3. Post time coming up. 6 furlong sprint in an Arkansas bred. So state bred race here. Allowance optional claiming field. And it is the 2 Midnight Taxes. Chris Hartman, who's at a tremendous meet. As I say that, favoritism shifts, but one of the horses to beat.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This horse is coming off a stake win, dropping down to an allowance company, state breds. Last time in this company, ran a good second. Not unusual that this horse would be one of the favorites. I kind of like the 4-horse UVC, and that horse is a little bit cold on the board. I'm a little bit surprised. But
the 4-1 there.
Yeah, the favorite right now is Betty's Cash on the outside.
Who looks like that's the 7, for Don Von Hemel. Potentially, I think, quicker than the 2 Midnight Taxes. Might be the quick of the quick.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And it's good to see Donnie Von Hemel. He's got a real hot speedster here and could take him all the way.
Speaking of speedsters, we're going to see maybe one of the quickest horses, maybe one of the best sprinters in the country later today, Skelly, coming up at Oaklawn later in their feature race. Right now, it's the 3rd from Oaklawn. Jim Byers with the call.
C. Chupapi Muñeo. Reef's Destiny, and the last in will be Euro Believer. Classy Socks has just become quite fractious in there. Classy Socks reared back, unseated the rider. The rider also had to get off of Midnight Taxes. And they have taken Classy Socks back out of the gate for an on-site inspection, while Christian Torres has taken a seat back there behind the gate after being dislodged.
Well, it was Classy Socks the one. We saw rear up in the gate. You heard Christian Torres off his mount. And, of course, this one will get looked over. And sometimes that can cause a domino effect. So, luckily, not too bad there. But they're going to back a few of them out.
Yeah, if they and they haven't scratched anybody yet, if they do scratch the horse from the rail, they may have to readjust the post positions. And the horse that was next to Classy Socks, Midnight Taxes, also was backed out immediately because in case if there was anything, any injury occurred while the one horse was being fractious.
So we're going to have some time here. They've backed everybody out. And meanwhile, you still see the one.
Still has attack on.
Yeah, still everything on at this point. We'll wait and see what happens here as the horse gets looked over by the starting gate crews.
Looks like they're taking the attack off.
All right, so we have a moment. We get back here to Belmont with that slight delay. Beautiful weather on this Kentucky Derby Saturday here in Elmont, New York. So good to be back here at Belmont. This 5th race, Mile on the Grass. New York bred maiden special weight coming up, and a 1-2 favorite, Christophe Clements Ortis.
Yeah, the first time out, this horse was not overly well meant, about 7.5 to 1, but ran a really good fourth, a very even fourth, like a mature fourth for a first-time starter, and a really good buyer figure in there at 80. Not surprising that this horse is the overriding favorite.
You know, flattering his form too. A couple of horses came back to win out of that performance. Dylan Davis will take over for Rosario today. And it looks like, according to the betting board, it's a foregone conclusion what's going to happen here.
It looks that way. I tell you, I took a flyer in here. There's a lot of changes on the 5-horse. At 20 to 1, first time Gelding, first time Lasix, first time Linda Rice. What's not to like? Okay, I expect that this horse could run back. First time out, the horse ran third as well.
Here's the big favorite who we'll start with. So start number 2 for this Clement runner.
Yeah, this horse, again, deserves the favoritism. The 3, Ferris Mueller. I like his name. No, not too fond of his form, but he does get blinkers.
Yeah, first on grass, blinkers on. Awesome Force, 42 to 1.
Yeah, another long shot here. Good to see Joey Martinez getting a shot in the irons for Greg DePrima.
The one you just mentioned. Here's Lieutenant Mitchell.
Yeah, again, a lot of changes. First time Gelding, Lasix, and Linda Rice.
There's the 6 Tony O for David Donk.
Yeah, I had this horse in my top 3 also. Dave Donk is so good on the grass, and this horse wouldn't take a lot of improvement.
35 to 1. This is a first-time starter for Donk.
Yeah, again, with Dave's horses, you watch them first time, watch the board.
Jose Gomez on Battle of Lexington.
Yeah, Kelsey Dammer, she does a really wonderful job. First time Lasix here, not out of the picture at all.
Big price here, money for nothing.
Yeah, Mike Maselli does a great job. This horse didn't show much first time out at 30 to 1, though.
New Gelding Captain Party for start number 2.
Again, I had this horse in my top 4. First time Gelding, ran third first time out, coming back off a layoff, but not out of the picture at all.
3-year-old debut for that one coming up. The debut was back in July of last year. Holla at Ya Boy, first time starter, the 11, and here's the 12 at 32 to 1 outside.
Yeah, this horse didn't run bad last time out at Turfway Park on the poly track, but again, this is a little bit bigger ask.
And the 1, Lucky Luke from the Rail Rob Atris takes over training duties. Kendrick Carmouche rides.
Yeah, and, from the rails, going to have to get out there and get some position early, not get shuffled back, but Kendrick knows how to get position, that's for sure.
And first on the turf for that runner from the rails. Third from Oaklawn, we're going to see it happen just moments ago. So back to Jim Byers.
We're in the gate. And they're off. Data Storm began well. UVC, Al's Romeo flashing good speed. Midnight Taxes right there on the inside. Betty's Cash is outside of them in 5th. Reef's Destiny is 6th. The Fleet Sky is 7th. And then it's Euro Believer. And Chupapi Muñeño just had to steady fairly sharply at the tail of the field. Midnight Taxes with the advantage with a half mile to go by 2 to Al's Romeo. Reef's Destiny into a more contentious third on the inside. And then Data Storm, who's about 3 or 4 wide in the black. Betty's Cash and UVC. UVC in the vibrant yellow is racing in 6th as they come to the head of the stretch. And then outside comes Euro Believer, and then a Fleet Sky and Chupapi Muñeo. They're off the turn and into the stretch. It's Midnight Taxes, Betty's Cash looming up on the outside, and his speed was harnessed a bit today, and now Betty's Cash in good gear. Reef's Destiny gaining up on the inside of Midnight Taxes, who maintains the 2nd spot at this stage. Betty's Cash and Louis Q going to take this one by about 2 lengths. Betty's Cash wins it. Looked like Midnight Taxes over Reef's Destiny, and then came a Fleet Sky 4th.
Not that we expected Betty's Cash to win, but comes from off the pace, the speedster, to get the 2nd win of his career.
Yeah, no, showed some certainly some versatility. Usually has got ones across the page. Came from off the pace, got the job done. They got a whole new dynamic going there.
Back to Belmont. A pick 4 begins here. This mile turf New York bred, maiden special weight. Let's head down to Maggie Wolfendale.
And we'll take a look at some others other than your favorite. That is Ortiz, whom is going to be my pick here. I really can't see anything to say he won't be a winner here. He comes out of a strong open company race down in Florida where there were 3 next time out winners. The winner of that race would come back and run an 87, although getting beaten, but still complimenting that form. So he looks great, fit, ready to go. Let's take a look at some others, though. Number 1, Lucky Luke. We'll try the turf for the first time. Love the hard spuns on the turf. The dam handled it, but she never won, and this is her first full. He looks as though he should like it, and he should like the mile is fine. He's a big, rangy horse, and definitely has that turf makeup to his physicality. It was just his behavior that was a bit concerning. He was really studdish. They brought him out last. He didn't want to go with the pony. He's screaming, trying to mount the pony. Just very, very distracted. He looks the part, but mentally he's not necessarily saying he is one that's got run on his mind, though it could all change once he goes in the stalls. Number 5, Lieutenant Mitchell, was one my eye just kept going back to. Now he's going to try the turf for the first time for his first start for Linda Rice. He's by the Lieutenant, which he's had some success with limited starters, albeit sprinting on the turf. If you go back a generation, there is some turf pedigree on the bottom side, but I like the stretch out. He's actually a bit of a longer bodied horse, so a mile might be absolutely perfect for him. And furthermore, he has a massive turf hoof to him, and he looks extremely fit here, which is something I don't often say when horses switch to Linda Rice's barn or are coming in for their first start for Linda or off of a layoff period. She tends to kind of race them into fitness a lot of times, but not this guy. He looks ready to go. As we'll move on to number 8 in here, Battle of Lexington. First turf try wasn't much to write home about, but it was fairly early in his 2-year-old career, and it was going 5/8, and he was just ultimately run off his feet. He got a really, really good warm-up. He kind of won the best warm-up award here beneath Hector Diaz for Kelsey Danner. And I like the switch back to the turf. He definitely has that kind of more daisy cutter stride to him, which should lend himself well to this mile on the grass. Number 10, Captain Party. Well, his first race was awfully eventful. He was acting really studdish. He reared up. He got loose. Actually, one of our photographers here, Susie Rasher, was the one who caught him as we just had that funny conversation reminiscing about that day. He ran well. Despite the 5 furlongs. Now, coming back as a gelding, well, it's totally changed his outlook on life. He is so much more calm, so much more well-behaved. The problem with him today is that I just feel as though he's going to need a start due to the fact he just looks a little bit weaker over his top line. As, Greg, we continue to see Lucky Luke behaving badly as he gets behind the gate.
All right, Maggie, thanks. We'll keep our eyes on that. Not a great sign from Lucky Luke, the 1 at 5-1. There he is, standing still now.
Yeah. And he's standing next to the pony, too, but I can't tell what his eyes are doing. And right now he's standing still. I don't know if he's looking to get in the gate, though.
Meanwhile, the big favorite, that 2 you see to his right, 3-5 on Ortiz off that 1 start, but a productive race coming out of a Gulfstream for Clement.
And the Susan Harris barn. Those silks have been around for a long time. Charlie Harris had been around for a long time. We had some of the horses that we bred back in the day were bought by the Harris family back in the late 70s and 80s. They've been here a long time.
A lot of
racing
horses here switching surfaces, trying grass. What did kind of clued you into horses thinking when you wanted to make a switch that they would like the grass?
Well, I mean, the first thing you look at obviously is pedigree, and then you look at conformation. But for me, you had to try them. You had to give them a try, and you hoped it was a good, firm turf course to give them a try over, too, because if they run over a soft turf, a lot of give in it, even good turf horses don't like that sometimes. Some of them excel over it. But, you know, for me, it was a lot of trial and error when you're training. You know, it's like you don't go out of your way to train over a sloppy track, but you always got to give them a shot. You might have a horse that is a Grade 1 stake winner in the slop and an allowance horse on a dry track. So, you know, a lot of it is trial and error, but I think that the key to turf racing obviously is pedigree. But it's been so mishmashed in there. You know, you have a lot of speed on top and then a lot of distance pedigree on the bottom that has turf in it too. So, you know, it's listen, it ain't rocket science, but we're trying to make it.
We're set for the fifth. The pick four begins here. Let's go to John Embrial.
And they're off. Number 9, Money for Nothing, reared up at the start and trails the field. It is Lieutenant Mitchell who has the early lead. Tony O's running in second. Ortiz, the favorite, down at the rail, running in third. Holla at Your Boy is next in fourth. Then comes Awesome Force in fifth. Lucky Lucky Luke is in sixth. Battle of Lexington runs in seventh, followed by Caesar's Ghost on the outside, next in eighth. Then Ferris Mueller in ninth. Break of 5 to Malibu Mystery. Right alongside is Captain Party, and farther back is Money for Nothing in 12th. The opening quarter over the firm turf in 23 and 2/5 seconds. So it is Lieutenant Mitchell leading here by a half length. Tony O on the outside in second by a length and a half. And then comes the first-time starter, Holla at Your Boy, who is sitting in third. To the inside is Ortiz. The favorite is 3 lengths from the lead now as they race around the far turn. Half mile, 48 and 1. Lieutenant Mitchell, Tony O, they remain 1-2. They've got a length and a half. Ortiz is now moving up from third. Ortiz is moving to the outside. Holla at Your Boy is in fourth. Lucky Lucky Luke has come on now to take fifth position. Then comes Captain Party, the gray, who's on the extreme outside. 3/4 in 1, 12 and 2. Here comes Ortiz now, who has taken the lead. Ortiz in front. Then Tony O on the outside. It is Captain Party. Ortiz with the lead. Captain Party. Late move here from Ferris Mueller. It is Ortiz, the odds-on favorite, to get the victory here by 2.5 lengths. And Ferris Mueller came on to grab second. Captain Party was third, and Tony O finished fourth.
Ortiz, the odds-on favorite with the victory, but even with a chalk on top, you can make money in this game with a huge price. Completing this exacta, Ferris Mueller 74-1 checks in second.
Wow, and listen, all I liked about that horse was his name. Now I like the horse due to his ability on the turf. What a great training job by Oliver Hosang to get this horse to run blinkers on, first time on the grass. Really good race. The favorite, never really in doubt. Dylan had him in behind horses, tipped out a little bit at the top of the stretch and went on, did what he had to do.
Dylan Davis, Christophe Clement, Susan Harris, as you mentioned, winning connections here with the odds-on favorite to start a middle pick four on the opening Saturday of this meet here, this Belmont Spring Summer meeting on this gorgeous Saturday afternoon here in Elmont, New York. So Ortiz will move on to face winners next time out. One more look, and really never in question here.
No, once he kicked over to that right lead, he's extending himself, and you could he's only run one other time, so he's still a little bit green. You can see his ears. He's kind of like, where are those horses behind me? And then he pricks his ears. He sees something up there. He switches over to his left lead. I don't think they'll get to the bottom of this horse till about his third or fourth start. That's for sure.
Still very early on in the career, but a positive sign here, getting the victory against this group of New York Preds at a short price here. We're going to take a timeout. We'll look back to the other day. Repo Rocks back to his winning ways, and now it looks like it's on to Bigger pastures met Mile in his sights after the victory on Friday. We'll take a look back after this. We are back on our FS2 coverage. Opening weekend, Belmont Park, Oaklawn as well. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all, including the Kentucky Derby later today at Naira Bets. Get signed up at nairabets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Derby 25, that code to use for new members at sign up. Ortis, impressive here in start number 2 after that debut at Gulfstream. Gets the maiden breaker at odds on.
Yeah, he definitely got a learning experience in his first start and excelled here today and got the job done here against State Brits.
For the powerful Christophe Clermont-Barn, Maggie standing by with him.
That's right, Greg. And we got a lively crowd here, Christophe. I like it. And many people celebrating Ortis' win here as he was a short favorite.
No, absolutely. They like it when I win. I like that.
They're definitely cheering for you. But a horse by Dominus. We don't see many progeny of his, but one that likes the turf and seems like he has a nice future.
And absolutely. He had a good race, at Gulfstream. Owner breeder, Mrs. Harris, was here today, so I'm delighted for her. She's been waiting to win for quite a while, so it's all good. But I think he won well. He was pretty professional, and hopefully he can go on. He will go on to better things.
Talking about some good things to come later on in the card, well represented today in the Fort Marcy with another New York bred, and that is City Man. Christophe, he's a horse that sometimes does not have the best of beginnings. When you're bringing him back off of a layoff as a trainer, is there anything you can do to kind of prepare for the gate?
No, he's a little bit tough because he's getting older, and to tell you the truth, he's becoming very playful when he gets older. And so I hope I've got him tight enough to run. He's been training, like cantering, galloping every day, really, really well. His works have been, average plus kind of thing, but that's normal for him. When they reach a certain age, you don't want them to break the clock in the morning. But it's mostly a question of, does he still have the same will than he did last year where he kept winning and he was very impressive?
He was, and he has been consistent throughout his career. Also, Voodoo Zip coming up in the elusive quality. I thought a useful race. Did he need that one back at Belmont?
I'm not sure, but he looks very well. He's sound. It's a bit ambitious. But, this is Belmont. We're stable there, so it's a good place to be ambitious.
And he seems like he likes the 7 furlongs.
Yeah, very much so. It's a big question for his Voodoo Zip. It's a question of pace. You just hope that there is enough pace for him to come back.
Well, I hope this kicks off a fruitful day here at the beautiful Belmont Park. Christophe, congrats.
Thank you so much.
All right, Ortiz getting things underway for the Clement stable here at Belmont, guys.
Maggie, thank you. And Christophe Clement with a 4-year-old here, breaking his maiden start, number 2 at a very short price, 3-5, 2-3-10. That exact, I missed it. I got to look it up. It was big, even with an odds-on favorite. There we go, one more time. 99.50. It's about $100 there with a 3-5 favorite on top. Well, not bad. Ortiz overall for the exacta. Hindsight, handicapping, I'm the best at it. Move on to race 6. And an entry-level allowance, 1 turn mile. As we take a look at the current odds, Prince of Pharaohs taking a lot of early money. Rick Dutrobarn back in business.
Yep, and first off the claim here, son of American Pharaoh, claimed last time out and moving up in class and taking some pretty hot money.
Barese, New York bred, who looked very talented, and for a small time looked like that horse was, well, he was on the path to the Kentucky Derby back in 2022. Horse with a lot of ability, though. So we look forward to seeing him come back as well. 6th race from Belmont coming up in just a little bit. Film Star is going to take plenty of money in that race as well. Talked about the Westchester from yesterday.
Yeah.
Zandon making that comeback. Such a good 3-year-old last year, but this was about Repo Rocks. And trainer Jamie Ness said his last start, maybe he had just pushed a little bit too hard trying to win that Carter because he doesn't get a lot of opportunities to win Grade 1s.
Right, absolutely. And here he comes in the Westchester, and he really, really extends himself late and runs away from this field. And as Jamie said, you know, next up probably the Met Mile, a little tougher competition, deeper waters, but off of this race, how could you not?
He's one of the main players, you believe, pointing to that race?
Oh, I think so. Off of this race, and he loves the track, obviously. And you know, it's always, you know, it's always a very competitive race. It's such a prestigious race to win, especially for, you know, establishing stallions. You know, horses that have that kind of speed, tactical speed that can carry it over a mile. It's a very important race. But boy, I tell you what, the way this horse looked yesterday, I think he's a real contender in there.
Be exciting to see him. Obviously, that Toboggan from him was a race that just sort of jumped off the charts. Is maybe this one of the best older horses in the country this year. Got beaten that Carter. That win streak came to an end, but right back in the winner's circle. He's just blossomed since he's come to this barn for Jamie Ness.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No, you know, you wouldn't want to come into a race like the Met Mile in any better fashion than this horse already is in. And coming off those 7 furlong races, you know, and we tried to do it with the firm success with the Toboggan and the Carter and the Mile. If it was wet, we were in great shape. If it was dry, he was, you know, he was not at his best. But the way this horse extended himself here at Belmont, Big Sandy, the last part of the race yesterday, I think he's the horse to beat.
Yeah, Ness believes going to love these wide sweeping turns here at Belmont. Certainly looked like he enjoyed it the other day. We're going to take a timeout. We'll talk more Kentucky Derby contenders when we come back. Bill Mott got one via DQ with Country House. He'd love to feel that jubilation crossing the wire first. Can Rocket Can be that horse for him? Blinkers going on today. Junior Alvarado will ride. We'll be back right after this.
Want me to tell you more about good magic? I can do that. $1,950,000, hit $1,950,000, in the vertical $50,950,000, hit $1,950,000, in the vertical 50, in the vertical 50, we're $1,950,000, $1,950,000, $2 million quickly, $2 million, $2 million, $2 million, $2 million, hold on, $2 million, $2,050,000, all through, and I have, boom, thank you both, $2 million, Rogers way, good luck.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil. The only first crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes. And champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple six-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
In the heart of legendary Cooperstown, New York, Cooperstown Distillery's handcrafted, artisanal spirits are produced from the highest quality, locally sourced grains, grown only by people we trust and respect. We invite you to taste for yourself and discover our Cooperstown Select distinguished whiskeys. Cooperstown Distillery, the taste of excellence.
Back on America's Day of the Races on Kentucky Derby Saturday, opening weekend, Belmont Park, on our FS2 coverage. And the 149th edition of the Run for the Roses. There's a look at the current odds. And we talked about Rocket Can going to break. Had a maiden win in the slop at Churchill Downs. That means something. Has already won where the Derby will be contested. What do you make of this horse now making an equipment change going into the Kentucky Derby?
Well, if you remember yesterday, there was a little equipment change with Pretty Mischievous, and it wasn't to add a lot of speed. I think it was just to maintain focus through the last part of the race, and that worked out really well for Brendan Walsh and Pretty Mischievous. My guess is that's probably what Billy's looking for here, just to maintain his focus. It's a long way around. A lot's going to happen in that race. And maybe that horse just wasn't focused as much as he would like the last part of his last race and faded a little bit. And listen, hey, Billy Mott's one of the best horse trainers in America, if not the best. And you know, far be it for me to question him. I would assume that he's just looking for a little more focus for that horse.
You look at this pedigree too, and you would think this horse probably could run all day.
Yeah.
Seemed to flatten out though, but a couple starts back against Forte, but maybe he's just a horse who was one of the best horses who unfortunately we're not going to get to see today going by him.
Yeah, again, you know, and so many things are happening during a horse race, a big race like that, and especially in the Derby. But my guess is, you know, he's just looking for a little bit extra, because that's what he's going to need. If he's going to even hit the board in here, he needs that little bit of an extra. So probably he's going to put like a short cup on him just to, you know, maintain his focus later on in the race, and hopefully he'll have a good, clean trip. I really like this horse.
Frank Fletcher Racing Operations, who we talk about a lot on this program. Belmont Jr. Alvarado teaming up with Rocket Can, going to be a very big price in the Kentucky Derby. We get back to Oaklawn, fourth race next. 2-turn mile in this allowance optional claiming field. And we're going to see Royal Act here first in just a moment. I believe we're going to get this post spray. There it is. Christian Torres, leading rider at the meet, for leading trainer Robertino Diodoro.
Yeah, this horse, coming from the rail, last time this horse broke from the rail, did not run that well. But I have this horse in my top three here.
And coming in from the West Coast, here's the 3, rated R Superstar, the 10-year-old coming back in just 2 weeks rest out of that Oaklawn Handicap.
We talked a lot about him during the Oaklawn Handicap days, but race last 2 weeks ago. Dropping in for a tag here, but, you know, what a class act this horse is. He's made $1.5 million, almost $2 million.
Eastside Cool went by. We can get back to him. He won 2 back at Oaklawn, outrun him at 12-1.
Yeah, this horse coming off a win in lower company at Oaklawn.
Tonka Warrior, some big efforts, including a win last start with an 80 buyer.
Yeah, this horse not out of it, certainly. He needs a lot of pace up front for him to be able to close and win.
Steve Asmussen with his son Keith aboard Presidential.
Yeah, this was my top pick here. You know, the horse is coming out of Lowndes Company, similar company, going a little bit longer, and had the lead in deep stretch last time, just faded a little bit.
And Pat's Property outside 6-1. Walter De La Cruz aboard, comes off a win.
Yeah, coming off a win. Going to have to gun from the outside there, I think, a little bit. This horse has natural speed. Might have to use him a little bit early, so he might have to be tactically handled.
A couple of scratches maybe helps his cause a little, and the fact that he does have a little bit of pace, so he's going to technically be in post 7. But tough to be drawn all that way outside. Not a long, long run to that first turn. 9-5 favoritism to the 10-year-old. He's been such a fun story. We've got to see him several years now on this program, Rated R Superstar, who, look, even early this year in a stakes race at Oaklawn, hit the board against Ginobili in the 5th season.
Yeah, no, he's just a class act. You got to love a horse like this. They've done a great job with him, and he gets a jock that knows it. He's won on him a few times, And, he just loves racing.
See if he can put together a good effort here, dropping in for the claim here. He's claimed a ways back. And now back in for the claim again. The easiest company he's seen in quite some time. He's danced a lot of big dances.
Yeah, no doubt about that. He's run. This will be his 70th start. He's got 13 wins in 10 seconds, and again, $1.8 million. What a class act.
Enough pace in here. He likes to come from very far out of it.
Yeah.
Could it set up for him?
Yeah, it could. I mean, if the 9-horse gets out there loose on the lead, he might be tough to reel back in. But, the Eastside Cool has natural speed also at the distance. I don't think that horse can let the outside horse get away. So we didn't get to talk about Eastside Cool, but this horse is coming off 2 back, ran a dynamite race over this racetrack. Last time out, forwardly placed, got faded a little bit, dropping back in a little bit in distance here. Can't hurt.
2-1 rated our Superstar. We're going to have a new audience here joining us in just a moment. So we're going to pause here just momentarily while they join in as we get set for this 4th from Oaklawn Park. Welcome to those just joining us on Valley Sports SoCal San Diego. Those already with us on FS2 and SNY. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Kentucky Derby Saturday, opening weekend here at Belmont Park. Gorgeous weather. Greg Wolf along with Rick Schosberg as we get set for this 4th coming up at Oaklawn, and a couple of big stakes races ahead later today here at Belmont.
Yeah, we have a couple of turf races here, and a sprint in the elusive quality, and long races at the Fort Marcy. A lot of class horses in there. Some of these races are really wide open. Trips mean everything, and really just great racing all across the country today.
And we look forward to it. Yeah, that Fort Marcy, Charlie Appleby showing up, who has been just off the charts. What he has been able to do with his horses here coming to big races in the U.S. He'll send out Ottoman Fleet, who's the 8-5 morning line favorite in that Fort Marcy. Ruffian, you mentioned Kathleen O. We'll see if she can get back on the winning track for Shug McGahee. In Lake Hamilton, that's where we're going to see Skelly, who potentially one of the best sprinters in the country for Steve Asmussen. He is lightning quick. That'll be out in Hot Springs. Now, let's take a look at that Ruffian. And Kathleen O. maybe is disappointed a bit because a lot of high expectations with her, how good she was early on and in the Kentucky Oaks when that win streak sort of came to an end. She has not been able to get back in the winner's circle, though, this year yet as a 4-year-old.
No, but she has put in 3 really dynamite efforts. This year she's been second twice in graded stakes company. And listen, she maybe just taken a little bit of time to get to her best form. But certainly no disgrace the way she's run. She comes from off the pace. She has to have things go her way, and she ran good second in top stakes competition.
See if she can break through here. 3rd start of this 4-year-old campaign, get her first win. She has faced certainly some tough ones, some tough competition, and she has run very well in defeat. But we'll see if she can get the win. She's the 6-5 morning line favorite in that Grade 2 Ruffian. And as we head back to Hot Springs, loading up here for this 4th 2-turn mile for those just joining us, allowance optional claiming field. And we talked about the speed here. The 4 Eastside Cool, the 9 Pat's Property has some pace outside as well. And we'll see what Royal Act does from that inside slot also. But the story here, the big class drop, the 3 Rated R Superstar, the 10-year-old, $1.8+ million in earnings, dropping in for a claiming tag, trying to get his first win since December of last year. Let's go to Jim Byers for the call.
Property. They're all set. And they're off. Pat's Property on the outside, Eastside Cool on the inside, and Presidential from between those 2. And those 3 set off here to battle early on. Angling off the inside was Royal Act in the yellow and 4th. Tonka Warrior 5th. Rated R Superstar on the inside is 6th. And Outrun Him is right with him at the back as they turn on to the backstretch. Keith Asmussen and Presidential have garnered the lead here by a neck. And on the outside is Pat's Property in second, followed nearly 2 back by Eastside Cool, third by a head. Right outside of him is Royal Act. And now he's trying to stick his white blinkers into third. From there, it's Tonka Warrior racing in fifth. Outrun him, and Rated R Superstar is on the inside. He's 7 lengths off the lead as Presidential carves out the pace into the far turn over Pat's Property. Eastside Cool on the inside third. Royal Act is about 3 deep, racing in fourth and very well within range here. And then comes Tonka Warrior. Rated R Superstar has a bunch to get around. Outrun him is outside of him. The finish line is the 16th pole as they come to the top of the short stretch. It's Presidential and Pat's Property moving up to join him. Tonka Warrior swings up in the lime green on the outside. Royal Act is lacking racing room. Eastside Cool and Rated R Superstar wide on the outside. Here comes Tonka Warrior going to the lead in deep stretch. Then on the inside, Presidential. Tonka Warrior is going to take another mile here. He draws clear over Presidential. Close there, Pat's Property or Eastside Cool for third.
Tonka Warrior with the victory here, 5th win of his career for the Barnum McLean Robertson.
Yep, making it 2 in a row over the Oaklawn track, going a mile, and certainly earned it, no doubt about it. And the Presidential hung on well for second, down inside, did a lot of the heavy lifting.
Back to Belmont. First Saturday of the spring-summer meeting, 1-turn mile, first allowance condition race. Here in race number 6, and 8-5 Prince of Pharaohs. Eric Cancel will be aboard for a barn that won a Kentucky Derby, was away from the sport, banned from the sport for several years, and we're going to see Rick Dutrow back with horses now in New York.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And this is first off the claim. Paid $45,000 for this horse for the Sanford Goldfarb barn, which was a big, big backer of Ricky Dutrow when he was back here training early on.
Well, Film Star we're going to see to kick off his post parade in just a moment, coming off a gate-to-wire win. That was a Keeneland, and that was for the barn of Brad Cox, now with Linda Rice, who claimed him out of that win.
Yeah, for $75,000, first time off the claim. Again, Linda's Dynamite, first time off the claim. This horse runs okay from the rail, and the only reason this horse isn't a heavy favorite is because they're putting all the money on the 3.
Yeah, Vienna Code blinkers coming off 6-year-old mare.
Yeah, blinkers are coming off. They're just trying something here. I think this old girl's a little bit outclassed in this bunch.
Racing boys, yeah. Prince of Pharaohs, 9-5 favorite.
Yeah, again, off the claim, first time out. It's been claimed twice in the last 3, in her last 2 starts.
15-1, blinkers off Son of an X.
Yeah, and again, probably looking for a minor share here, looking for a change in tactics too.
Multiple stakes winner against New York breds. Here is Barise, his 4-year-old debut.
Yeah, you know, a very interesting horse here, and he's 2-1, and he's well bet. And he just got beaten the Discovery last year. He's coming off a bit of a layoff, going long, but he does love to go long. We ran against him quite a bit last year.
Talked about Belmont with Rocky Cannon in the Derby. He's got South Street here at Belmont.
Yeah, this horse ran well last time. Has been a year off the layoff here with Trevor McCarthy, but you know, the horses that he'd been running against were pretty top horses last year.
Bezos, he has quickness. Romero Mirage rides from the outside.
Yeah, this horse has tailed off quite a bit since a decent race in the Gravesend and almost a big win in an allowance race back there, but lately has been tailed off quite a bit.
Pick 6 on this Saturday card begins here in the 6th, and there is the New York bred. So 4-year-old debut coming up for this Mike Maker runner. Dylan Davis will be aboard. This is back on November 27th. 2 starts back in the mud at 1 1/8 when he just missed. Gets to open company in the Discovery.
Yeah, and he was a nice New York bred. Again, he was on the Derby trail at one point. He was considered. He ran 5th in the Wood Memorial, but this race here in the Discovery on a wet track, you know, it was a really dynamite effort, and he didn't come back that well. You know, he ran back in the Rob, coming back a month later, didn't run well. They put him away, let him freshen up a little bit, and he looks fantastic. I mean, that horse looks like he is ready to roll.
Now, you mentioned that when he was on the road to the Triple Crown in the Wood. He was 5th in a race that had 2/3 of the winners of the Triple Crown who ran 1-2 that day.
Yeah, no, it was a tough race. He ran really well in there. He didn't get beat far, and he came back, ran in the Ohio Derby, but he ended up winning the New York Derby by lengths, and was a good second to Boss making Boss moves in the Albany. I have to put that plug in.
Wait, we'll get to it in a moment. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Let's take a look at a horse that comes in here first off the claim, who's actually going to be my pick. I wasn't necessarily anticipating liking Film Star in here, and maybe he is named Film Star because he is such a handsome horse, son of Flatter in here. But I like this 1-turn mile for him. He's kind of a horse that has the size to him, but he's still built downhill. And I always find that that kind of body type really lends itself well to this 1-turn mile that we see here. And he's gotten a gorgeous warm-up beneath Kendrick Carmouche. It just really framed himself up well. Very classy, happy horse. I like him a lot. Now, let's talk about Prince of Pharaohs. He was beaten by Listen to Your Heart, who came back and went earlier on the card. He's a nice horse, but he was well beaten that day. Now, Rick, if we go back, and Skipper of the last 10 years prior to that was well known for getting horses to perform well first off the claim. But sometimes you would see the physical difference with them. I don't see any difference with this horse. If anything, maybe he's striding out a bit better, and I appreciate that. But I just felt as though there were more talented horses in here than him, though I will say in these entry-level allowance races, do prefer horses who have multiple wins, as he is a New York bred and does have 4 to his credit. Number 5, Barise, a fellow New York bred, also 4 wins, but out of 11 starts. So he's done, he carries a pretty nice percentage. He does come off of a long layoff dating back to December. He's incredibly fit, though. He looks ready to go, which is something I haven't always been able to say about him because he is a bit of a heavier body type of individual. The one thing I will say is he is your current 8-5 favorite. Just wish he was showing a bit more energy out in the racetrack. But then again, he's always been a very laid-back customer. Same thing can be said for number 6, South Street, who did face, actually, there were 3 New York breds that beat him last time, but they're nice horses, and Dr. Ardito, obviously. He's so laid back, and he's so long and tubular in his frame that I've always felt that longer is ultimately better for him. Now, he's coming off a near-year layoff, but with that in mind, with that kind of layoff, he looks fit and ready to go here for Bill Mott. But again, Greg, I just feel as though more distance and 2 turns is kind of more his thing.
Was briefly on the Preakness path last year in that Federico Tessio South Street, and then had one more start and went to the bench. So we've not seen him, the 6, since May of last year.
Yeah, but if you look at Billy Mott's numbers going, horses coming off of long layoffs, he's winning 1 out of 4. So, you know, he knows how to get him right. I mean, you look at him. I mean, she is absolutely right. Talk about tubular. He does look tubular. He's got a long neck. He's got a big, long, sleek body. And he's got Trevor McCarthy, who's built exactly the same as his horse.
Well, you got, Barise, the 5, making his 4-year-old debut. South Street's coming back to make his 4-year-old debut. Did horses that you had, did they usually signal to you that they were going to make a big move forward going into that 4-year-old campaign?
Yeah, I mean, and you kind of break it up between Colts and fillies too. I mean, the Colts tend to mature, or I think they mature a little bit earlier into their 4-year-old year, and I think mares get really good at 5. And but. They're all different. Some horses will signal to you that they are. It depends. Sometimes their 3-year-old years were pretty grinding, and maybe that took out more of an effect, and the layoff, may not work out the way it's supposed to go. But I'll tell you one thing. Barise looks absolutely fantastic. I saw him a lot last year. I ran against him with a couple of horses that we had, and he's a good-looking horse. But, boy, the musculature on that horse right now is really phenomenal.
One over 430,000 in his career. He's become, well, as I say that, he's the co-favorite now. He was a favorite a moment ago. Getting set for his 4-year-old debut as the gate crew readies for the entrance to come up to the starting gate in a race that is going to kick off this pick 6 on her first Saturday of the meet. That was a long stay at Aqueduct. We enjoyed the meet, but it's really nice to be here in Elmont.
It sure is, and let me tell you, it's good to see that green grass out there too. Yeah, I took a lap around the main track this morning on my pony, and that turf course is absolutely perfect. There's not every blade of grass is the same height. You know, Glenn Kozak's done a fantastic job with Belmont. All the track surfaces. We got a new track surface that's being put in for the reconstruction phase, and he's just done a phenomenal job with regards to safety and welfare for our horses. And you can just look at that turf course; it's phenomenal.
Huge news, of course, with that being part of the budget that passed, renovations for Belmont Park. That's going to bring this racetrack into, really modernize it and get it up to speed with the latest technology. Is going to be great to see.
Yeah, it really is. It's much needed here in New York. We got the best racing. Now we're going to have, the best facility. And everybody in New York deserves it. And thanks to the governor for really backing us up, and all the legislators up in Albany in both houses really, really worked hard to help us out there.
Here's our now 8-5 favorite, Kendrick Carmouche on Film Star. Not sure he's going to be able to do it the way he did last time on the front end, even though he's drawn inside. Bezos outside is really quick sprinter stretching out.
Yeah, but you know what? Kendrick's a really sharp rider. He knows what's going on outside of him, and he knows what he has underneath him. And look, if that horse wants to show early on the outside and he's a long shot, Kendrick's not going to get caught in any speed duel with him.
Pick 6 starts here. Coming up, Film Star the 1. The horse to beat. Barise, the New York bred, making his return. For Mike Maker from Post 5 with Dylan Davis. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial to get us started in this Saturday Pick 6 from Belmont Park.
Waiting for South Street and Bezos. They're in the gate. And they're off. Bezos from the outside is out for the early lead with Prince of Pharaohs racing in second. Film Star was off a step slow. Now rallies down at the rail. Vienna Code is in fourth, followed by Son of an X in fifth. Barise in the clear on the outside and a break of 3 to South Street, who trails the field in seventh. The field moves up the backstretch. Long shot Bezos in front here by a length and a quarter. Prince of Pharaohs is second by a head. Film Star is down at the rail, and Son of an X is alongside. The quarter went in 23 and 2/5 seconds. Then Vienna Code and Barise right together. Now a half dozen lengths back to South Street, who continues the trail. It is still Bezos who's holding on to the lead here. Bezos by 3/4 of a length. Prince of Pharaohs now inching closer in second. Son of an X is next in third, followed by Film Star in fourth. Then a break of 4 lengths to Barise and Vienna Code, who's down at the rail, and South Street. Bezos in front over Prince of Pharaohs. Film Star is in third. The half went in 47 seconds. They're coming for the top of the stretch. Bezos narrowly. Prince of Pharaohs now moves right alongside. And here is Prince of Pharaohs now to take the lead from Bezos. Prince of Pharaohs in front and drawing away. Prince of Pharaohs has the lead with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Prince of Pharaohs has opened up by 7 lengths. Film Star moves to second. But no doubt about the winner here. It is Prince of Pharaohs. Film Star was second, and Barise finished third.
Prince of Pharaohs dominant here to kick off the pick 6. Rick Dutrow Barn off the claim for Sandy Goldfarb with Eric Cancel.
Yeah, just ran a dynamite race. Really, you know, just tracked Bezos out there just the way he wanted to do, and not, you know, didn't let that horse get away but he's the long shot. He was in the, you know, driver's seat turning for home. The one horse Kendrick had to take back. He didn't break that well. Had to come off the rail, go wide. Ran a good second. I think they shouldn't be disappointed in Film Star's race here, but the Prince of Pharaohs certainly much the best in here. Great ride by Eric Cancel. Smart ride.
New York bred against Open Company for the 5th win of this 6-year-old's career. Son of the Triple Crown champ American Pharaoh at 3-1. This horse was for a short time early on the wagering the favorite.
Yeah, he ended up, he drifted up to 3-1, interestingly enough. I think Film Star ended up taking a lot of the late money, and the break really cost the one horse. But I don't know if he was going to beat Prince of Pharaohs here. This horse looks like he's got everything under his control.
Eric Cancel picks up the win, 3-1-5-2, excuse me, in this 6th year at Belmont to kick off the pick 6. 2 8-5s defeated with a slight upsetter here at 3-1. Well, the price is for you when we come back. And there's Rick Dutrow.
There's Rick Dutrow in the winner's circle.
Picture taken for the first time in a long, long time. Got to feel good.
Yep.
Big hug.
There's Sandy Goldfarb.
Best 2-year-old by legendary sire Quality Road.
In the back, $1,000,005.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche, the newest champion to Coolmore, America.
Back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage, regional networks across the country. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all, including today's Kentucky Derby later today at NYRABets.com. Derby 25, that code to use for new members to get signed up and started, get all those bonuses. Long time coming here. Rick Dutrow won a Kentucky Derby with Big Brown. First starter back in the winner's circle, get his picture taken. Let's go down to Maggie.
Here with Rick Dutrow in the winner's circle. And Rick, it's been a long time, but how's it feel?
Well, it feels like it's been a long time since I win one. I shouldn't have waited this long, you know? Jeez.
To be fair, this is your first starter back, though, since returning off the 10-year suspension. Talk a little bit about Prince of Pharaohs, and he was bet off the board, and I'm sure you felt pretty confident coming back.
Well, he's been training good, and he likes Belmont. I think this is his fifth or sixth time he's won almost every race here. So that's kind of why we claimed him. Blake, my nephew, he kind of picked him out and says, Rick, this horse likes Belmont. We ought to look at him. Sandy said, yeah, let's roll. And he's the reason why he opened up big favorite.
I figured as much. Talk a little bit about having your family surrounding you, though. As you mentioned, your nephew Blake and your brother Chip.
Well, I do want to say hi to my mom because she's been rooting on her horses since the 50s.
She's still in Maryland?
No, she's in Saratoga.
Okay.
So I do want to, hey, Mom. But yeah, I mean, Blake's here, my brother Tone, Sandy, who gave me a biggest start. You know, it's all good.
How about your brother getting his 2000th win yesterday?
That was beautiful. He's looking for another 2000.
As he should. Well, Rick, congratulations here with the Prince of Pharaohs.
Thanks, babe.
All right, classic. Babe.
We got a babe. It calls everyone babe. Rick Dutrow known for that as well, as much as all those victories that he accumulated. Tremendous trainer and first starter back after that long time away from the sport, right back in the winner's circle.
Well, you can't say that the babe isn't good off a layoff, because after 10 years, he got himself in the winner's circle.
Yeah, how about that?
Congratulations to the team.
Horse who's now 4 for 5 at Belmont, by the way. Prince of Pharaohs, $8.20 for the victory to kick off this pick 6. Again, Eric Cancel aboard for the win. As we move on to race 7 next. 6.5 furlong sprint, maiden special weight. This will kick off the late pick 5 sequence, and a bunch of first-time starters, but you have a few with experience, including Subrogate, start number 2, a horse who was second, beat 3 lengths first time out at Aqueduct, going a mile.
Yeah, ran a really good race. Interesting that they're turning back to 6.5 furlongs, but why not? You know, the horse ran good going a mile. Maybe this was the only race that filled. So they're coming back at 6.5 furlongs. And we'll probably keep an eye on the board there, because you got a horse on the outside, the 6 horse, trained by Mr. Pletcher. First-time starter with Jose Gomez, too, you want to keep an eye on.
All right, we'll keep our eyes on that. We'll get to the post parade when we come back. 149th edition of the Run for the Roses still to come later on this Saturday afternoon. We'll talk about more Derby contenders when we come back. Obviously, that big news this morning, the favorite Forte scratched. It is a wide open edition coming up.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Beyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With TwinSpires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with TwinSpires, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby. Get your money back if your horse finishes second or third in eligible races.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere. Surprise Boss, look at this effort.
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit WarDancerStud.com to book your mayor today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage, regional networks across the country. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all at NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NYRABets.com. We have the Late Pick 5 coming up on our first Saturday of the meet here at Belmont Park. We're going to look back at some action on the Derby undercard, though, before we get to it. Grade 2, TwinSpires Turf Sprint. And an upset here, Nobles, Larry Ravelli, with just the second win of his career on the grass.
Really something with Corrales, and in the irons here. Really, what was it? What did he pay? Must have been 38 to 1.
Wow. Wow. Now, it's been a horse who's been exceptional on synthetic. Really not that great of a turf horse to this point anyway. Steps up and runs a huge one. Speed, drawn inside, and able to carry it and shock that field there. That was a race that kicked off the Derby City 6, by the way.
Yeah, wow. Okay, see who's still alive there.
And well, for my money, too, I thought the next race was even tougher. I wasn't considering using Nobles in there. The next race, Pate Mile, I thought almost anybody could win this race. Wound up being a photo finish in here. 1-turn mile for 3-year-olds, and it came down to General Jim and Fort Bragg.
And Shug McGahee and Louis Saez.
General Jim on the outside. There's Fort Bragg, Joel Rosario down on the inside.
What a great race, these two.
And in the end, General Jim hadn't raced since early February, and a win in the Swale. Wins by about a head in that Pate Mile.
That gives you a good solid $12 to win, too.
Ooh, look at that double. $960 for 2.
That's what happens when you're 38 to 1 behind you.
Early pick 5. That would be a nice little payday.
Oh, 368,000 and change.
Wow.
That'll do it.
We're going to say so long to those watching on SNY. Our coverage on FS2. Our coverage on Bally SoCal San Diego continues. A lot more coming up. We'll get into this late pick 5 on this Belmont card with the post parade. When we come back, slight pause for those who are staying with us. Coverage continues here on America's Day at the Races right after this. So we're right back with you here on America's Day at the Races. Those sticking with us, we have a maiden special weight. So everyone trying to get that first win of their career, 6.5 furlong sprint coming up here in the 7th at Belmont. We're going to head over to the Hot Springs, though, check in at Oaklawn Race 5 coming up. $12,000 maiden claiming race, so they're all for sale. 6 furlong sprint, lower level claiming race, so not a lot of form in here. The horse who's favored the 2 dropping to the lowest level that he's been at yet.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times when you try and handicap these races when they're the bottom maiden claimers, you look for the ones that are taking that steep drop. You got a couple of horses in here taking drops from the maiden 25 ranks or the maiden 20 ranks into maiden 12.5. And the 2 horse here is the 9-5 favorite, Chicago's Gray, coming off a 4th place finish in the maiden 25.
Yeah, it's Team Asmussen, Steve Asmussen, who has to be so proud of the progression he has seen his son Keith make as a rider at this meet.
Yeah, it's really great to see that, and there are races where Keith is the rider, Steve is the trainer, and another Asmussen is the owner. So it's really a great family operation, and they're really doing fantastic down there.
And you're getting to see, I mean, just as well as he's been doing as a rider, Keith, he's getting opportunities for a lot of other barns too, not just Dad. Taking a look at the 10 there in the background, Pikachu, who's a big number. The 9, though, next door, run and block for Lindsey Schultz. 10 Strike Racing. Just claimed this one, a horse who's 0 for 9, and another one dropping down to the lowest level that he's been at yet.
Yeah, 3 back ran a decent race in the mud at Oaklawn for maiden 30, ran a decent second, and was claimed last time, waited, dropped down, gave him a little bit of time off. Yeah, the horses run good over the racetrack. Definitely part of the equation here.
6 taking some money as well. That's Friday Night Soldier. Lightly raced. Hasn't shown much first couple of starts, but it's Robertino Diodoro off the claim. Anytime that barn claims a horse, you have to pay attention.
And a major equipment change here. This horse's first time gelding, too, which is always a key. Drop down, first time claim, and equipment change with regards to his castration.
Is that primarily just horses that aren't focused, not paying attention, and that sort of changes it?
You know, it could be a focus thing, or they could just say, hey, you know, this horse isn't doing what he's supposed to be doing for whatever reason, and you know he's not going to make a stallion. So why don't we just go ahead, give him a little bit of time off, and get him to relax a little bit and see if he can be a racehorse.
Well, Chicago's Gray, the 2. Down to 2-1 right now as we get set for a race here that's going to start a pick 5 at Oaklawn. We mentioned still to come later today. I'm excited to see Skelly in that feature on the car. That horse is incredibly quick. Morello, a horse that we got to know on this circuit for a little bit, will be in that race. Who just unfortunate for him. He looked like he had so much potential, and then he's just his own worst enemy. He can't get out of the gate.
Yeah, you know what? We have a horse in the Kentucky Derby today that has had some gate problems. He kind of overcame them a little bit last time. That's Tapit Trice. But you know those things will cost you, especially when you're in sprint races or races, one-turn races where if you lose position early, you're really up against it. You got to be so much the best to overcome that kind of thing.
Yeah, Tapit Trice, it's so interesting that not only did he win that Bluegrass, that final Derby audition, but the best thing was, I guess, probably that he broke the best he's ever done. How do you try and correct that as a trainer to get a horse to? Is it just a focus thing out of the gate?
I think so. And you work with the gate crew. And we have between New York, Churchill, Florida. We have such good gate crews, and they try and get into the horse's mind to try and figure out, is the horse reacting negatively to the doors opening? Okay, so maybe you want to open the doors a little bit slower and get him to charge through the gate, get his head through the doors before the doors are actually open. Because sometimes a horse will throw his head up when the doors actually open because it's a reaction, a fear reaction. So it could be from anything, and the amount of work that goes on with these horses in the morning is tremendous. The fact is, he did break well last time. He was forwardly placed. He didn't have to overcome all the traffic problems, and I'm looking for a big race from him today.
Yeah, a horse that we've seen, especially in that Tampa Bay race. He was just incredible. That long, sustained run he put through and just inhaled that field after a poor break. Yeah. But seems like he's figured out those issues out of the gate. We'll see if that happens later today for Tapit Trice. Loading up here for this 5th at Oaklawn. Chicago's Gray, the 2. Steve Asmussen, his son Keith aboard, the 2-1 favorite. Let's go to Jim Byers for the call.
Next pair in, Pro Charger and 4 Dice. Friday Night Soldier led forward. And the last to load is Racing in My Heart. Post 12 in the pink. Racing in My Heart, thinking about it a little before heading in. Got the rest of them all standing in there, but now Racing in My Heart steps in, all in line, and they're off. Chicago's Gray pops out of there on top. Rudiano on the inside. Pro Charger being hustled hard outside of Chicago's Gray. And Huey Dewey is part of that front picture. At Chicago's Gray by a head to Huey Dewey. Pro Charger. Rudiano has been outsprinted early and races in 4th. 2.5 then, and it's Racing in My Heart 5th as they begin to sort themselves out. Guarded on the inside, a distant 6th. Ring Bearer is outside of him. Then Mad Mardigan, Running Block, Pikachu on the outside. Friday Night Soldier is next to last, and 4 Dice trails the field here. Chicago's Gray bounds along and is completely unchallenged at this point. Huey Dewey is an all-in 2nd, then Rudiano to the inside, and Pro Charger. Racing in My Heart is a distant 5th. Then comes Ring Bearer and Mad Mardigan, but Keith Asmussen could not be more confident on Chicago's Gray. Mad Mardigan is closing down the center. Rudiano in the 2nd flight with Ring Bearer and Friday Night Soldier. Final 16th. Chicago's Gray still with a daylight lead on his inside lead. Now here comes Mad Mardigan. And Mad Mardigan is going to get up and win it. Chicago's Gray and Friday Night Soldier may have gotten close for the runner-up spot. Running Block was 4th.
Was Keith Asmussen yelling wire here? Wow, this 4th. Here he comes. Mad Mardigan just entering your picture in that black cap, and he's going to come and get Chicago's Gray.
Yeah, I made the comment, turn it for home. That's where you want to be in a maiden 12-5 race, 3 in front and confidently ridden. But I was wrong. This horse came down the middle of the racetrack and wore him down.
We got the late pick 5 coming up next at Belmont, and that is Subrogate. The only race he ran looked pretty good. Second beat 3 lengths. That was going a mile at Aqueduct. Start number 2. He'll shorten up in distance. We'll be back.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races here on Kentucky Derby 149 day at beautiful Belmont Park. Maidens in the paddock are making their way to the track. And we'll begin with 2 horses that are making their debuts, but both of which sold at the OBS spring sale last year. We'll begin with the Todd Pletcher trained number 6. That is Abaddon. He sold for $310,000 after working 10 and 1. He did it in a pouring rainstorm, which I always give a little bit more credence to a good time when it kind of becomes a little bit slicker out there. He's been really well behaved. He fits these conditions well. He's very well muscled. This son of Speightstown, who gets 19% with his first time starting older horses. So I think he's very intriguing in this spot. Number 1, Timaeus, he's going to hit the track last because he's been a bad boy. He has been very studdish. He has been screaming. Now, the physical attributes are there. He is gorgeous. I love what I'm seeing from him, and he sold at the OBS April sale for $275,000. I loved his work. Great extension, really, from both of these horses, and he does come in here fit, where Jimmy Jerkins, a lot of times, his horses look as though they're being raced into fitness, but he is defined and strong, and I'm curious if he can hold it together mentally, what he'll do on the racetrack, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Our post parade here coming up. Pick 5 pool, 139,000 and growing as they come onto the track here. And 5-2 favoritism. Horse with experience, Juan Valdez. We'll begin with the 3, Subrogate, who has that start at Aqueduct at a mile.
Yeah, he ran really well first time out going a mile. It drops back to 6.5 furlongs. Deserved favoritism because the rest of them haven't proven anything yet.
Good Magic first time starter here, Disappearance.
Yeah, and I like Good Magic as a sire, son of Curlin. And this horse, they paid $100,000 for him as a yearling, and he's taking a little bit of money.
Aberdeen 5-2 for Todd Pletcher.
And Todd clicks off with 1 out of every 5 first-time starters. And again, as Maggie said, the sire is very precocious as well.
Here is Juan Valdez at 5-2.
Yeah, for Shug McGahee, he probably, like most of Shug's horses, will be off the pace and making a late run.
Golden Purchase, 10-1 outside. Matty overrides.
Yeah, had 15 starts, finished second one time way back when, or third.
Curiously, stepping up in class, been struggling against easier. And here's the one, Tamaya's first-time starter from the rail.
Yeah, apparently, according to Maggie, this horse was a little bit of a naughty boy in the paddock there. He's a gorgeous-looking horse, son of Malibu Moon, very typical of the sire out of an Empire Maker mare. But they felt that he should probably be kept away from the other kids during the post-parade, and I don't blame him.
We're going to take a look at the current favorite, Subrogate, in that debut effort for the son of Arrogate. It came April 8th. Aqueduct going a mile. Well, here it is. It was the second place finish. Beat 3 lengths. Was tactical early on in this race, and not enough to get by Let It Ride.
No, took his time. Don't know if he ever switches leads here. But running a little bit green, kind of ducking in and out a little bit, but stayed on well. I think it's a learning experience. He did not switch leads there, so today we'll probably expect him to improve a little bit. And there he is in the post parade, playing with the pony a little bit.
So we'll see start number 2. Started at a mile, shortens up in distance in this spot. And in terms of pace in here, I don't know what we're going to get.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say when you have all first-time starters, and again, the favorite here is dropping back from a mile, and he's certainly bred to go 2 turns by Arrogate out of a elusive quality mare. Maybe shorten him up a little bit though.
Back to Juan Valdez, Saratoga. We saw him last summer, first time out against Instant Coffee, who looked like it turned out to be a really good one. Was a Derby contender for a while. Then Extra Nejo, a couple of tough maiden races. That was at Keeneland, so we haven't seen him yet in his 3-year-old campaign. Freshened, he'll get Lasix for the comeback.
Yeah, and you know, again, West Point Thoroughbreds and Chug McGahee and some those Phipps stable colors there too. Again, this horse had some experience early on as a 2-year-old. They gave him a little bit of a freshening. First time as a 3-year-old. Lasix first time out. And my guess is he'll probably stalk the pace from the outside and be running late. Taking a lot of money, you know. Now he may end up being, well, he just went to 3-1, and Subrogate's the favorite. But yeah, I think the 8-horse, if he stays in the cleared outside, he's got a shot to get up there.
Let's go back down to Maggie.
I do want to touch back on Timaeus, who I was saying was acting very naughty in the paddock. Connection's doing a great job, though. They just kind of kept him behind the saddling stalls, and then when it came to put the tack on him, kept him in there. You know, he was screaming a bit, and he didn't want to link up with the pony. Probably a good idea from Trevor McCarthy not to do so. But then he galloped off professionally thereafter. And like I said, he's a Jimmy Jerkins horse that really looks ready to go first time out physically. I just didn't love all the acting up prior. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if he runs very well in this spot. Taking a look at the other first-time starter I haven't talked about, Son of Good Magic, is Disappearance, number 5. He is a have to bank it, multiple stakes winning New York bred who has banked over $1 million. He kind of looks like a smaller version of Bank It as he makes his first start as a 3-year-old. And he was okay in the paddock, but he looked even better when he got out on the racetrack. He just really came to life, has a lovely gallop and stride to him. So I liked what I saw from him more so on the track. He kind of grew a bit when he got out here. As we'll take a look at 2 horses that have run. In Subrogate, there was a bit of steam behind him as he was 6.5 won that day behind a very heavily backed and talented Let It Ride, who ran huge in debut and did not disappoint in his second effort for George Weaver. That was going a mile, though. This horse wants every bit of a mile from what I can work out. And so like Rick said, I don't really get the turn back to the 6.5 at all. I like him, but I think he needs more ground than 6.5, and I'm willing to take a slight shot against him as a short price favorite in here. Let's talk about the returning Juan Valdez as a 3-year-old, son of Medaglia d'Oro. Now, I saw him up in Saratoga when he debuted going the 7, and he was coming in after selling for nearly $1 million, $900,000 to be exact, after working at the Fasig-Tipton Gulfstream sale and worked 10 flat, really wasn't asked for much and looked incredibly quick, but it didn't really match up with what I saw physically from him. He is a bit of a longer, stretchier horse, and two, when he hit the track that day at Saratoga in his debut, he just really wasn't moving that well, to be quite honest. And hence we see a long layoff there after the second race in Keeneland. Completely different horse in his stride, in the way that he moves over the ground. He looks so much better, so much more together with push from behind, which is often what Medaglia d'Oros tend to lack at times, especially over the dirt. My problem with him is the same as Subrogate. I think he's a horse that benefits from more ground, not less, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. About to load up here momentarily for the start of the late pick 5. Another look here at this first-time starter for Jimmy Jerkins, son of Malibu Moon. Trevor McCarthy will be aboard from the rail.
Yeah, and that concerns me a little bit too. I mean, obviously he has some greenness issues, and breaking from the rail is not an easy task for a first-time starter. You know, you have all that action going on the outside of you, and you have nothing but the rail and a little empty space on the inside of you. And sometimes they tend to either break a little slow, hesitant, or sometimes duck in a little bit, losing ground. It'd be interesting to see. He looks like $1 million, but it's just going to be interesting to see how he reacts to breaking from that fence.
And, you know, for Juan Valdez, the 8, it just really didn't show much those first 2 starts. But Shug McGahee, every right for this horse to grow, mature, get better as a 3-year-old. But he must have shown something in those workouts to be taking this money.
Yeah, you look at his races, you know, he wasn't not bet, but he wasn't overly bet. And he really didn't have any real trip notes in either one of his races. He got bumped a little bit and steadied a little bit in first start and came back, had a clear trip, and didn't run much better. So I guess, you know, if it's the Shug McGahee and the $900,000, you know? So
expensive son of Medaglia d'Oro.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll get better as he gets older. 3-year-old debut coming up. Favorite, though, Subrogate, start number 2 for the son of Arrogate, the 3-horse here. As we get set for this late pick 5 on the first Saturday of the meet, let's go to John Imbrial.
Waiting for Juan Valdez and Golden Purchase. They're in the gate. And they're off. Out for the lead is Abaddon. Timaeus is down at the rail, and Subrogate is in between horses. So those 3 are right together here in the early going. They quickly open up 4 lengths on Juan Valdez, who's running in 4th. Then Golden Purchase, and the trailer is Disappearance. Subrogate has the lead here by 3/4 of a length. Abaddon on the outside in 2nd. The front 2 now have almost 3 lengths on Timaeus, who is running in 3rd through a quarter in 22 and 4/5 seconds. So it is the favorite, Subrogate, challenged here on the outside by Abaddon. Subrogate by a neck. Abaddon on the outside in 2nd. Now a ½ lengths. Back to Timaeus, who runs in 3rd. Another 6 lengths. The Disappearance, who takes 4th. Then Juan Valdez and Golden Purchase, ½ mile in 45 and 3/5 seconds. They enter the stretch. And it is Subrogate, who is hand-ridden in front here. Subrogate by 2. Abaddon on the outside, running in 2nd, and farther back, Timaeus is next in 3rd. They head for the 16th pole. It is Subrogate with the lead. Abaddon on the outside. Subrogate will get the victory and the maiden score. Subrogate over Abaddon. Timaeus was 3rd. Disappearance finished 4th.
Horse with experience with a race under his belt. Outduels that first-time starter for Pletcher here. Subrogate breaks his maiden.
Yeah, ran really well here. Much more mature this time. He came off the turn, switched his leads right on cue, and a really good run from Abaddon here too. He handled the heavy lifting with the favorite, and the 1 horse had kind of an interesting trip. broke well, dropped back, came on again, swishing his tail a little bit. He's a little green. I think top 3 horses really, really showed up here today.
Colts Neck Stables, Ori Duarte Jr., Tivion Toledo. Your winning connections here. Subrogate, start number 2. It's that first win of his career to start off this late Pick 5. It's 7-5, 3-6-1-5 finish. Fun being on with you, as always. Tell us
so much.
Who you like in the Kentucky Derby.
Well, I like Tapit Trice. He's had some issues coming out of the gate. He's been, when he ran back the last time, he broke really well in the Tampa Bay Derby, correct? And I'm sorry, in the Bluegrass. And
last time, yeah.
Yeah, last time. And he was forwardly placed. Luis Saez put him right where he wanted him to be. I still don't think they've gotten to the bottom of him yet. And I think there's some improvement here. He needs to have a good trip. He needs to get out of the gate as good as he did last time. And he just looks fantastic here for the Todd Pletcher barn. So he's my top pick.
Tapit Trice for Todd Pletcher. Luis Saez will be aboard. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Enjoy the Derby later today.
Thank you so much.
And it was fun being on with you for a bit.
Thanks again. Appreciate it.
We're taking time out. Got a lot more coming up. Late Pick 4 still ahead here on the opening Saturday of this meet at Subrogate to start off this late Pick 5 on our Saturday coverage from Belmont. I'll be joined by Acacia Clement right after a short timeout. A lot more coming up on this first Saturday of the meet here in New York.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the Juvenile.
Essential Quality have won.
In the Belmont.
Essential Quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
Well named.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion making tradition, a tradition that leads to success for our partners and our stallions. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, and multiple Grade 1 winner City of Light. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
We are back on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Regional networks across the country as well. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all at NYRA Bets. Go to NYRABets.com, bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the Kentucky Derby. Derby 25, that code to use for new members. Greg Wolf joined by Acacia Clement. Good to see you on Kentucky Derby Saturday.
Nice to be here, doing a little double duty today. It was absolutely beautiful out in the paddock earlier, but happy to be up here with you. A rare case, Greg, where we get 2 days in a row working together on the desk.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. We had a good time yesterday, and we got some really big races to look forward to coming up today. A couple of big stakes here in New York, including the Ruffian, Kathleen O back in action. See Charlie Appleby can continue to dominate on the turf here in the States. It was Subrogate to start the late pick 5 here at Belmont. Second time out with the win with a cut back in distance. Let's go down to Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, for 3 weeks. Oh, sorry. I was getting the lowdown on Maryland. Sorry, I didn't mean to throw you off there. But let's talk a little bit about Subrogate. You know, he was cutting back for Jorge Duarte today. I had my doubts about that, but you broke so sharp aboard him.
First than anything, I want to thank God, Georgie, Al, and Mr. Santulli for the opportunity. He's a pretty cool horse. I was afraid in the same way because, you know, he come from long to short. But last time he bred really good, and I put him behind some horses, and he take the dirt really good, and he come running in the last part. So I was happy because that was like Duarte told me, hey, he's gonna break sharp. If somebody wants to go, you can let him go. And he breaks sharp, so I take that in my advantage. I don't want to take him back already. So, I mean, he traveled beautiful. When I asked him, he was there for me.
You were cool as a cucumber there in the irons. We kind of got introduced to you when you won the Carter aboard Doppelganger. Ride a lot for Brittany Russell, but maybe not a household name when it comes to New York. Talk a little bit, because you're so cool and you're so humble and you got it together. So talk a little bit about your career and, you know, where you hope to go from here.
I take advantage of every single opportunity. Whoever pulls me, I try to do my 200%. I ride no matter what for third or fourth. I just try to hit the board all the time. I'm really happy with Brittany. You know, she gave me a lot of opportunity. My agent doing a really good job. And I'm happy to go anywhere. I like to ride.
That you do, and you're very good at it as well. Congratulations here with Subrogate.
Thank you very much.
All right, Jeff Toledo here at Belmont today. Going to ride the last picking one up for Maker. You know, always lucky to get a pickup mount, guys.
Hey, it's nice to see these riders, too, that some of them don't get these huge opportunities on this bigger circuit with a lot of the big names out of town, be able to get into the winner's circle, get their picture taken.
Absolutely, and especially with weekends like this when a lot of the big riders, big names, so to speak, are out of town riding in the Kentucky Derby. Manny Franco has been dominant on the NYRA circuit. He has a date with Hit Show today, so he's not here, and you're seeing some of the other jockeys that maybe don't necessarily get some of the bigger opportunities taking advantage of that this weekend, and that could potentially parlay into some big relationships down the road.
Stakes action coming up next. Elusive Quality. 7 furlongs on the turf. Let's take a look at the field that will line up here. First of all, $150,000 in this group. And Voodoo Zip taking money at 5-2 right now. There's quite a few you can make a case for in this race.
There really are. I thought this was a really interesting and wide open race. And how about Anaconda, who was 9-5 on the morning line and 5-1 right now on the board. That horse, he was getting to Big Everest last time in that compact field in the Dangerous Hour. I like these 7 furlong turf races, Greg. It's one of the great opportunities we have at Belmont Park to have these 7 furlong races, and you'll get some horses that are maybe true sprinters stretching out a little bit, some horses that have been going a touch longer, cutting back a bit, and you really do get a really interesting blend in here, and I think it's a really great race for horses to kind of find their stride.
High Oaks, Saratoga Special winner for Bill Mott, going to get on turf for the first time, too. Yeah. We'll talk more about him coming up in a moment. We're going to look back to action at Churchill Downs on that Kentucky Derby undercard and the American Turf, a race that just happened, and a huge upset here. Tight finish, several in the mix late in the race. Javier Castellano, Marcassi, DJ Stable, Web Slinger the win.
I was actually just texting with our Andy Serling, who's at Churchill Downs today, and he had liked this horse a little bit, and I looked up and could not believe the price. This horse is talented. He came back in his first start of the year and won down at Gulfstream. He had actually a secret trip last time out in the Transylvania. He ran very well in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. He was too big a price coming in on the outside in post 14, and a nice ride from Javier Castellano to get the win.
Horse had a wide trip, too, and able to overcome it and get that win to pay $47. It's on a Constitution. Up next, he is back, and he is a short price. Cody's Wish, Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner, returns 7 for 11 in his career, and he has been unbeatable to this point at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, he is a very cool horse. It's an amazing story as well with Cody's Wish, of course, named for young Cody Storman through the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Had the opportunity to meet Cody's Wish as a yearling, and they have that special bond. And if the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile win didn't pull at your heartstrings and get you a little emotional seeing that winner's circle, I don't know what will. But interestingly enough about Cody's Wish, while he had the winter off, he actually never left Basin Park. He's one of those horses, and some trainers will do this, especially if you have the opportunity, like at a training center like Payson, Wilmot likes to keep Cody Swawish with him. He wanted to see him. He wanted to follow him all weekend. So he was out in the Florida sunshine in the paddocks, getting to be a horse. And then when he came back to training, he was a bear. He was fresh off the bench. So excited to see him back.
Is this time, though, maybe to get him off the bench, first start back since the Breeders' Cup?
Yeah, obviously it's a tall order, especially for any horse to come back off a layoff and see if they're ready, especially with the quality and caliber of horse that he's going to be facing. But he has a tremendous trainer in Bill Mott in his corner. He knows this horse so well at this point. And I want to give a hats off to Godolphin for keeping him in training. This is a horse that he's well-bred. He's Breeders' Cup winner. He's now a 5-year-old, and he's back for another year for some fans that really love to see him run.
Grade 1, Churchill Downs coming up. It starts a pick 5 as well, the late sequence on that card with the Derby in there as well. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. The Elusive Quality when we return. Anaconda 9-5. Morning line favorite Joe Sharp. Kendrick Carmouche will break from the rail. Just missed in a stake at Aqueduct last time out. Another post parade when we come back.
First crop and currently ranks number 5 on the General Sire list. In 2022, he led all stallions standing in North America by percentage of Grade 1 winners, percentage of Grade 1 stakes horses, percentage of stakes horses, and percentage of stakes winners. Owner Breeder Magazine wrote, Three Chimneys is home to one of the most exciting young stallions in North America, one that is already eliciting comparisons with Danzig and Mr. Prospector.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Regional networks across the country. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Elusive Quality will start a late pick 4 on the first Saturday of the meet here at Belmont. 7 furlongs on the grass, 4-year-olds and up. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
We'll check in with the inside runner, Anaconda. Yes, it was only a 3-horse affair last time out in the Dangers Hour, but he was facing a heavy favorite in Big Everest who got to strut his stuff on the front end, and he had to close, and that's not easy to do, and I thought he made it very close in the end. But I've always thought that, and I was really intrigued when Joe Sharp did it off the trainer change and turning him back a bit. So I really think the 7 furlongs is perfect for him. He looks great here, and he does have a bit more recency than the others. So very intrigued by Anaconda for this Elusive Quality, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. We're going to head to Oaklawn right now. They're just about to break from the gate. Race 6 starts a late pick 4, $10,000 tag. They're all for sale for that price. Non-winners of 2 lifetime and a 6-furlong sprint.
3-2 on the number 5, Ottoman Empire, as the Asmussen family looks to strike again.
Let's go to Jim Byers for the call.
Storm approaching. He's one from the outside. Westheimer Street. And the last in is Miri A Coincidence, one of numerous Arkansas breds here in this dash. All in line. And they're off, and a leaping start unseated. Jockey Ramsey Zimmerman on Storm approaching. He leaps straight in the air. Randy Zimmerman was unseated. He steps right back up. The front end battle as they race up the backstretch. My Noah by ahead, and to the inside it's Cruisin' Rocket, and Smooth Scat races in a close attendance in third. Then comes Mary A Coincidence in fourth. Ottoman Empire toward the inside fifth, followed to the outside by Pepperoni Kid, and then comes Westheimer Street and Coselio. Traffic Control Gray on the inside. The back two are Re-Up and Make Your Destiny. Around the turn, heading to the top of the stretch, it's My Noah by a length to Smooth Scat. Cruisin' Rocket is backed off of them in third, and then comes Miri A Coincidence in fourth. Farther out, Pepperoni Kid, and in behind that flight is Ottoman Empire. He is steering to the inside as Smooth Scat. Isaac Castillo goes to the lead here past My Noah. Still a lot of work to do for Ottoman Empire right up the inside. He won't be getting to the winner here. Smooth Scat is going to win it by at least 3. Up for second was Ottoman Empire. It was tight for third between My Noah and Miri A Coincidence.
Smooth Scat, trained by Cody Rosen. Isaac Castillo aboard for the win. We saw that 13 leap in the air out of the gate, dumping Ramsey Zimmerman. That was it for Storm Approaching.
And we have been told Ramsey Zimmerman on his feet, which is good to hear. But the number 12, Smooth Scat, and Isaac Castillo pulling away your favorite. The number 5, Ottoman Empire, as you heard in Jim Byers' call, ducking down to the inside under Keith Asmussen. The second best today, had too much to do at the end.
All right, back to New York. And this elusive quality. We'll start this late pick 4. There's Voodoo Zip. Christophe Clement trains. Dylan Davis will be aboard only try at this true 7 furlongs. It was a win at Belmont.
It was over Yes and Yes, who he will run against again today. And I've always joked about this with Voodoo Zip. I think he's one of the most popular horses in the barn. Of course, he's owned by West Point Thoroughbreds, and though Christophe has other West Point horses too, it always seems like Voodoo Zip gets the most visitors, which is always cool to see too. He has a lot of fans in his ownership group. But he was gelded before coming back in April, and he's one of the few horses that I think actually put on a little bit of weight and muscle since being gelded. And it was a useful trip last time out closing. Let's see if he can build off of that, getting an extra furlong to work with today.
Well, second start back of his 6-year-old season. We're going to go back to the end of his 5-year-old campaign. And Anaconda would run second, Thin White Duke third. He finished 5th here.
Yeah, this is in the Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship behind Nothing Better, who wired the field again, coming back in that allowance race. A couple of horses coming in here. Anaconda, who we heard from Maggie, came back this year and has run some good races, including in that Dangerous Hour. Voodoo Zip along the inside. It looked like the year kind of catching up to him at that point. I think the time given for him to take off over the winter, the gelding, all of that putting together for him to come back and be a little bit fresher last time out.
5-2 favorite here, with a rematch against some familiar faces for him.
And one thing about Thin White Duke as well, I remember speaking to Dave Donk before that allowance race. He said this was really just a prep race. This horse loves Belmont, Thin White Duke, and we'll see if he can get back to it. Funny enough, though, he's never actually won a race at Belmont Park, and it was Yes and Yes that he said was the one he actually loved Belmont as I looked down.
Yeah, Thin White Duke actually won at 5.5 last summer, Saratoga. See if he can be effective at the 7 furlongs, trying this distance for the first time as we take a look at him.
He's a cool horse, too. He finished third in that Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship we were just looking at. Came back in that common race, finishing 5th. He was kind of closing. He kind of kicked in a little bit, as others did, too. I was in the paddock for that race, thought that he really needed that effort. And again, Dave Donk saying it was a prep race for both of those horses to get back to some bigger tries at Belmont Park here. And Thin White Duke, he was one who had been racing longer, and it seemed like he kind of found his form a little bit more when they cut him back in distance last year.
Not a ton of speed in this race. Surprise Boss on occasion has been very quick. Is he the one that's maybe loose on the lead here?
He should be. He has a lot of early speed, and he goes back to the turf as well. Showed speed 2 starts back. He has had in the past, though, some trouble getting out of the gate sometimes. And when he's taken out of his comfort zone and he's not able to be on or close to the lead, I think that's when he runs those poor races. He runs much better when he's able to dictate and he's able to be forwardly placed. So that's going to be key for him, and see if he can break sharply today.
Let's go back downstairs to Maggie.
I want to talk about Yes and Yes, who does come out of that common race back on April 13th, as of many of these, and Nothing Better, heavy favorite that day, who wired the field. Yes and Yes, I thought, was caught wide most of the way around there, and he just kind of stayed on and ran a bit better than some of the other horses who I think had better trips than he did. Looking at him here in the paddock, if anything, he's almost filled out again. I know that doesn't usually happen when you get past 5, and he's now a 7-year-old, but that also speaks to the fact that he probably definitely needed the last race just to get some fitness into him, get some air into his lungs. He looks sensational here. I remember last year he went through that period of middle of, spring into summer, and he was just thriving. I think we're getting back to that, and this might be the time of year that Yes and Yes truly relishes. As we'll move on to the outside, complete wild card with High Oak. Once upon a time, he was a Grade 2 winner as a 2-year-old. But as I was talking to our good friend and his owner, Lee Einseidler, after that fall in the Fountain of Youth, he just hasn't wanted to do it. So sometimes, while he's training well, you just gotta kind of try something new, trick him a little bit. So we're trying the green stuff under his feet today. There really isn't much pedigree to report on. I will say, though, it's not as if he's built to totally hate it. He's got slacker pasterns, a bit of a wider foot to him, and he looks sensational. I'm sure connections are really frustrated for the fact that he just can't quite mentally get over that unfortunate fall, and are hoping that something will wake him up and change it up a bit. Greg?
It's curious because he's so talented in the morning, but yeah, ever since that Fountain of Youth, it's just not been the same horse. He's flashed so much talent too early on in his career at Saratoga. Back to Oaklawn. And it's the 12 Smooth Scat, Cody Rosenheisen Castillo. Cody owns this one as well. 3-year-old by More Spirit gets a second win of his career.
A little bit of a drop in class. Chewy disappointed last time out, was far behind Ottoman Empire. He turns the tables on that one. Ottoman Empire, your favorite, running second, but Isaac Castillo and Smooth Scat getting the right kind of trip, and an $18 winner.
Big multi-race weight payoffs here. Pick 3 for 50 cents, $552. Wow. Big days when it's Derby day. Don't forget to look at the other racetracks going on. There's opportunities. Eyeballs are elsewhere. Coming through the tunnel for this elusive quality. There's the horse that likely is going to be loose in front here. Surprise Bond. This horse has had some good efforts. Faced Big Invasion. Was third to him in the Grade 3 quick call last summer, Saratoga. And a horse is a huge price.
He is. He's too big a price, even if you don't think he's necessarily good enough in this spot. I think tactically he could have a bit of an advantage.
Nick Juarez will ride there. We start with Anaconda. Kendrick Carmouche from the inside.
He was closing. He was last in that field of 3 last time, and he was getting to Big Everest late, who was the one who wired the field in that dangerous hour.
Here's the Speedster, 3-time winner on the lawn.
Comes in off an off-the-turf race when he broke poorly. Again, has to get out of the gate. It's been a bad habit sometimes for him.
3-1 Voodoo Zip. Christophe Clement, Dylan Davis.
First start off the layoff last time out, closing to finish third. You'd imagine he will be fitter coming back today and stretches out to the 7/8.
7-1 Lucky Curlin, second off the claim for Fernando Abreu.
A little bit of a cutback in distance as well. He was drifting a little bit last time, too. Watch how he handles things as he does come out of the Appleton Triad Gulfstream.
2 for 2 at 7/8 on the lawn. This Thin White Duke, David Donk.
He will look to turn things around, coming back also second off the layoff. He does run in that full hood as he is. As you can see, he's getting a little bit warm. He's a high-energy type.
Life's good for Brendan Walsh right now. He's got Heaven Street.
Kentucky Oaks winner, Heaven Street. He's actually cutting back from 2 turns. 7.5 down at Gulfstream is a 2-turn distance. I think a bit shorter will really suit him. He's not that big.
Tom Morley Barn sending out Ocala Dream for the 5-year-old return, New Gelding.
New Gelding, he's a New York bred stakes winner. He is a horse that I actually thought physically would love getting back to the 7 furlongs. He didn't run too poorly on the dirt before that layoff, too.
Yes and yes. He was on a roll to start off last year, one of his first 3 starts of 2022.
He's the one that loves Belmont Park. 5-time winner here at Belmont, and he is a big, solid 7-year-old. Cool to see him still around. He's run some big races here.
And at 14:01, here is High Oak, that Saratoga Special winner, second start of his career, getting on grass for the first time.
And I was so interested to hear what Maggie had to say about High Oak, because it is intriguing. There isn't any turf pedigree on the bottom side. The dam was 0 for 2 on the turf. None of the siblings won on the grass. I do remember at the start of his career, he was one that kind of turned heads, yes, because of his impressive first out win at Belmont, but before going into the Saratoga Special, he was training with Casa Creed in the morning. Is of course a grade 1 turf sprint winning horse for Belmont as well.
16-1 outside on High Oak. Katie Davis will ride. Pick 4 starts here. Get signed up with NYRA-Bet. You'll get that $25 free Derby bet, that sign-up bonus. With the code Derby25, go to NYRABets.com to get signed up and started. Elusive Quality coming up next to start this pick 4. We have the Ruffian coming up as well, the Fort Marcy. So 3 consecutive stakes back to back to back here on the Saturday card.
Yeah, really excited about all the stakes action today at Belmont. It's great to be back here. And this is a fun race. 2-1 now on Anaconda. I think that's more like it. He's getting a lovely warm up out there on the track.
Just slightly shortening up from that mile race and that Danger's Hour last time out where he just missed by a nose. Let's head back down to Maggie.
He's gone to 2-1, but he looks sensational. Anaconda, I really like him in this spot. He will be my selection, but let's talk about some others here that, as always, a lot of times these turf sprints, but granted this is 7 furlongs, so not too chaotic, but they can be at times with what paces you see. Taking a look at Thin White Duke in here for the other Dave Donk horse. He is a shorter price than Yes and Yes. He does wear a hood, which he pretty much always has. He was a horse that used to get really wound up, but he really hasn't done it as of late, so I guess that the hood really does help him out. He looks fine. He looks really fit. Second off the bench. Makes sense. Here, and he's a horse that, you know, can be effective with a little bit more ground, as we've seen him mainly at the 5.5 and 6 lately in his career. Number 6, Heaven Street. I like him shorter. I mean, going back to my notes of when he ran as a 3-year-old at Canterbury in the Mystic Lake Derby, I thought a mile was best. I like this 7/8 for him. I think he'll be A-okay, especially around 1 turn. Last time the 7.5, around 2 turns at Gulfstream. He is smaller, he's shorter coupled. And Brendan Walsh, he's your Kentucky Oaks winning trainer, and he is so deserving because his horses just always look the part. This guy moves like a cat out on the racetrack, so I think he's going to love this pristine course that we have here at Belmont even that much more. Greg?
12-1 right now on Heaven Street for Brennan Walsh. Trevor McCarthy getting the opportunity here, but 9-5 favoritism, public all over Anaconda.
Yeah, and Maggie and I too, so hopefully not too much weight for Anaconda. But I just really liked what I saw from him. I completely agree with Maggie. I think that the 7/8 is going to be a good fit for Anaconda. He warmed up beautifully. I don't think Kendrick Armouche is going to let the field get too far in front of him. He's going to put him in a good spot. But this is an intriguing little race. I thought it came up very competitive, and you have some horses that are either coming back off of layoffs or making their second start off of layoffs, and this is the time of year when we'll see those horses, those turf horses who maybe had the winter off, really start to round back into form.
Including this guy here, this 2, who we expect to be in front, getting back to his preferred surface. He's a huge price with a race that does not have a lot of speed in it. You have the question mark, can High Oak do anything on the grass? Trying to shake things up a little bit. A horse who had shown so much talent early on in his career for Bill Mott. Katie Davis with the call there. Yes, and yes, an intriguing runner who loves his distance. You mentioned loves Belmont. We're set for the Elusive Quality. Let's go upstairs to John Embrial.
They're in the gate. And they're off. It's Heaven Street going for the lead along with Yes and Yes. High Oak is up close on the extreme outside. Surprise Boss now makes his way through down towards the rail and is in 4th position. And then we have Thin White Duke who's racing in 5th. Anaconda had to steady there in 6th. As they move up the backstretch, Ocala Dream is in the clear on the outside. At the back of the pack are Voodoo Zip and Lucky Curlin. And the opening quarter was run in 23 seconds. Heaven Street leads by 1.5 lengths. With Yes and Yes in pursuit in 2nd. High Oak, the long shot on the outside in 3rd. Surprise Boss is down at the rail. Thin White Duke runs in 5th, 4 lengths from the front. And then it is Anaconda. And the far outside is Surprise Boss. Voodoo Zip, Lucky Curlin. They continue to trail as they come for the top of the stretch, the half in 46 and 2. And it is still Heaven Street, the one to catch. Heaven Street with the lead into the lane here. Heaven Street in front by 2 lengths. Yes and Yes is all out in 2nd. Heaven Street, Yes and Yes. Anaconda is now coming on as they come down for the 16th pole. It's Heaven Street, Yes and Yes. Anaconda driving on the outside. Yes and Yes and Anaconda, and they hit the wire together. It's a photo finish in the Elusive Quality Stakes. Was it Anaconda or was it Yes and Yes?
Did Yes and Yes hang on, or did Kendrick Carmouche and Anaconda come and steal this race late? He was far back early, had to wait for running room and a big late run regardless what happened here.
I think that Anaconda and the race he just ran right now has to be commented on. It was exceptional. He actually broke a little bit slow from the inside. Kendrick Carmouche tried to move Anaconda up, and I think he might have gotten the bob. I'm not sure if he actually got his nose down first, but he got the best of the bob, Anaconda. But Kendrick Carmouche tried to move him up on the inside, get some position, and he had to check back pretty sharply, and then he was not happy about that. He was a little unsettled. Kendrick was trying to get him to relax, and then when he got clear running room, and he was able, even at this point, he's kind of buried. He has to almost muscle his way out, and then Yes and Yes gets the jump on him. Anaconda ran a tremendous race here. Yes and Yes took a little time when he switched over to that outside lead. He kicked on running down Heaven Street. Top 2 finishers ran well, but I think whether he got the bob or not, the race Anaconda ran was exceptional.
If we stay right after the wow, we're going to miss it here, but I believe Kendrick knew he got it, and the one does get it here at 8-5. He made a gesture like, I got this. 8-5 here, and as close it could be, and just such a cool customer. Kendrick had to wait and bide his time, and a big late run from Anaconda.
You have to be patient, especially when riding on the turf, and especially when you don't have your first game plan come to fruition. It looks like Kendrick wanted to get some tactical position, and he was steadied back and had to wait for room, tip out. He's kind of pushing all of his body weight forward, too. He looks out, he says, I know I got this.
As close as could be, but in the end, it's the 8-5 favorite who gets the win. 1-8-6-5 finish. Tough beat for Yes and Yes in here at 6-1.
He ran a really good race, too. Second off the layoff, the 7-year-old. Obviously, Dave Donk was correct. He loves Belmont Park and getting back to second in second start of his season. Probably one that needs to race into fitness a little bit, too, but nice effort from the top 2 finishers.
And Joe Sharp, 3 Diamonds Farm. Kendrick winning connections of the Elusive Quality. All smiles as he should be after that ride. Earned it there. We're taking time out. We'll be back. Favorite takes the Elusive Quality. More stakes action on the way right after this photo finish that goes to Anaconda here in the 8th.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions. thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Poppy Flower is kicking in. Poppy Flower with the momentum. Nagarok, they come on for the finish, and it is going to be Nagarok.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day of the Races, program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. A thriller in the elusive quality. Came down to Anaconda. Yes and yes, and in the end, the favorite just up in time under Kendrick Carmouche.
They made it exciting, that's for sure. Not an ideal trip for Anaconda, and when Kendrick Carmouche got some running room, it actually looked like he was even closer than that watching it live, but he got the bob too, able to run down the ageless yes and yes.
Well, let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Here with Kendrick Carmouche aboard Anaconda. And Kendrick, you were not having an easy time early on.
No, I wanted to use my position as much as I can and stay inside. And, you know, he didn't want to stay in the hole like I wanted him to, where I could have made sure I burst through there. I had to make him do it. And at the quarter pole, I had to holler at Vargas, said, let me get a little room to get out, you know, and he said, all right. And he finally got out and he kicked home, but Joey just wanted me to sit on this horse. We know they never had much pace in the race, and, you know, we just hoped that we had to get a little bit easier of a trip, but we got there in time.
You seem confident, though. You just hand rode him to the wire.
Yeah, I reached and hit him once, and you can see him. He pinned his ears back, and I was like, you really don't want it. Let me show it to you, you know. Riding for all these years, you got to figure that out whenever you're riding at the top of the lane, when one want to be whipped and when one don't. Once they get a certain age, they just want to run, you know, and I think this is the horse that just show him the whip, and he's just going to compete to the wire.
We'll see you aboard King Cause in the next race in the Fort Marcy. Kendrick, talk about him. He's a horse that used to be quick. Some of his better races have come on the front end. How do you see this one playing out?
Well, they only got one other horse that got speed, is Mike Maker, other horse, and he breaking from the outside. I'm sure they're going to let me take position early and let them do the sitting back there. And, you know, I'm going to try to do what I always do, you know, and just go a little easy and a little faster at the end.
You're very good at that. Congratulations, though, with Anaconda.
Louisiana.
In the house. Greg.
Shout out. We love it from Kendrick. Again, next race coming up. King Cause looks like he is lone speed in that race.
Yeah, he does. And Kendrick's actually piloted him to victory in the past when using that early speed when he won the Knickerbocker back during the Belmont at the Big A meet.
We'll get to that race coming up. Got to deal with Charlie Appleby, though, and he's been just incredibly dominant, as we know, coming to the States. It's been bad news for everybody else. 2 legs into this pick 5, long way to go, but Subrogate begins it. Anaconda, very formful. First 2 legs of the sequence. As we move on to the Grade 2 Fort Marcy, 1 1/8 about distance on the inner turf. And Ottoman Fleet, that Charlie Appleby runner, coming off a big win at Newmarket.
Got a Group 3 win last time out in the Earl of Sefton, and he will have Richard Mullen aboard. Actually, his first stateside ride for Richard, coming over to ride for Charlie Appleby. But this was a horse who'd kind of been knocking on the door in some of those group races at Maidon and got back to the winner's circle last time out.
ABR race of the week, the big one still to come. Run for the Roses, 149th edition. All these changes the week leading up, getting all these also eligibles into the race. And then the biggest news to come today. We couldn't believe it when we heard it. Forte, likely the favorite for the Derby, scratched from the race in our ABR race of the week. So now it's a field of 18, with all 3 also eligibles drawing in as well. Paula Duca had a chance to catch up with Mike Rapoli, owner of Forte, earlier today.
First of all, I want to give all the kudos to Mike for actually doing this interview, because this is the kind of thing that I hate to do, Mike, as well. Give us the full, let's find out what really happened with Forte.
Wednesday, either it was before he went to the track or at the track, must have stepped on a rock. He had a bruised foot. Very normal. He didn't miss a day of galloping. We had every doctor from All Day to Dr. Johnson to Bramlage and Todd just in total protocol. Soak the foot, get it better. We actually worked in collaboration with Churchill, very open with them. Hey, he's got a little foot. They came over, they did what they had to do, tested his hoof, they felt the sensitivity. We were optimistic because he went out to the track every single day. The vets today decided to scratch him because he was a tick off right front. The most important thing in this game is the safety of the horses. There's nobody that wants more safety for the horses than me. Todd is amazing barn. But I do think that with the circumstances of what's happening this week, with some of the breakdowns, it played a little bit of a bigger factor. And I'm all for safety first and foremost. You're an athlete, a little bruise. You would still be able to go 3 for 4, 4 for 4. And he galloped this morning at 7:30, and he looked great. And if you guys have him out there, he looked great. And I think he's going to run the Preakness.
So let's get this clear. This was a state scratch. That's why you're a little bit emotional about this.
No, Paul, I'm emotional because I just feel so bad for Todd Pletcher and what he does. I feel so bad about the people in the barn, Amelia, Isabel, Hector the rider, Martine, Velasquez. I feel so bad for my friends and family who support me. I got a racing manager. One of them is Ed Rosen. He's 77 years old. I got Jim Martin, 75. I don't know if I have 40 years more to win a Derby for them. My dad's here, 83 years old. Hasn't been in the best health. He's here. Todd's dad, Jake Pletcher, is here. His mom is here. My mom at 78 is here. I just feel bad for so many people, including the fans. But I feel bad for IRAD,
But let me tell you this, as a fan and somebody from America's Day at the Race, you're making me emotional because you bring so much when you bring people in the winner's circle. Remember that, Mike.
Yeah, and probably the thing that I'm most down about is I won't have a shot to bring those people to the winner's circle today.
You're going to get that shot one of these days, and I really appreciate this interview. Mike's making me emotional, too, as well as Forte is a scratch, and this is really an emotional moment for the whole team.
So difficult to get a horse even to the racetrack in the first part. Then you go through all that Forte went through, and to get to the point you have the favorite for the Kentucky Derby, it's got to be crushing. But hope to see him back. Obviously, Mike Rapoli last year getting a big one for him, being a New Yorker, getting a Belmont Stakes. Tough day.
You can feel the disappointment coming from Mike. And for those who might say, why was it a scratch the morning of the race? Why didn't we hear about this sooner if the vets on track and the team knew that there was something that could potentially be a bit of an issue? When it's an issue with a foot, there are things that you can do, steps that you can take. You heard earlier about the different types of shoes, the three-quarter shoe, trying the full shoe to see if that could alleviate some of the pressure for Forte, and even different methods, soaking, whatever they might have been doing to try and alleviate some of that and hope that he could be okay. And Todd Pletcher, knowing this horse so well, wanting to do what's right for him and wanting to give his team the best chance. So that's why it was kind of waiting until the last minute to make that decision and make that scratch. My heart really goes out to the team because I know how incredibly disappointing it can be when you put so much work after working backwards from this Kentucky Derby since this horse was a 2-year-old, probably since he was racing in Saratoga last year.
And yeah, it's genuine too for Mike Rapoli. He's not even worried about himself.
Yeah.
He's worried about everybody else. And Todd Pletcher, he holds in such high regard. They're so close. He spoke at his Hall of Fame speech. Did most of the speaking, actually.
Yes, he did.
So we hope to see this incredibly talented horse we hope to see down the line.
Yes, we do. Absolutely. And again, Churchill Downs veterinarians and the team wanting to make the right decision for the horse. That is first and foremost, the safety of the horse. And we hope that we will get a chance to see Forte in the Preakness. But you can feel the disappointment. You only have the chance at a Kentucky Derby once. You're only a 3-year-old horse once. So sorry we won't get to see him today, but on to hopefully some big things in the future.
With more on what's being talked about with his shoe, let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, just to elaborate on what Acacia was just talking about, the 3/4 shoe. This is a 3/4 shoe. Exactly what it sounds like, right? So a horse will, a lot of times, where they'll get those bruises is more on their heel. So this, if you can vision a horse's foot, and this being their heel, kind of, and their frog coming down here, a lot of times that's going to alleviate the pressure if they have a bruise, or if they have maybe an abscess brewing. Sometimes if it's an abscess, they won't come out and won't be able to alleviate that pressure in that foot until several days, weeks, even months you deal with abscesses. So it's best to err on the side of caution. And horses can run in this. If you were watching yesterday, I talked about Zandon running in a 3/4 shoe, a horse that does have a bit of a clubbier foot, and it just, alleviates the pressure for him. So that's what we're talking about and what was on Forte because of that bruised foot. And yeah, you have to feel so disappointed, guys, for Mike Rapoli, Todd Pletcher. This isn't the first time it's happened either. You think back to Uncle Mo as well, being a scratch on the morning of the Kentucky Derby. Definitely feel for them. Todd, obviously, though, represented with Tapit Trice and Kings Barnes.
Yeah, so 2 horses remain for Pletcher to try and get a 3rd Kentucky Derby. We've seen some big names scratch in the past, day before, for some of these big races, but it's always difficult. But we hope to see Forte back soon. That's the most important thing. Do right by the horse.
And it's the old racing adage, no foot, no horse. You'd be amazed how many small changes when it comes to a horse's feet, whether it is, as Maggie was touching on, with different types of shoes, can correct a lot of things and make a horse a lot happier. So, yes, it's happened in the past. AP Indy coming to mind, of course, who went on to be just fine, and the success that Uncle Mo had afterwards and as a stallion. But, yes, a lot of disappointment for the team today, and they have a right to be disappointed, but hopefully, like I said, some big things to come.
Yeah, Todd Pletcher, though, still 2 very big chances to get a 3rd Kentucky Derby with Tapit Trice, undefeated Kings Barnes. Big one still to come. Run for the Roses, 149th edition. We'll have more previews ahead as we get closer to the big event coming up in just a little bit. You can play it all, of course, by getting signed up with NYRA Bets. Go to NYRABets.com. $25 free play in the Derby and that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus when new members punch in that code right there, Derby25 at NYRABets.com. Brad Cox, he's got 4 he's going to send out in this year's Kentucky Derby. Angel of Empire is Arkansas Derby winner. Maybe that best chance. Can he get one after they cross the wire, not 9 months after the fact this time around? We'll be back.
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Nest, much the best.
Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malachi coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be?
You're watching America's Day of the Races on FS2. 7th from Oaklawn, ready to roll. State-bred 6 furlong sprint. Let's go to Jim Byers.
They're getting set, and they're off. Party in the Streets away a bit slowly. Bohemian Beau is sprinting out for the early lead. Table Money gets out in second, and then it's Macho Rocco on the outside in third, and Citrus Bay is fourth. Toward the inside, Peace Dog is letting those front 4 go. He's settling in fifth here. 3 lengths to the good of Kinfolk, and then trailing the field is Party in the Streets with less than a half mile to the finish. It's Bohemian Beau and Christian Torres with the lead, a length and a half to Macho Rocco. Table Money on the inside is third. Length and a half then. Citrus Bay in the white sleeves is racing in fourth, and Peace Dog is outside of him. He's going to enter the stretch a little wide. He's racing in fifth and coming under some urging now. Then a gap of 4 to Party in the Streets and Kinfolk. Bohemian Beau moves off the turn with the lead, and it's currently an open length advantage to Macho Rocco. Up to the outside comes Citrus Bay, way on the outside. Peace Dog is trying to run on, but Bohemian Beau is scampered off with this one and is taking it decisively. He'll win it by 5 or 6. Citrus Bay is second, Peace Dog third, and Table Money fourth.
This one almost looked like a freebie today. This was second in a stakes race for Arkansas Breds last time out. Christian Torres, Tom Vance wins easily.
Big performance from Bohemian Beau. Getting a little bit of class relief there, too.
Back to Belmont Grade 2, Fort Marcy, about 1 1/8 over the inner turf. And there he is, Ottoman Fleet, Charlie Appleby sighting with this horse who's coming off not just a big win, Group 3 over Newmarket. It got a huge figure for it, too.
Always dangerous. Charlie Appleby really seems to have his finger on the pulse of American racing and which horses will fit coming over here. He's had tremendous amount of success in the Breeders' Cup here in New York, even up at Woodbine in some of those graded races as well. He brings Ottoman Fleet over now. You'd imagine this is a prep for the Man o' War. This horse coming off of a Group 3 win of the Earl of Sefton. Had to wait a little bit for some room there. He has quite the acceleration, what we call the turn of foot. As you see, he finds that hole, finds that seam, and then when he kicks on, very impressive the way that he does it. So oftentimes you wonder with horses coming over from Europe how they will take to the style of American racing.
This is on fast forward, right?
No, it's definitely not. He's just that quick with his acceleration. Charlie Appleby knows which horses fit coming over here.
State's debut coming up 6 to 5. There he is. Let's go down to Maggie.
Yeah, Ottoman Fleet here, as you guys were just showing that replay. Yes, he has what every good European turf horse does, and that is acceleration. And acceleration even after you get steadied or stopped. You know, the turf, as Richie always says, is such an easier surface to gather yourself up upon and recover. I mean, we look at Anaconda. Early on in that race, you wouldn't have thought that he would have been able to recover from being checked back and steadied as much as he was, but it just goes to show what the turf does. Now, looking at Ottoman Fleet here, always Charlie Appleby's runners are accompanied by Bam, who is aboard the pony. He takes care of them in the morning. And I find it interesting that Charlie chooses to do that, as we don't see lead ponies in Europe. But because they're constantly trained with large strings of horses and they're constantly following each other, it's to emulate that sort of scenario. So he is with the pony. Give him a little bit of a rear when they put the tack on him, but since has settled, incredibly fit here. I mean, he's very well defined. If anything, I would have loved to see a little bit more flesh on him, because Charlie is a European trainer who gets what it takes to win in America, and he usually brings over burly, very strong, well-muscled individuals. And he's not quite like that, though he is a See the Stars, and they tend to run that way. But all things good. And really, the only thing that hurts European turf horses, I feel like, when they come over here, is not getting pace to run into. And A, I don't think it matters with him, and B, I think he does get pace to run into here. As we'll move on to 2 coming off layoffs. Rock Emperor returns as a 7-year-old, but as a new gelding. But as it often does when you geld horses later on in life, it doesn't change them. And it hasn't changed Rock Emperor at all. He's always a very round horse that kind of carries a lot of conditioning. So it's always tough to gauge how fit he actually is. I like him here. He looks fit enough to me. But you just never know which version of Rock Emperor is going to show up. He runs brilliant races, and he runs not so good races. So maybe being a gelding will bring some more consistency to his form. To his outside is a New York bred number 6, City Man. He looks sensational here. Now his layoff not quite as long as some others. He did run down at Gulfstream in the Pegasus World Cup. Just kind of, it was a throwout type of race. He looks sensational. If anything, it's one of the best times I've seen City Man appear here. And it was interesting catching up with Christophe Clement. And as he said, yeah, sometimes he doesn't break well. Sometimes he acts up in the gate. You just don't know. And it's just the will to win, the will to do it as you bring them back each and every year. But looking at him here, Greg, I say he wants to still do it.
We'll find out. 6-year-old second start. He has been off since late January, but a little bit of time off for the multiple graded stakes winner. Coming back as we have our post parade here coming up momentarily. Take a look at what Charlie Appleby has done with his foreign shippers. It has been a nightmare for the rest of the trainers here in the U.S. when Charlie Appleby shows up.
Yeah, of course, I'm biased. I'm, of course, rooting for City Man, so I wish he was staying home here. But nothing we can do about that. I do have the world of respect for Charlie Appleby, though, and what he's been able to do. It's not an easy thing to accomplish either. And one thing that we've also discussed, and especially if you look at Ottoman Fleet, he falls into this category as well. A lot of the geldings that he'll run are not eligible to run in those big Group 1s over in Europe. They can't become stallions. So he's opted to bring those geldings over to the United States and run in some of the graded stakes here for a large purses as well.
There they come through the tunnel. It was really that Just a Game, then the Diana, where Charlie Appleby started to make a statement that he had arrived here. We take a look at Dyna Drive to kick things off. Tom Morley, Nick Juarez.
Ran some nice races at Saratoga last summer. He makes his first start of his 6-year-old season.
14-1 next door, and this is a horse who potentially is the lone speed with Kendrick Carmouche.
Kendrick, the last time he rode him was in the Knickerbocker in October, and they wired the field that day. It's not shown much speed in his recent races. See if he can get back on track, though, as he goes back to turf.
Here's Godolphin Charlie Appleby's Ottoman Fleet with Richard Mullen.
Off the back of a win, he does ship in here after just racing on April 18th, and that's another thing Charlie does well, is shipping horses after pretty quick times in between races.
Fort Washington might be up against it here. Not a lot of pace, and he needs pace.
He was so far back last time out in the Appleton at Gulfstream. He wasn't even on the screen. He's not going to be able to afford doing that in this field.
Former Grade 1 winner, Rock Emperor. He's a new gelding for trainer Chad Brown.
As Maggie mentioned, you never really know what version of Rock Emperor is going to show up. The last time he ran in the Fort Marcy, which was also his first start of the year last year, it was a much softer turf course, and he is a big, heavy horse.
3-1 on the 6-year-old. Here's City Man.
He had a little vacation down in Florida. He's still just as fresh and spunky as ever, but he has matured in his races. He really seems to respond to his rider very well, and you could see that when he won the Fort Lauderdale 2-back coming up the inside.
Let's see if this horse can put any kind of pressure on King Cause up front.
He has speed. He has not been running on the turf recently. In fact, first start since trying 1.5 miles at Kentucky Downs in September.
And 31-1 outside tie to the seat. Tom Morley, Katie Davis.
Faced some very good horses in that most recent start, which was at Aqueduct, including a Tone, who would come back to win the Pegasus World Cup Turf, tie to the sea. First start as a 7-year-old now.
So the 6-year-old for Christophe Clement we'll take a look at. City Man had a tremendous end to last year, winning 3 in a row.
He did. He's a really cool horse, and I think he's a great example for the New York bred program too. I mean, he won 2 New York bred stakes, an open stake in the Danger's Hour, and then 2 graded stakes, one in New York and one in Florida. Here's what I was talking about. When Joel Rosario asks him to go down the inside, he does so pretty agilely. They kept him in training through January to run in the Pegasus World Cup Turf as he qualified with this Fort Lauderdale victory. It might have just been that a long season caught up with him. He'd run some really big races. He really seems to have done well having a little bit of time off.
11 of his 19 career starts, he's been first or second on the grass, over $740,000 in earnings, and second choice on the board here for the second start of his 6-year-old campaign. Some names we have seen quite a bit on this show over the years lining up in this race. Another one of them next door, Rock Emperor for Chad Brown, had that big moment when took blinkers off a couple of years ago at Belmont, won that Grade 1 Turf Classic Invitational. And that was a surprise, too. That was at 15:01.
It was, and I think in large part because we never really knew what we were going to get from him. A big victory that day, and he actually kicked on pretty impressively that afternoon. He's coming off of a 4th place finish in the Turf Classic behind Warlike Goddess. We haven't seen him since October. As Maggie touched on, when he's now as a 7-year-old, gelding's not really going to change him physically. Sometimes we talk about gelding horses when they're younger, and you see them lighten up a little bit. You see them kind of change a bit physically in that you're not going to see any change from him as you see that big, heavy body on him. I do wonder, too, if he is the type that needs a race off the layoff typically. We'll see. And I also wonder if this might be a touch short for him. But he seems like he's moving well out on the track.
6-1 right now, and the former Grade 1 winner. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, he does look good on the track, Rock Emperor. But I am going to land on City Man here. In case you said it, he was, had twinkle toes when he first came out here on the racetrack. I just can't get over how well he looks, and I think he does sit the right kind of trip. I love the 1 1/8 distance for him. I just hope he behaves himself at the start, because that's where, when he does throw in some not so great races, that's usually where the trouble comes from. As we'll take a look, though, at number 2, King Cause. There's some reasons to believe that he could be the clear-cut speed because, A, he's drawn inside, he has Kendrick Carmouche, but as Kendrick said, there is speed to the outside with the 7 and 8, and they're big prices. So usually when you're a big price, your only shot to get any piece of it is to get forward position and to try to get to the lead. So I think Kendrick might have to work for it with King Cause. He looks fine. I have no problems with him, but I just don't think this is a scenario where we're going to see King Cause be able to steal things on the front end. But again, not going to be too overly critical because he's 12-1, which is a generous price, Greg.
He is, and a horse who's probably going to be in front by himself. We'll find out. Again, the other one who looks like they could put any kind of pace on would be that 7, Keystone Field.
Well, don't forget about Tide of the Sea, too. Maggie's right about that. I know that there are long prices, but you'd imagine if they are long shots, too, the best chance is to be forward.
44-1 from the outside for Tide of the Sea. 4-5 favorite, Ottoman Fleet, was 3rd behind Stablemate Nation's Pride. 2 starts back, and then it kind of was a coming out party for him in that Earl of Sefton last out.
It was, and that was going the 1 1/8, which is the distance he'll be navigating here today. He's, I think just by virtue of the fact that he's coming over in the Godolphin blue for Charlie Appleby, immediately the betting public says, well, they've been winning everything. Look at the show he's put on at the Breeders' Cup the last couple of years as well. It's just absolutely astounding to see the success. It helps when you have really good stock, but he's also placed his horses very well, too.
See what happens here. Grade 2, Fort Marcy. The respect that 3-horse in the background getting from this barn. Charlie Appleby, Godolphin have dominated since they've been bringing their better horses over here to the U.S. We'll see if they can collect another graded stakes win here in this Grade 2 Fort Marcy. Let's go upstairs. Johnny Brial, the call.
There in the gate. And they're off in the Fort Marcy Stakes. From the extreme outside, Tide of the Sea. Down at the rail is King Cause. King Cause, Tide of the Sea. Tide of the Sea has cleared and is in front. And then it is King Cause who is running in 2nd. Keystone Field on the outside in 3rd. And Rock Emperor is down at the rail racing in 4th. City Man is in 5th at this point. Ottoman Fleet is right alongside. Then comes Fort Washington. Dinah Drive is the trailer in 8th. As they race up the backstretch now. Tide of the Sea gets away to lead by 6 lengths. Ran the quarter in 23 3. King Cause in the white blinkers running in 2nd. Keystone Field and Rock Emperor, their heads apart 3rd and 4th. Ottoman Fleet and City Man, they're right together. And at the back of the pack, Dinah Drive and Fort Washington. The half in 47 4. Tide of the Sea maintaining the lead here. The lead is 6 lengths. King Cause remains in 2nd. Rock Emperor down at the rail. On the outside is Keystone Field. Then comes Ottoman Fleet. In between horses, City Man begins to pick it up. Then it is Fort Washington and Dinah Drive. 3/4, 1:11 and 4. They're getting closer now to Tide of the Sea. The lead is down to 3 lengths. Then it is King Cause. Rock Emperor on the outside. Ottoman Fleet is down at the rail. They come off the turn and enter the stretch. And they have caught Tide of the Sea. Ottoman Fleet coming through at the rail. Rock Emperor is right there. And City Man. Here comes Ottoman Fleet at the rail. City Man is on the outside with Rock Emperor. It is Ottoman Fleet who has the lead. Ottoman Fleet in front as they come on for the finish. And Ottoman Fleet has won the Grade 2 Fort Marcy. And it looked like Tide of the Sea held on for second. The big long shot completing the exacta.
Huge price. Tide of the Sea for second, but Ottoman Fleet just too good for this group.
How agile, too, coming up the inside under Richard Mullen, and he found a seam as the closer started to kick in, approaching on Tide of the Sea, opted to go up the rail, and for a horse to do that, too, takes a lot of agility, and then to kick away the way that he did. We talked about that acceleration, and you can see it on display here. Where he kind of carries his head pretty high up in the air as well, but it doesn't matter. He has a motor, so to speak. City Man was trying on the outside, might have needed the race off a bit of a layoff. I think he got up for third, but you have to give credit to Tide of the Sea, who was strutting his stuff on the front end under Katie Davis and able to hold on for second at 56-1.
Like Voodoo Song out there for a little while. Horse who opened up some big leads leads at Saratoga. They had a clear plan with that horse, and it worked out. They get second place money in a graded stake. Well done at a huge price. Ottoman Fleet, though, impressive. That's back-to-back wins now for this Charlie Appleby 4-year-old.
Yes, and like I said, probably this is a prep for the Man of War. I would imagine we're going to see this horse again. Obviously, he likes Belmont Park, and I'm sure the rest of the horsemen on the backside are not so happy that he does.
No, not at all. A 3-8, 6-5, even money in the end on Ottoman Fleet. Picks up the 4th win of his career on the lawn. Back-to-back wins at a mile and an 1/8. Group 3 overseas. And now this Group Grade 2 Fort Marcy. And yeah, we're going to see him, I would think, around these parts down the line, going a little bit longer. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. More stakes action ahead. The ruffian to come when we return.
Independence Hall is hands down one of the most impressive horses I've ever seen physically.
Independence Hall is pouring it on here in the Nashua Stakes. Won by maybe a dozen lengths.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Fayette.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Back on America's Day of the Races program brought to you where you can play it all at NYRA Bets. Go to NYRABets.com, get signed up and started. Grade 2 Fort Marcy. Ottoman Fleet up the inside. Richard Mullen for Charlie Appleby and Godolphin.
A big performance from this horse, and want to clarify what I mentioned earlier. This is likely a prep for the Manhattan, not for the Man of War, which is next week. I know that Charlie Appleby can wheel them around quickly, but even that's pretty quick.
So someone else has a chance next week.
Maybe so, unless he decides to send someone else over.
Incredible what he has done, bringing his runners here at the highest level and just dominating. And gets another victory here. $4 goes off at even money. Tide of the Sea, what a plan they had with this horse to jet to the front, and it pays off to get second place money.
It does, absolutely. Cityman trying on the outside to close off of a bit of a layoff. Might have needed that race. Tide of the Sea able to hold on with game over the rest of that field, but just that acceleration, that agility we talked about coming up the inside from Ottoman Fleet. Very talented gelding by Sea the Stars.
And of course, next we're going to have Fillies Mares, that grade 2 Ruffian. 1-turn mile, see if Kathleen O can get back in the winner's circle. We'll get to that in a moment. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Here with winning rider Richard Mullen. I just asked him, when was the last time you rode in the States? A little different than what you just did here in the Fort Marcy.
Yeah, it was a little different. Los Al is a little different to Belmont Park, but look, I had an exceptional horse today. The main thing was just having something to aim at. You know, he's one of those horses that just when he gets there, he has had a tendency in the past to idle, but he's in such great form. And before I flew over, Kieran Fallon actually rides him, you know, the Hall of Fame rider, and he gave me all the pointers about him. And yeah, look, it was a pleasure when Charlie obviously offered me to ride. You don't turn things down like that, so it's a welcome winner, and it's the first part of you know, hopefully a good week, because we've got Warren Point next week in the Man of War, and you know, I think Frankie's coming to ride him, but yeah, my job's done. Just have to keep the other horse fresh for the week, but yeah, look, it's huge difference.
Wait, you flew over and have been riding him in the morning?
I've been riding him every morning. I flew over Sunday, so as well as the horses, I've been acclimatizing as well, so you know, it's a lot different. But these horses actually trained in Dubai, which is a similar sort of training style, so yeah, no, but look, it's a huge help when you're riding for these connections. You know, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed and Charlie. It's a great opportunity to have, and yeah, it's a welcome one. But unfortunately, I'm falling in love with New York, so I might end up. I might end up staying a bit longer if I ask him. But no, that was great. It was fantastic.
I mean, just a well-executed ride. Congratulations here, and enjoy a little bit more of what the Big Apple has to offer.
Thank you very much, Maggie. Thank you.
Richard Mullen here, and the record, guys, of Charlie Appleby extends. He's just unbeatable nearly when he comes to the States.
I'm right with Richard Mullen. I've fallen in love with New York as well. This is the most dominant trainer in the game today.
Yeah, and it sounds like he's going to take the Man of War next week anyway, too. Richard said they have somebody waiting in the wings, but pretty impressive, too, that Richard Mullen came over on Sunday, been riding this horse in the mornings. He mentioned Hall of Fame rider Kieran Fallon, who is still very involved, still riding. You may recognize the name. His son, also Kieran, but spelled differently, champion apprentice jockey over in Europe. He actually spent the winter riding with my father-in-law down at Payson a couple years ago.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, a lot of big wins in Kieran Fallon's career. Ottoman Fleet, maybe some more big wins in his career coming up. This horse has really turned it on the last few starts.
Yeah, big performances from this one. And as Maggie touched on, an incredible ride from Richard Mullen. And I thought it was interesting that Richard said that this was a horse that has had the tendency to idle. The replays that I watched, just the acceleration, the turn of foot that he does have. Maybe he didn't care for Dubai. Looks like he, much like his jockey, really does like New York.
Yeah, indeed. Grade 2 Ruffian coming up next. We'll get to that. Let's take a look at how this Pick 5 has played out to this point. It has been very formful with 2 legs still remaining. And Ottoman Fleet at even money. A lot of people going to get paid today.
I think so. I think so. It's not over yet, though.
No, it's not. Anything can happen. We'll see. 2 legs remain. Grade 2 Ruffian next. And then probably the most wide open race of the sequence to close out the card. And on the grass, maiden special weight for New York Reds. Kathleen O, all right, she's going to try and get her first win of her 4-year-old campaign. A horse who started out so precocious, 4 for 4 to begin her career. Then her first defeat coming in that Kentucky Oaks. She hasn't won since that Gulfstream Park Oaks leading into that first Friday in May.
Yeah, it's a little tough to say what we're going to get from her today. I will say I do love the cutback to the mile this afternoon. This was the type of filly that I remember speaking to Shug McGahee right after the Oaks. He happened to be in town the Sunday after Kentucky Derby and Oaks, and he said, maybe we'll try going a bit shorter with her. And I always thought that she looked a little bit more like a one-turn type of filly. They've been running her in some very good against some very good horses. She's run well with good company, but I'd be very interested to see how she handles the turn back from the mile and an eighth to the one-turn mile today.
Pretty incredible to think last year's Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner lost the first 3 starts of his career. He has won 7 of his last 8 starts coming into the race today in the Churchill Downs, including back-to-back Grade 1s, beating Jackie's Warrior in the Forego, winning the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Some thought maybe today a little vulnerable off the bench, coming back for the first time since early November in the Breeders' Cup. Not the case.
Not the case at all. Talking about Cody's Wish, who makes the first start of his season, now a 5-year-old, the son of Curlin. Looked like as soon as Junior Alvarado got him out, that was when he kicked in. He was kind of just running with the pack a little bit, but then once he got clear from the rest of his competition, he pulled away from this field and doing it easily. And he and Junior Alvarado have quite a good rapport as well. He was the upset when he beat Jackie's Warrior in the Forego. Backed that up with the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. That was no fluke, and this is a very, very good horse.
5 in a row for Cody's Wish. Odds-on winner 3-5. And he just can't be stopped right now. Fun to see him back and doing his thing. Easy victory in that Churchill Downs. Grade 1 Turf Classic next at 1 mile and an eighth on the lawn. And Hong Kong Harry, very good horse for Phil D'Amato as Flavian Pratt aboard.
Yeah, Hong Kong Harry coming in off of a 4th place finish in the Kilroe Mile. It's out at Santa Anita, but he was only beaten a length and a quarter. He had run some really big races out at Del Mar prior to that. And that last race was actually his first race of the season, too, a 6-year-old. So you could see some big wins, a big win potentially from him today.
All right, we'll let you know what happens in that race. Then it's Kentucky Derby time with about an hour-and-a-half break in between.
Yeah, that should be enough time for all of you, I think.
Plenty of time to still handicap if you've not even looked at the race yet. Grade 2 Ruffian is next when we come back here to Belmont. Well, of course, Doc Derby as well. 4 chances for Brad Cox to get another Derby win. He got that victory with Mandaloun 9 months after the fact. He's got Angel of Empire and a strong supporting cast as well in just a couple of hours.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Back in America's Day of the Races, 8th coming up at Oaklawn out in Hot Springs. 6 furlong sprint allowance, optional claiming group. And betting board is wide open. It's the 6 who's favored, Ultimate, coming off a win.
Got a win last time out, and we'll see if he can keep that momentum going, put back-to-back victories together. The number 3, Shady Empire, taking some attention too, but actually kind of cool on the board for Robertino Diodoro and Christian Torres team.
Big drop in class, too, for the 7 WW Scouts Honor, 4-1 on that runner. He's a 7-time winner from 15 starts. Jim Byers, the call. Here's the 8th from Oaklawn, start of their late pick 5.
Linkers. Spen Benjamins. Rum and Tonic, the gray. No Trust. WW Scouts Honor loaded earlier. Ultimate heads in. Now we're waiting for Excel. They're in the gate. And they're off. La Mutanati broke well, but is slow in the early going. American Outlaw on the outside, and WW Scouts Honor moving out forwardly, and there goes Shady Empire. Gaining right on the inside to take over. It's Shady Empire, then American Outlaw, and just off the rail is WW Scouts Honor. Big Nick is 4th, followed to the extreme outside by Excel, a wide 5th. And then comes Spen Benjamins in the pink and Rum and Tonic, the gray, toward the inside. 2 lengths then to La Mutanati, trying to get to mid-pack. He's 9 off the lead with Ultimate. And then to the inside comes Super Constitution. And it's quite a way back then to No Trust and Ship It Red. They swing into the stretch. And from the inside, Shady Empire trying to hold on to that advantage. Up on the extreme outside, here comes Excel rallying. Now from between horses, WW Scouts Honor, American Outlaws 4th. It is Shady Empire with the lead here. Up to the outside, WW Scouts Honor 2nd. That's 100 Oaklawn wins this year for Shady Empire. Over WW Scouts Honor, Excel ran a nice 3rd, and then American Outlaw 4th.
Shady Empire with the victory. Robertino Diodoro, meet leading trainer and meet leading rider Christian Torres once again.
Yeah, and thought they were actually a little cool on the board. Typically, this duo takes a ton of money. They have been about 29% together for the meet when Christian Torres and Robertino Diodoro tune in, team up together, and they pick up another victory with Shady Empire.
Brad Cox got a Kentucky Derby 9 months after the fact with Mandaloon. Got to miss out on that jubilation you get from crossing the wire first. You're going to have 4 chances to try and get that true first Derby and experience it in the moment. This year, Hit Show, Verifying, Jace's Road, and of course, Angel of Empire. Most believe his best chance. Looks so good, taking that big move forward in the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby win.
He does, and it looks like now with the scratch of Forte announced this morning, we will see Angel of Empire likely be the favorite as a result. I know he's a horse that you and I like a bit, Greg, and we're not going to get the 8-1 morning line on Angel of Empire regardless of how it plays out. He made a big move in the Arkansas Derby, kicking away impressively. I thought his win in the Risen Star was a nice effort as well. He's obviously facing significantly tougher competition versus what he faced in those last 2 races, but he's a horse that seems to be improving at the right time. Coming in off back-to-back wins, Flavien Prat will stay aboard. I do like this horse. I think that he's, again, peaking at the right time. That's what you try to do as a trainer when you have a horse that's going into the Kentucky Derby.
And you see, I mean, horses don't often have that long kind of sustained move. When they make that move, feel kind of comes back to him a little bit. That didn't happen with Angel of Empire. No, it didn't. And as Mac touched on the other day, at the beginning, it was actually Verifying, which was the horse that the team really seemed to be the highest on, followed by Hit Show. Angel of Empire was a little bit of a surprise, and that can happen sometimes too. We often discuss the changes that can take place from 2 to 3, and even as the 3-year-old season goes on, and I think that's what we're seeing from Angel of Empire. Hit Show, Verifying, Jace's Road. The rest of that quartet for Brad Cox. And Hit Show, he looked very good in that Grade 3 Withers win. That was at 1 1/8 miles. Wood Memorial, maybe a bit of a step back when a 59-1 chop beat him. That's a funny race.
It was. I don't think it was necessarily a step back. I mean, he really didn't have a good trip that day. You see him training in those draw reins, which is the reins that attach to the girth and forces a horse to keep their head down and bowed in their neck, especially for a horse like Hit Show, who tends to really kind of pull on his rider, and you'll see him in his works kind of have his head turned and be a little bit tricky to handle. But in the Wood Memorial, he had the outside post to deal with. He was in between horses late, and there was some jostling going on. I think at a big price, we could see him outrun his odds.
Verifying. He just missed against Tapit Trice. He had the lead in the stretch against him, and then Tapit Trice went by him in the Bluegrass, earned a huge figure in defeat in that performance. What do you make of his chances?
You know, I was against him coming into it until I watched the race back again. Tapit Trice came from very far off of it. We know that he's a closer, and Verifying hung around after being right on top of the pace. He ran a really big race that day in the Bluegrass. He's also got the pedigree for it, being by Triple Crown winner Justify and the half-brother to multiple Grade 1 winner Midnight Bisou.
And then there is Jace's Road. So the last of his 4 chances in here, Jace's Road. Florent Giroux will be aboard. He was a distant 3rd in that Louisiana Derby when Kings Barnes went gate to wire.
He was. He was able to get up front from the outer post. Kings Barnes was the one that actually ended up being kind of the main pace setter. Jace's Road sitting just off of him. And look, he has some early speed that will certainly help Brad Cox's other runners, especially Hit Show and Angel of Empire, who are kind of those deep closing types. It does look at first glance like, well, Jace's Road isn't necessarily up to the level of some of the other competition that he'll face today, but you got to be in it to win it.
We said most said that last year, didn't even think about it with Rich Strike. Thought he wasn't up to the competition, and look what happened. You never know. Down to an 18-horse field in this year's Kentucky Derby with all these late changes, including the Derby favorite Forte coming out. You can play it with NYRA Bets. Get a $25 free play in the Derby and that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus when you punch in Derby25 as your promo code for new members at NYRABets.com. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Grade 2 Ruffian from Belmont when we return. Fillies and Mares and this big prize. Most well-known race we have in this country. Kentucky Derby, the Run for the Roses. Still in our immediate future. Will Brad Cox, any of the 4 we just talked about, bring him the money? We'll be back right after this.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie.
McKenzie in a dominant performance.
300 Honda, 300,000, 275, ED 275,000, 75, Budica 75, 275,000, 250 on Ralph now, 250,000, here Budica 2, bit $200,000.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
My favorite race, and of all the ones I've seen, got to be Thousands.
and it's not close, is the 1974 Spinaway right here at Saratoga, which was won by the immortal Ruffian. I was 13, and she was 2, and she was perfect, and she was magical. Ruffian was so unbelievable. It was just an unbelievable performance that I will never forget.
And they're off. From between horses, Ruffian takes the early lead.
She already was in the lead the way that she was in the articles I'd read about her. And she already was in her own race. She already looked magical to me. She's up by 2.5 lengths already, and she's being pulled back by her jock. She came into the stretch looking like a car, and she began pulling away as if she was in a different race. And the crowd no doubt reacted, and I know I reacted, and I remember thinking, I gotta take a picture of this, but not wanting to. I was so excited. Look at her winning by almost 13 lengths. 108 and 3, not even trying. I don't remember high school. I don't remember much of college. I remember that race.
That was the easiest victory I've seen in some time.
The first time I ever saw her, she was coming out on the track, and she was statuesque. She was black and seemed to be all legs. It was absolutely magical. And so I have her coming out on the track. I have her walking in the post parade with the outrider near her. The next picture I have is her zooming by, completely out of focus, and she was on her way to setting a stakes record by almost 13 lengths. But I remember her coming back to the winner's circle, and the reason I remember this is I have photos of it. You can read about a horse with a lot of potential that's setting stakes records and is gorgeous. But when you're a 13-year-old girl and a black filly comes out there who just looks like she's doing it out of sheer love, it doesn't matter. Any reading will not come close to living up to the magic that was in front of me that day. My stepdad made me 2 11x14s of my terrible pictures from that day, and I hung them on my wall, and in that way Ruffian lived forever for me. And she still is my reminder of excellence and how mythical these creatures can be.
Sounds like from that piece we have Ruffian to thank for Barbara Livingston being able to capture so many great moments in our sport. She was a hard one to forget. Incredible. Won 10 straight, including that Triple Tiara, the Acorn, Mother Goose Coaching Club, American Oaks. One of the all-time greats.
Yeah, she was a horse that was always very special to me, too. When I was a kid, I would read all the books about Ruffian. Was always a filly that I loved. And I love hearing that story from Barbara Livingston, because there are certain horses throughout your life that just make an imprint on you. Maybe they are champions like Ruffian. Maybe they're claiming horses that you just feel an affinity for. And Ruffian absolutely spectacular filly she was, and love that we have the chance to pay tribute to her with her namesake race today.
Set a stakes record in all 8 stakes that she won. Just incredible. As we get back to live action, Grade 2 Ruffian named in her honor. 1 turn mile coming up, and Kathleen, oh, there she is, trying to get the first win of her 4-year-old campaign. She's the 6-5 favorite. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, she is, Greg, and she is 3rd off of a layoff. Now, I'm assuming, sorry, Acacia, I don't mean to throw you under the bus, but I'm assuming Acacia has better, more comprehensive notes about Kathleen O compared to me, because I've only seen her once before in her career, and that was when she was coming back off of a layoff from May to November last year. And I just thought that she looked pretty fit, but that she needed to strengthen. So I'm wondering if when she came back in February, it was kind of the same case. And then we just saw Falconet kind of get away from her last time after that slow start, which we've seen in her last 2 outings, not getting out of the gate well. And she is one that presents herself as being just a little bit weaker behind, so lacking a little bit of that push. But I will say this is relative to what I've seen from her in limited starts. She does look very strong behind there today, and she looks very fit. She looks a lot better than going back to that race in November. As we'll move on to her inside, and number 4, Idiomatic, who hasn't had much experience on the main track, but this daughter of Curlin, I mean, her dam won the Busanda at Aqueduct, so there's plenty of dirt pedigree with her, and if anything, she looks more like a dirt horse. I'm just thinking that maybe they spent so much time racing on the synthetic, Maybe just because she was doing well there, or she trains well on it, / she might be a little bit on the weaker side because she's such a big frame of a horse that it's probably taken a while for her to truly fill out. But she looks exquisite here. I really am intrigued to see what this filly does getting back to the dirt today, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We're looking forward to it as well. Approaching the 8-minute mark to post here. Grade 2 Ruffian. And the cut back in distance for Kathleen O. Will that make a difference getting her back into the winner's circle?
Yeah, and Maggie's right. I do have a lot of notes on Kathleen O from last year. Unfortunately, as I was no longer working at Gulfstream and I wasn't there on that day in February of this year when she came back in the Royal Delta, I don't have any notes on how she was appearing that afternoon. But towards the start of her career last year, when she was racing at Gulfstream in the Devonadale, the Gulfstream Oaks, she was a filly that took a while to strengthen and kind of come into herself. And as I mentioned earlier, I always felt like maybe cutting back to one turn might suit her a little bit better, particularly here at Belmont where she can kind of get into her stride. I'm very intrigued by her in this spot.
Here's Past the Champagne. She was very good earlier in her career. She went to the Kentucky Oaks at 7-1 and did not go well.
I thought she ran a sensational race down at Tampa in the Wayward Lass. Last time out in the Heavenly Cause at Laurel, just second best.
Mama's got a run. Big win in the Grade 3 Distaff last start, Lena Rice.
Big win indeed. She was holding and did that at 7-1. Can she keep her good momentum going?
14-1. This is Timeless Journey, Ray Handel.
Ray Handel and Penny Hallman's Mary Legs Farm already had a win today. Tough Waters for Timeless Journey.
Brad Cox sending out idiomatic Trevor McCarthy rides.
Yeah, she's a similar look to Botanical we saw running in the Kentucky Oaks yesterday, a filly that had been running exclusively on the synthetic. How does this one, idiomatic, take to the dirt?
And just second start on dirt, 4 wins all on synthetic. The 5 here's Kathleen O at 6-5.
Good to hear from Maggie that she was looking stronger than she typically does. That's always something that's been a little bit of an issue for Kathleen O, cutting back now to the 1-turn mile.
And Gerrymander, Mother Goose winner for Chad Brown. Klarovich, second start back as a 4-year-old.
Yeah, she set the pace last time in that distaff behind Mama's Gotta Run, and she just faded late. Did she need that race? Can she get back on track? She was just disappointing with the Alabama and Cotillion tries, though with great company prior to that.
Celebrate the run for the Roses with a $40 bonus by playing with NYRA Bets. Bet $200 each at Churchill and Belmont today. You'll get that $40 bonus in your account. Whether you win or lose, you do have to opt in, so don't forget that step at nyrabets.com. 7 minutes to post here in this Grade 2 Ruffian in this Distaff division. There is Kathleen O. First 4 starts of her career, won every single one. This is a look at the top flight. Second start back of her 4-year-old season.
Yeah, she finished second this day. She was off really slow, too. And as Maggie touched on, Falconet really getting away. She was a few lengths behind the rest of the field, and Javier Castellano, who's been a regular rider, started working on her on the turn. She was grinding along just up for second. They had added blinkers this day, too. And I was wondering if that was maybe a decision to try to get her to break a little bit better, but sometimes there's just nothing you can really do when a horse's physical doesn't lend to it. As Maggie mentioned, horses, they don't pull themselves forward with their front leg. They push off from their hind end. So that's why we talk about a muscled hind end so much, because that's where the power comes from. And often horses that are weaker behind the saddle in their hindquarters are the ones that do tend to break slower or have an easier time pushing off on the turf. Sometimes you'll see that physical bode well too. But if she strengthened Kathleen O and getting out of the gate a little bit better today, that could be a key for her.
Even money, even though she is disappointed at 4-5 and 2-5 the last 2 starts.
Yeah, I think it's the class. I think it's by virtue of the fact that she was 5th in the Kentucky Oaks last year, and she was 2nd in her last 3 starts. It's the 3rd start of her form cycle, too. Typically, that's when you will get a chance to see the best performance.
Here's Past the Champagne. George Weaver, Fergal Lynch aboard, coming off a 2nd out of town in Maryland in a stakes race last start.
Fergal Lynch kind of took a hold of her early. She went up the rail waiting for room, but then when Beth's Dream kicked away, this filly, or mare now I should say, she really was just 2nd best in here. She was 4th in the Barbara Fitchie as the favorite 2 starts back. I didn't see much excuse in her most recent effort, and it's disappointing because I really thought she ran a sensational race in the Wayward last. I was at Tampa that day, and she was part of that quick pace and held on gamely with Tap Dance Fever closing on her. She was one that I thought actually grew a little bit coming back as a 5-year-old, filled out nicely. We'll see what we get from her today, but those last 2 starts at Laurel do concern me a bit.
She seemed like she was going to be a star. I mean, huge maiden win her second start. She had an excuse in her debut. Just missed against Malathot in the Grade 1 Ashland, and then it just didn't pan out from there. Let's go to Maggie for more.
Yeah, Passes Champagne is not a horse I'm familiar with at all. This is actually, the first time she's run in New York. And wasn't she entered to run in, I believe, the distaff and scratched and opted to run a week later down at Laurel? I love that, to be honest, and still wasn't able to win that race, the Heavenly Cause. Again, I don't really know her that well. She's fine. I think the board's reflective of kind of what I feel about her. Yeah, you're not going to be totally floored when she gets up and wins here, but really I feel as though the 4 and 5 are better horses at the end of the day, and kind of hinting at what you guys were saying, what her form suggests. She feels like one that's just not gone on, that she just never really filled out. She never really grew up. I will say that I do like the 1-turn mile for her, but she came up short last time at it doing it down at Laurel too. Greg?
4s for both you and Maggie here with Idiomatic, who has done it more on all the success has been on synthetic, just the second opportunity on dirt.
Maggie and I have picked the same horse every race we've been on here. We've got to change it up soon. It worked once with Anaconda. Maybe it'll work with Idiomatic. I do like Kathleen O in this spot. 4 to 5 is just a very short price, like you said, for a filly that's been beaten as the favorite in her last 3 starts, finishing second, and I think still has some questions to answer. I think that this distance is a good spot for her, but I thought Idiomatic was kind of the intriguing new face in here. Yeah, she has to answer the question with coming to the main track, but she ran okay, finishing 3rd in that lone dirt start. It was actually Derby weekend last year at Churchill Downs.
She did, Kathleen O, even. She just continues to get overbet. She should not be even money in this spot, but for some reason, everyone just falls in love with her. And issues out of the gate, as you've talked about at length. Maggie mentioned it as well. More cause for concern. And, I was surprised last start when she was 2 to 5. I'm surprised again. It's a short price here.
And there's Pass the Champagne. Maggie's right. She was entered in the distaff, which was won by Mama's Gotta Run. She ended up scratching there, and I used to be a fan, and even coming back at Tampa, I was hoping we were going to see her take a step forward, and that just really hasn't happened with Pass the Champagne. What about Gerrymander to the outside? She got to the lead last time out, and she was asked from the inside by Manny Franco. She won the Mother Goose here at Belmont, and then she did go into deep waters facing the likes of Nest and Secret Oath and in the Alabama and the Cotillion, but she was so disappointing in those races, and I thought disappointed in the distaff coming back too.
Nice crowd on hand on this Kentucky Derby Saturday afternoon with it's the 3rd of 3 stakes in a row. Great card here for the first Saturday of the meet. Got some big races to come here at Belmont.
And there's a bounce house out back too. There's a party going on in the backyard.
Bringing the kids.
I know.
All meet long?
I don't know. I don't know. I didn't ask. I didn't have a chance.
Hope it's not just today.
I know.
Yeah, Mama's Gotta Run, who beat Gerrymander last time out. And Gerrymander, a couple of big races from her. We'll see if she can bounce back. Certainly from that barn for Chad Brown, you would expect if the talent's in there, he's going to find it. Mama's Gotta Run, though. It was a big effort last time out. A lot bigger number on numbers I look at than the buyer figure she got.
That's interesting, too, as she actually ran the same buyer speed figure that she did in the Top Flight, which was going longer, and it looks like the 1 turn actually suits her well, too. She comes off of the win in that distaff, which was 7 furlongs over at Aqueduct. She was the widest closing. She was drifting out a little bit, as I mentioned, but she held, I thought, pretty gamely over Funny How, who was in terrific form coming into that distaff as well. Eric Cancel will stay aboard, and Mama's Gotta Run is the horse that typically can be forward. She took almost like a little stutter step out of the gate last time. I don't think it was planned for her to be as far back as she was.
10 to 1 on the board, coming off a I think a career best effort last time out, and she can be forward here under Eric Cancel. 6-time winner from 19 starts. There's Timeless Journey moving in for Ray Handel, but the favorite, Kathleen O, once again. She's been the beaten favorite each of her last 3 starts, trying to get her first win of her 4-year-old campaign. It's the Grade 2 Ruffian. Let's go to John Imbrial for the call.
Remander. They're all in line. And they're off in the Ruffian. And Kathleen O came away in last position as the field races up the backstretch. Idiomatic and Gerrymander, and those two have hooked up early here. Mama's Got a Run running in third. And on the outside is Timeless Journey, and at the rail is Past the Champagne, almost 4 lengths back to the favorite Kathleen O, who is the trailer, in 6th. The leader is Gerrymander, ran the opening quarter in 23 2/5 seconds. Then it's the trio of Idiomatic, Past the Champagne, and Mama's Gotta Run. Another length and a quarter back to Timeless Journey, and Kathleen O is the trailer, but now beginning to pick it up on the outside within 4.5 lengths of the lead. And the leader is still Gerrymander, half mile, 47 seconds. Idiomatic in second, Past the Champagne, down at the rail in third. As they race around the far turn, it is Gerrymander on the inside and Idiomatic on the outside, and they are heads apart with Past the Champagne just in behind in third. Timeless Journey is in between horses. Then comes Mama's Gotta Run, and Kathleen O is at the back of the pack now. 3/4 in 1:11 2. Here comes Idiomatic up to challenge Gerrymander, and here's Past the Champagne on the outside. Past the Champagne has passed them all to take over with a 16th to the finish. Past the Champagne drawing away here. Past the Champagne, impressive in winning the Grade 2 Ruffian. Idiomatic was second. Gerrymander finished third. The mile was run in 1 minute 36 seconds.
Past the Champagne, first win since her only start of her 3-year-old campaign back in February of 2022.
Just when we all gave up on her, that's when Past the Champagne says, I still got something left. Came running by Idiomatic and Gerrymander, who linked up in the stretch there. Gerrymander actually ran much better today. She put back, swapping leads a bit when she almost kind of was leaning on Idiomatic in the stretch. Idiomatic finishing second, but Past the Champagne and Virgil Lynch, impressive pulling away. And it should be noted, too, that Laurel Park has had some issues recently with the track, and maybe it was a track that she didn't handle as well. I'm not sure. It looked like she hadn't really trained on, but this 5-year-old mare gets back to the winner's circle today.
And again, I mean, just this disappointment from Kathleen O, who did not really have any run here today.
She was very far back yet again, too, and she almost just kind of is her own worst enemy in that. She doesn't even hit the board today.
1-4-6-3 Past the Champagne at 7-1. And the Grade 2 Ruffian, it had been very formful. We talked about the pick 5 and get a little upset here with final leg coming up. Kentucky Oaks from Friday. How about this moment? Pretty mischievous from the outside post. Tyler Gaffleone, the other Godolphin filly in the race for Brendan Walsh. We'll have a recap when we come back.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. His top sons at stud are making a name for themselves across the globe. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
back here on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And hopefully bet this ruffian. Nice little upset victor here with Pass the Champagne. Please be joined by her pilot, Fergal Lynch. She rode her last time down at Laurel. Fergal, what did you learn about her? Because that was also a one-turn mile. And how'd you apply it today?
We decided to change the tactics on her last time and just take her back and try and teach her to make that one run from the quarter pole. That's what George wanted to try last time. It worked good. We just ran into a real nice filly at Laurel, but today it worked out perfect.
It seemed as though she was very content to track inside and take that kickback and be behind horses.
It was great because she wasn't getting any kickback. They were just one off the rail, so I kept clean as well. When I got into the straight, it was just a matter of where I wanted to go, inside, outside, and just kept it simple, like George always tells me to do.
Do you get a lot of opportunities riding for George Weaver?
I do through my agent, Chris Pepito, and obviously Randy Hill and Jake Ballas, and big thank you to all them guys.
I'm going to embarrass myself. I didn't realize Chris was your agent. George even named a horse after him, so congratulations.
Yeah, we'll not say anything about that horse.
No comment on Pepito, but they're getting their picture taken and passing the champagne here in the Ruffian.
Oh, what a win coming from out of town. Fergal Lynch, a former champion apprentice in England, getting an opportunity here for George Weaver.
Yeah, and his agent, as you heard her mention, good friends with the team. Pipes, as many might call him around town. So congratulations to the team. $17 winner Pass the Champagne. The tactics certainly panned out today with Fergal Lynch in the saddle. Good to see Fergal here in New York. We don't see him ride very often in New York, typically staying in the Mid-Atlantic, but a talented rider.
5-year-old mare by Flatter, who, again, early in her career looked so good. Good to see her get a graded stakes race after she just missed in that Ashland against Malathot in that 3-year-old season. There's your price, at least a little bit of a price, after being so formful in this late pick 5 with maybe the most wide open race of the sequence to come.
Yeah, absolutely. If you just liked Kathleen O or some of the favorites in the Ruffian, this might have made things a little interesting for you, but $17 winner Pass the Champagne to make the sequence a little bit more spicy.
We're going to head out to Hot Springs, their feature race on this card, the Lake Hamilton 6-furlong sprint, one of the top sprinters in the country. It's really been a late development for Skelly. Steve Asmussen, this horse has reeled off 3 in a row. He is lightning quick, and he looks sensational in that grade 3 Count Fleet. We're going to start with Edge to Edge.
Yeah, this horse coming off of a disappointing effort in the Count Fleet. He did have traffic that day, too. He's typically a horse that's forwardly placed. He was out of his comfort zone in that effort.
Joe Frazier comes off a win with a 97 buyer in the process.
Great name. He got a gaudy figure for that. The waters do get much deeper today, though.
Former Gotham winner has been his own worst enemy. Just can't get out of the gate, Morello.
Yeah, I would love to see him get back on track. They add the blinkers on today, and it looks like it's also attached to a hood. So that's going to keep his ears covered to muffle out the sound as well. As you see, he is an energetic horse. He's on his toes on the track.
Tut's Revenge for Shea Stewart.
Second behind Sir Wellington. Last time out, they will rematch in here.
2-5 favorite Skelly. He's trying to win his 4th in a row.
Yeah, but how about Steve Asmussen with these sprinters? He has Rivet, who was impressive at Oaklawn as well, and then Skelly, who's won his last 3, including that grade 3 Count Fleet.
Sir Wellington for McLean Robertson. When gate to wire last start, that's going to be tough with Skelly in here.
Absolutely. He got a 93 buyer speed figure for that effort, but much like some of the others in here, water's getting deeper for the Louisiana bred.
And Walker's win. This horse is on an incredible roll. 6 straight victories. This is going to be a tough test, though.
But out of town, making his first start now at Oaklawn and against some much tougher company. He is an Illinois bred coming off of 3 straight wins out at Hawthorne, including the first victory in his 5-year-old season.
This is going to be the final race that we bring you from Oaklawn Park. So we just want to say thanks to everybody in Hot Springs, the Sella family for being a great partner and bringing you all these races. It's been so much fun covering this meet over the past few months.
Yeah, it definitely has. We've seen some tremendous races. You think back to that absolutely thrilling duel in the Apple Blossom with Clairiere being victorious. Just some really nice horses that have started there. I mentioned Rivet for Steve Asmussen. It'll be fun to watch those horses throughout the rest of the year. And it's been great. Paula Duca was there all winter long, bringing us some insight. We had everybody out there on the big days, but that's it. Closing day today for Oaklawn Park.
Yes, again, it's been great. We've seen so many great moments in this meet. We've seen the maturation of Keith Asmussen as a rider. We saw the Last Samurai have that tremendous Oaklawn streak for Dwayne Lucas.
Christian Torres with a huge meet down there too, leading rider. Only been riding for a few years. Some great storylines throughout the winter.
Really have been. It's been a lot of fun. Minute to post in this one coming up, and I want to get your take on Skelly in here. Obviously, Steve Asmussen has had Jackie's Warrior, Matoli. He's had some great sprinters. This horse, all of a sudden, has just vaulted up in his last 3 starts, start by start. Now it looks like he's one of the top, at least figures-wise, he's one of the top sprinters in the country. We're looking at the 7. We're talking about the 5, who's a 1-5 favorite. Can he be one of the top sprinters in the country? Is he that good?
He can. I think that, as always, the division will be quite interesting. You always wonder if you're going to see some horses cutting back in distance to go into those sprints, and that can always make things a bit intriguing. Like I said, I think Steve's got another really talented sprinter in Rivet, who we saw impressive down there throughout the winter at Oaklawn as well. But Skelly has been dominant, a 105 Beyer speed figure in that Count Fleet. I thought it was a huge performance from him, too. And he has a lot of early speed. He tends to break quickly as well. Ricardo Santana's been his regular rider. He's going to be aboard once again. I hope we see him instead of those big sprint races in Saratoga. I know Steve doesn't have Jackie's Warrior in the barn anymore, but he seems to have a knack for finding some more good sprinters.
Some incredible sprinters he's had. This horse, there he is, 2-5 right now. Not just on a roll win-wise. He is just, no one can run with him early. He's just too quick. He breaks out of the gate like a rocket. That was a good group in that Count Fleet. Tahano Twist, who didn't run huge, but he put up some big figures. He ran at Churchill today. And this horse, though, has just really started to mature and put things together. Obviously, the big test. Expected to handle this field. We'll see one step at a time. He's got to do it first, but to how he runs outside of Hot Springs.
Absolutely. We hope we get to see him in New York. Be a lot of fun to do so. And he's a gelding by Practical Joke, who I am a really, really big fan of him as a sire. And I think as we've gotten to see some more of his progeny, they seem to be actually horses that kind of put things together a little bit later. Skelly won a good example. Yes, he broke his maiden in October of last year, but then coming back, he's really been so good as a 4-year-old now. And I think he's kind of waving the Practical Joke banner here too. Not to mention he's in top quality hands. I wonder if he's just going to sprint away from the rest of this field and just run off. I mean, there's a couple of others that are not slow. I just don't think that they're as quick as Skelly early.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's a couple other speeds, but not his kind of speed. He's just got, it's like a rocket ship out of the gate. Edge to edge from the rail for Chris Hartman. Pretty good horse. He was having a tremendous meet, and then it sort of seems like he just ran out of gas in the Count Fleet last start.
And also, he had some traffic trouble, and he was not on the lead. I think he runs his best races when he's on or close to the lead. But the presence of Skelly in here today, too, that's not going to bode well for edge to edge. But he had run some very quick races at Oaklawn in January and February, 102 and 100 Beyer speed figures. But both of those were going wire to wire, and one of them actually in a very compact field of 4 as well. Sometimes when you take horses out of their comfort zone, if they're typically an on or close to the lead type, they just really don't fire. And I think that's what happened with him last time out.
Chris Hartman barn, he's had a tremendous meet as well. Obviously, Diodoro dominating again, but Chris Hartman, start to finish, has been tremendous at this meet.
Yeah, it's 26% for the meet. Francisco Arrieta's had another strong meet, a very talented rider. He's been 22%. He'll be back aboard. He'd been the regular rider for Edge to Edge all along. I want to give a quick mention to Morello, Greg. As you mentioned, this was a horse that looked like he had so much promise at the start of his career, and they tried to get him on the Kentucky Derby trail. Couldn't handle the distance in the Wood Memorial. They cut him back to the Woody Stevens to no avail. He had to run against Jack Christopher that day too. But can he get back on track? It's been disappointing because I think he's a horse with ability, and I'm sure he's very frustrating for Steve Asmussen.
There he is, the 3. I fell in love with him after that Gotham win. I really thought he was going to be a major player on the Derby trail, and then just I didn't feel like he got a fair shake in that Wood Memorial. But then it's just been time after time after time, he can't get out of the gate. And but he ran a big figure in that Gravesend in late December at Aqueduct, but again, gate problems. Tough one to figure out. I'm sure he's been
He is.
incredibly frustrating for the barn.
I'm sure he has been. As I mentioned, the blinkers going on today. It looks like shortcut blinkers, and he has that hood that's attached to it to try to keep him, muffle out the sound. Horses actually react more than anything to sound, and if they feel like that's distracting him, maybe that is a move that'll help to keep him a little bit calmer. He's kind of himself a little bit warm out there too. Also an interesting equipment note with Skelly, wears an extension blinker where his right eye is fully covered for horses that have the tendency to bear out. It's not something I've seen Steve Asmussen use a lot.
If he breaks clean, the 5-horse here, he looks like the quickest of the quick, and there he is with Ricardo Santana Jr. This race potentially could be over very early. He's trying to win his 4th straight, one of the quickest horses in the country, in this Lake Hamilton. Let's go to Jim Byers for the call.
Last 2 to load will be Morello. And Walker's Win. Morello goes in. Upper 80-degree temperatures, a fast track here in Hot Springs today. In goes Walker's Win. They're all in line. And they're off. Skelly came out well. So did Edge to Edge on the inside. Sir Wellington up on the outside. And then comes Joe Frazier. Walker's Win, the Illinois Gray, is on the outside, racing in 5th, and then a gap of 3.5 to Morello and Tut's Revenge. They zip into that far turn, and Skelly has things his own way here for Ricardo Santana. It's Skelly by 2.5 to Sir Wellington, edge to edge. Joe Frazier is in between horses there in 4th. Walker's Win is a bit of a wide 5th as they're well spread out. The back pair is a good long way back. Morello and Tut's Revenge, as Skelly comes to the head of the lane here after a quarter in 21.37. And Skelly comes to the top of the stretch with a dayline advantage, 44.11. But now on the inside, Sir Wellington is trying to make a race of it. Skelly, Santana all out after him. Sir Wellington is second, edge to edge third, final 16th. And Skelly maintains the lead. He keeps his winning streak going to the end of the meet, and he wins the Lake Hamilton by 3.5 over Sir Wellington, edge to edge, and Tut's Revenge.
4 wins at this meet for Skelly, 4 in a row. He broke sharp, but got a little dicey late.
It did, and I wanted to highlight the beginning here because you can really see it, and Ricardo Santana did a great job here. I talked about that equipment that Skelly wears. Look right here how taut Ricardo's left rein is, and you can see it on the other side of Skelly's face, how loose the right rein is. He's trying to keep him straight while Skelly wants to bolt to the outside. And here, now they're in the stretch, he keeps pretty straight actually. And yes, things do get a little interesting with Sir Wellington, but that's something to keep an eye on, especially when Skelly starts going in maybe to New York and facing some tougher company in some of these big sprint graded stakes. And he's got some horses that are quick early too. This is a horse that's pretty keen on trying to get out.
Nice job by Ricardo Santana Jr. there. Keep that horse straight. 4 in a row for Skelly, who has really come on of late. He got beat by a horse named Osborne, talented horse for Ron Moquette, to kick things off at that meet, and then he's just been a different horse. So keeps that win streak intact. Again, thank you so much to Oaklawn. It's been a pleasure covering all these races. We're going to miss them as we get back to talking about the big weekend at Churchill Downs. Derby still to come, but yesterday it was 3-year-old fillies in the Kentucky Oaks, and pretty mischievous from the outside post. Actually broke out a little bit, and Tyler Gaffleone, Godolphin, Brendan Walsh able to hold off Gambling Girl for the win.
If you haven't seen the video on Twitter yet of Pretty Mischievous's groom cheering her on, definitely recommend looking to the Kentucky Derby Twitter page to find that, because that's what it's all about. And getting a chance to see how well she ran here. Things were starting to get a little tight as the improved Gambling Girl, the New York bred, came running along the outside, but the blinkers that Brendan Walsh added to Pretty Mischievous had the desired effect. He had mentioned earlier on in the week that he felt that she just maybe mentally hadn't completely put it all together, that she got a little distracted in the stretch, maybe needed a little bit more focus late, and that's exactly what she had. She dug in, and some big celebrations from jockey Tyler Gaffleone.
Oh, he was excited for that win, as he should be. He's dominant on that circuit in Kentucky, but to win another big one, he had that win with, of course, with War of Will, Preakness, back, I believe, in 2019, and now gets the Kentucky Oaks with the other Godolphin filly, who is putting together a pretty nice resume.
How about the weekend for Godolphin, too, with Pretty Mischievous in the Oaks. We just saw Cody's Wish get another win, and here in New York with Ottoman Fleet as well, the Godolphin train keeps on rolling.
Yes, it does. We have more coming up. The nightcap here at Belmont still to come. It's a mile on the turf. New York breds maiden special weight on the clock for the Kentucky Derby.
That's right. 149th running. It's coming up. We'll know soon enough. 59 minutes to race.
All right, this race to close out this Saturday card here in New York. Again, 1 mile on the grass, New York bred, maiden special weight. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
It's been a great Derby day here at Belmont. There were so many families, so many fans out enjoying this pristine, nearly summer day that we've had, and the sun's been shining, and it's been a great day of racing here at Belmont, and a lot of people viewing Churchill Downs. But let's take a look at some players here in today's nightcap. We'll start with number 2 for Barclay Tagg, left him behind. I'm glad they gelded him, and glad they got him on the turf. I think it makes sense. He had a wide taxing trip at Gulfstream last time out in March, and it just feels like those trips don't necessarily win ever down there. So it was a good setup to come up here, and he was one that behaved badly in his first 2 efforts as a 2-year-old in the fall last year. So much more settled, completely different animal, and I think this is the right spot for him. As we'll move on to number 4, it's all coming together for Phil Serpy. Love this horse stretching out. He's got the tightener going the 6 furlongs back in April. I've said from the get-go that I thought he wanted to go longer. His pedigree would suggest that, at least on the bottom side too, with many successful horses that Lady Wellcourt has produced. And he looks great, strong, fit. Love the mile on the turf for him. Moving on to number 10, Joint Resolution for Christophe Clement. He's another one that has done incredibly well. Now he's a 3, he was a 3, now turning 4-year-old, and he debuted on the slop going back to over a year ago. That's not the right surface for him. So obviously we saw an improved effort when he finally got back to the races in fall. I don't love the fact that he's a 4-year-old. He's had lines between his form, and he's finally getting back to the races today. But he looks incredibly fit, which is something I did not think of him last year. So he's a lot more fit, defined, and if he can run that race that he did last year in November, he's a major player, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Getting set for this nightcap coming up. First Saturday of the meet as we've shifted from South Ozone Park here to Elmont. And we're enjoying it, enjoying having turf racing back as well. And again, so many big races to come at this meeting, including for the first time ever, we're going to have the 3rd and final leg of the Triple Crown on Fox.
Yeah, we can't wait for that Belmont Stakes weekend. Belmont Stakes June 10th this year. It'll be here before we know it. And as always, that whole weekend, we'll just have a bevy of graded stakes for you to choose from. A lot of excitement. The Belmont Spring Meet is always one that's full of quality. We saw our first 2-year-old race this week on Thursday, and there'll be many more to come as well.
All right, let's look at what happened the race that precedes the Derby. We said we're on the clock, 56 minutes to post in the run for the Roses. This is the Grade 1 Turf Classic, and Todd Pletcher, Arad Ortiz Jr., up to the mark, was up to the task.
For Mike Rapoli and Vinnie Viola St. Elias Stable, of course, all the same connections who are associated with Forte, the Kentucky Derby favorite who scratched, and that's just the ups and downs of racing. So it was a big crowd into the winner's circle. As you heard, Mike Rapoli had a lot of people here. I'm sure it was a very bittersweet win because, of course, you want to see up to the mark victorious and get this victory, but I know they were all really looking forward to Forte in the Derby.
That was a big margin, too, to win. He's won 3 of his last 4 in top form for Pletcher. Take a look at the current odds for the 149th running of this Grade 1 Kentucky Derby. 18 will line up with all these scratches. Forte, the favorite for the Derby, coming out earlier this morning. Favorite right now is another Todd Pletcher runner, Tappet Trice, very modest favorite at 9-2.
And he and Angel of Empire are both 9-2. I think it's going to be interesting to see which one of them will be favorite come post time. They both are deep closers too, though.
All right, back to Belmont. Here they come onto the track. We start with Just for Luck, Jack Sisterson.
We'll cut back a little bit in distance. You know, he was gelded before coming back in that Gulfstream race and is still a gelding, not a colt, as he's listed in the form.
Left Me Behind, coming out of an open company maiden special at Gulfstream.
As Maggie touched on, he was wide in that race. He gets back with fellow New York breds in here, second off the bench.
Blinkers off, Dream Point 0 for 17 on the lawn.
Yeah, he's had a lot of chances. He gets back on the turf where he has run some quick races. He just doesn't seem to seal the deal.
Should see speed from this one stretching out.
It's all coming together, and Phil Serpy's had his hands on this pedigree all over, top and bottom. Colt by Weekend Hideaway.
Not a bad turf debut for Stowe in the World, who's a huge price.
He was not immediately the quickest out of the gate, but then hustled up from the outside, set the pace. He's certainly a horse that could improve. Second time on the grass, first start of the year, though.
10-1 as we go to the 8. Vince the Prince, blinkers on.
Yeah, this is a horse that did show good speed last time out. He steadied a little bit as he was kind of stopping last time as the closers were getting to him. Could see an improved effort second off the bench.
Atlanta's Acuna tried to wire a field, wound up second in the turf debut.
That was his lone turf start back in November. Showed some speed that day, too. Could be a pretty quick pace in here.
3-1, joint resolution. Trevor McCarthy rides.
Been tough to keep him on at the racetrack. He makes his first start back as a 4-year-old now. Did run a very good race behind Ouster in November before that break.
Todd Pletcher with a favorite here. One headlight has Dylan Davis.
Came running late to finish second behind Clear Conscience, who was the favorite that day. This is a horse who was I think one that could take a step forward. I know there were some questions with him getting on the turf, but I do think City of Lights will like the grass.
The thrill of victory. 3-year-old debut coming up for Mike Maker Barn.
Ran okay, 2 starts back in October when coming from off of it to finish third behind Ramblin' Wreck.
And turf debut start number 3 for Lock and Key.
He is half to Fire Key, who is a grade 3 placed and multiple stakes winner. She was a 9-time turf winner, very talented turf horse. And this one has some pedigree for it.
2 minutes of post finale on this Saturday card at Belmont. We'll get back to it live in a moment. Let's wrap up Oaklawn. Again, this is the final race of the meet we'll be bringing you. Want to thank Oaklawn, everyone there, the Sella family, and we really enjoyed it. Skelly, what a meet he had. 4 wins in a row to close things out. Steve Asmus and Ricardo Santana Jr., Red Lane Thoroughbreds.
And he is not an easy horse to ride. Ricardo Santana did so well. You can see right here a good shot of that extension blinker that he wears. Kicked away from this field. Sir Wellington tried to make it interesting when he tipped out and tried closing at him, but just too much racehorse. The son of Practical Joke, Skelly, keeps it going. Not easy to win 4 races in a row, especially like that.
Incredible run there in Hot Springs. Now we'll see if they can win outside of Arkansas going forward. $2.80 for the victory. Sir Wellington, good run from that horse. Way too big a price on that horse who has some ability. He's ran a 93 buyer last time out. Pick 5. Productive if you had it. Well done. And Oaklawn for us in the books as we get back to Belmont. There's a current favorite, one headlight for Pletcher.
By City of Light, whose progeny sold really well on the track, and we haven't really kind of seen that big horse for him yet. And he was such a talented racehorse, Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner, Pegasus World Cup winner for Michael McCarthy. And I'm convinced that I think that they're going to like the turf. You see that where he lost his footing there at the quarter pole, and as they come into the stretch, he kind of kicks on and continues closing to finish second that day. You typically don't see a horse re-rally when that kind of stumble happens. When a horse gets their momentum shut off, and then the way he kicks in after that, that's very rare to see.
Looked hopeless that he was going to get a piece of it, and to get second, pretty impressive. Let's go back to Maggie.
I just like his name. One of my favorite songs ever by the Wallflowers, One Headlight. No, but seriously, as he comes here to Belmont, I guess he makes sense. I don't know. He's fine. Like, he looks like every other Todd Pletcher horse, incredibly fit, ready to go. Beautiful warm up here beneath Dylan Davis. And as you guys said, showed that adaptability in his debut to kind of pick himself up and re-rally again, and you can do that on the turf, as I was mentioning earlier. So I have no problems with one headlight moving really, really well out on the racetrack. Vince the Prince is a bit intriguing. It's funny, the only other time I saw him was back in July of his 2-year-old season, and I said, we'll need a start and longer. Well, he didn't get another start as a 2-year-old, but he got longer in his first start as a 3-year-old, and I think he makes a good deal of sense. Like him adding blinkers, looks fit, ready to go here. I am going to land on the 4, though, and it's all coming together as I just love this pedigree, and I've been waiting for him to try this mile. Greg.
And you would agree?
Yeah, I thought, well, you know, Maggie and I share an office here at Belmont, and obviously we've just been spending way too much time together if we're on the same horse yet again. But I completely agree. The pedigree says you should love more distance, Mags.
Acacia, we do not talk about these at all. We just gossip, right? No, I'm just kidding. We don't just gossip. We share tips on makeup and hair.
Absolutely.
John and Brielle, the caller. Here's the nightcap from Belmont.
Of the nightcap. And they're off. Number 2 left them behind, came away in a bit of a tangle as towards the back of the pack, along with one headlight. Up front, it's all coming together as the early lead. Stowe on the Wold is racing in second, and down at the rail is Dream Point, who is next in third. Vince the Prince alongside is in fourth. Then it's Atlantis Acuna running in 5th, followed by Joint Resolution, who is in 6th. On the outside is the Thrill of Victory, next in 7th. Then we come back to Lock and Key in 8th, followed by Left Them Behind in 9th. And at the back of the pack are One Headlight and Just for Luck in 11th. The quarter went 23 and 1/5 seconds. It's all coming together. Leads here by a length. Stowe on the Wold. Now in pursuit in second. Dream Point is down at the rail in third. Vince the Prince is in between horses. Joint Resolution on the outside. Then the gray, the Thrill of Victory, followed by Left Them Behind and Atlantis Acuna. All chasing, it's all coming together. Who has the lead? Coming to the top of the stretch. Stowe on the Wold next in second. Dream Point has moved to the outside in third, and the field is in the stretch. It's all coming together. Has a 3.5 length lead. Dream Point moving up on the outside into second. Stowe on the Wold is back in third. And it is a late run here from One Headlight. And on the outside is Lock and Key. But it's all coming together. Who has the lead as they come for the finish? It's all coming together. Holds off the late charge of One Headlight.
It's all coming together. Phil Serpy, Jose Gomez. Nice selections.
Go team. At least if we landed on the same horse, we landed on the right horse. But as Maggie touched on, this pedigree on the bottom side really does suggest that getting some more distance would be key. And Jose Gomez did a great job in getting it all coming together to relax on the front end. And this horse, out of Ladywell Court, who's been a terrific producer, Phil Serpy has had the whole family, of course, had Weekend Hideaway, knows this pedigree so well. I have to imagine that this was kind of what he was biding his time to get to do too. Also, you might remember this was a horse that had a monster trip in his debut as a 2-year-old, clipping heels, and right at the time when Phil Serpy's barn was going so well, I've kind of been waiting on him ever since. So fun to see him take this race gate to wire.
And this Pletcher horse was coming.
Yeah, he didn't break well One Headlight. There's a little bit of commotion at the start of the race too.
But able to hold him off and do so at 5-1 here. It's all coming together. Stretch out, get the win. And Maiden Breaker, career start number 5 here. 4:11, 3:13, and the nightcap on this Saturday card from Belmont. We'll be back to talk Derby right after this.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, Form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Digs down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York Reds start with an advantage. Our New York Reds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown Triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at BelmontStakes.com.
We're back on our Saturday coverage, America's Day at the Races on FS2. Thanks for being with us on this Saturday afternoon, first Saturday of the meet. And the card comes to a close with it's all coming together, stretching out in distance and going gate to wire under the reigning apprentice champion jockey, Jose Gomez.
Yeah, Jose did a really good job of getting it all coming together to relax on the front end. It looked like the number 3 Dream Point at a big price was going to make things a bit interesting late until he started drifting out in the stretch. Big late run between horses was the number 11, One Headlight, who once again came rolling in the latter stages of the race. But too comfortable up front was the number 4, It's All Coming Together.
One Headlight certainly makes it exciting.
Yeah,
First couple of starts, but has not been able to get the money. It's all coming together at 5-1 here to close things out. Pick 5, $977 with the first 3 races being very formful. 7-1, 5-1, last 2 legs, and you get almost $1,000 back. It's incredible.
Yeah, this is why it's good to play the late pick 5. Some very short prices in the first 3 legs, past the Champagne and Upset. And as you had touched on before, Greg, the last race, this maiden special weight, did seem to be perhaps the most wide open race on the card. And it's all coming together, $12.40 winner.
Saturday card in the books here at Belmont. Still to come, 149th running of the Kentucky Derby. About 41 minutes to post. Have our final preview of the Run for the Roses when we come back. Stay with us.
Reach the starting gate. It's post time. Home front, the favorite comes forward. And they're into the stretch. Cold Front put to the test. Old Cash on the outside trying to go with it, but Cold Front kicks away. Cold Front 2.5. Cold Front does it again. Firing the field in the Amsterdam.
Back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's time for the Run for the Roses in just a little bit. We're going to go through the entire field coming up. So many changes, including the Derby favorite scratched earlier today in Forte. All three also eligible to get into the race. Hit Show, one of 4 as we take a look at the current odds right there. One of 4 for trainer Brad Cox that will line up in this year's edition. A horse who looks so impressive in that Grade 3 Withers victory back in February.
Horses are making their way over to the Kentucky Derby paddock to get saddled up. Hit Show won the Withers. He had the outside post in the Wood Memorial. He was in between horses late. There was some jostling going on. If he can save ground, keep a straight course from the inside, could be interesting at a big price.
This horse battled, looked like for a moment he might beat Tappet Trice in the Bluegrass. He just missed for Brad Cox.
He ran so well with Tappet Trice closing. He was up on top of the pace, verifying. Tyler Gaffleone won the Kentucky Oaks yesterday. He win the Derby today.
2 fills, quickest number he ran. It was on synthetic in his last effort, but his 2 dirt starts before that were impressive as well.
He has good dirt numbers. He's not just a quote-unquote synthetic horse. He's, I know, turned a lot of heads training this week. A very good-looking son of Hard Spun, who will keep the good momentum going.
Here's Confidence Game, Grade 2 Rebel winner. He has not raced since then, February 25th. That is a long time off.
Another one who's turned heads training, but of course the layoff, a really, really big question. Trainer Keith DeSormo saying the Rebel took a lot out of him.
Here's Tappet Trice, slight second choice right now for Todd Pletcher.
He's a horse that used to really take himself very far out of the race, resenting kickback. He improved greatly going into that Bluegrass, would need to take another step forward today.
The other Pletcher runner, Kingsbarns, he's undefeated, 3 for 3. He didn't debut until his 3-year-old campaign.
He is. He did not race as a 2-year-old. Of course, Justify broke that curse a couple of years ago. Won the Louisiana Derby at a mile and 3/16, the prep that is the closest distance to the Kentucky Derby.
Former Bob Baffert runner reincarnate with Tim Yakteen. Had that excuse in the Rebel, but did not back up a big performance in the Arkansas Derby.
Disappointed behind Angel of Empire that day. He has speed. He should be forwardly placed. Let's see if John Velasquez can win another one.
A lot to like about Mage, but he is very lightly raced, and that could be a bad thing in a Derby.
It's a similar kind of conversation with Kingsbarns. He's only raced 3 times. It's a lot to throw at him. He was second behind Forte in the Florida Derby.
Steve Asmussen looked like he was going to get that Derby last year. Not to be. Can Disarm get him his first?
The lovely son of Gun Runner coming off of a 3rd place finish in the Lexington. I would be curious to see if he is just a little bit better in the future going shorter, but Steve Asmussen still waiting for that elusive Derby win.
More from Brad Cox. Jace's Road, who was a Gun Runner winner at Fairgrounds in his 2-year-old campaign.
This is the one of his charges that is quickest early. Comes out of being forward in the Louisiana Derby, fading to 3rd that day.
Kenny McPeak sending out Sun Thunder. He'll make an equipment change.
Blinkers going on, and you see him training in those blinkers as he has been recently. Came from pretty far off of it to finish 4th in the Bluegrass last time out.
Arkansas Derby winner. Another one for Brad Cox. He's the current favorite at 7-2, Angel of Empire.
He came up with a big performance last time out in the Arkansas Derby. Ran well in the Risen Star, too. He could just be one that's improving and steadily making strides forward at the right time.
Raise Kane, we saw him win the Gotham here in New York for Ben Colebrook.
Son of Violence, another one that I think may be better in the future, going a bit shorter. He was very far back in the Bluegrass and didn't put much of a late run. That was the furthest distance that he had ever tried as well.
So much buzz around Derma Sotagake. It was a brilliant UAE Derby, and he's the horse that potentially could wire this field.
Japan has been on a sort of global domination. Let's see if the Kentucky Derby is next on their list to cross off. Historically, the UAE Derby winner has not fared well in the Kentucky Derby.
That was an incredibly fast running of it, though, just slightly off what Mendelssohn did. Here's Rocket Can for Bill Mott. Blinkers on.
Won the Holy Bowl at what seemed to be a bit of a soft field, but then came to back it up with a 2nd place finish in the Fountain of Youth. He was 4th in the Arkansas Derby.
Oh, we got a pickup mount on Cyclone Mischief. Irad Ortiz Jr. will ride.
He did, of course, with Forte coming out this morning. Irad Ortiz is going to take the call on Cyclone Mischief. This horse finished behind Forte and Mage, finishing 3rd in the Florida Derby.
State's debut for Mandarin here, another Japanese horse. He missed by a nose to Practical Move.
I think he is very intriguing. The 2nd start here, stateside, Kazushi Kimura rode him in that Santa Anita Derby. He was in between horses, was a big effort. We could see something good from him today.
And Ron Moquette with a Derby runner. King Russell drawing in, who's second to Angel of Empire in the Arkansas Derby at 58-1.
Rafael Bejarano will be aboard. This one came from very far off of it. Just broke his maiden on a wet track at Oaklawn. 2 starts back.
Selection times. We're going to start with Maggie. Who are you going to go with in the Run for the Roses, Maggie?
Sticking with 2 Phils, and it feels like an omen that Phil Serpy won the last race here at Belmont. I'll take it. I was just joking with him about it. But seriously, I like this horse going into the Derby, and when I got my feet on the ground to watch these horses train, I liked him even more. Look, Angel of Empire and Tapit Trice, they looked best and make a lot of sense. But I like this horse. I know you said it, Greg, biggest race, came on the synthetic, but there's every reason to believe he's just a bit of a later developer, and I liked his tractability behind early leaders. I think he goes out, gets a forward position, and hopefully is there with enough left in the tank to see through the 1.25 miles. But I want to hear who you guys like in this year's 149th Derby.
Well, for once today, Maggie and I are not actually on the same horse. I did land on Angel of Empire with Forte coming out. He's now going to be a much shorter price than I was anticipating, so I don't love that, but he's a horse that, as I mentioned, I think has really taken steps forward at the right time. I know he's been a bit of a surprise to his connections, but I've liked what I've seen from him recently as he's handled every next step that's come towards him. Bobby and Pratt going to stay aboard. He got his Derby a couple years ago when Country House was elevated to first. I'm sure he would love to have the chance to bring Angel of Empire across the wire here. I liked what this horse has done training. Underneath, I have been impressed with what I've seen from Confidence Game training too. He's a horse that has maybe gotten a little bit of buzz. He has the layoff to contend with, but he'll be a big, big price potentially underneath.
I like him too. I've loved him even when Forte was in the race before all these other scratches happened. I like the fact too he's not a one-track wonder. He's done it to different tracks.
Angel of Empire.
Angel of Empire. He's really started to develop, and he can make that big, long, sustained run. Seems to have a longer run than a lot of horses really do.
Yeah, I think Tapit Trice has a long run too, but as you've seen from Luis Saez when riding, he really has to work on Tapit Trice. Good thing Luis Saez is a strong jockey, and that very well could be your post-time favorite.
Current favorite right now, 7-2, Angel of Empires. The Derby is about 32 minutes away. Everybody, we hope you enjoy it. Thank you for being with us on this Saturday afternoon. First Saturday of the meet at Belmont. We're back tomorrow, 2 to 5:30 Eastern on FS2. I'm sure we're going to have plenty to recap from what happens in the next half hour or so. And then we're hoping whoever wins this race goes on, continues in the Preakness, and we have a Triple Crown on the line when we bring you the Belmont Stakes on Fox.
Absolutely. It'll all finish here in New York in the test of the champion in the Belmont Stakes to go 1.5 miles around Big Sandy, the 149th running of the Kentucky Derby. Races like these are why we're involved in this sport. You want to have the opportunity to be in the starting gate, to hope you have a horse good enough to compete. This is kind of the dream of it. If you meet somebody that's not really involved in horse racing, they say, have you won the Kentucky Derby? That's usually the first question.
And we know you like Angel of Empire. You look at that, who's left in this field, and who's maybe like a shocking price, big upset potential that you think has a real chance.
A real chance to win. I think Verifying ran a really big race. Let's see if he can turn things around and get back to the winner's circle.
Enjoy it, everyone. Again, we'll see you tomorrow, 2 Eastern start time on our FS2 coverage. The elusive quality, Anaconda, Kendrick Carmouche for Joe Sharp, just getting by Yes and Yes, had to wait for his time. Ford Marcy, yet again, it's Charlie Appleby dominating on the lawn. Richard Mullen might be staying a little bit longer in New York in the Ruffian past the Champagne. Winning Fergal Lynch and George Weaver. Who will take the Derby? We'll recap it for you on Sunday. Enjoy.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct Meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half-dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere. Surprise Boss, look at this effort.
New York's #1 turf sire,